Chapter VI, Part III of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss by George Prentiss. Chapter VI, Part III. The Campagne Genèvre, VII, Beauty of the Region, Letters, Birth of a Son, Visit from Professor Smith, Excursion to Chamonix, Whooping Cough and Scarlet Fever among the Children, Dr. Kershod, Letters. At the end of March, the family removed to the Campagne Genèvre, about 2 miles back of Vevey, in the direction of Saint-Léger. At one point it overlooked the town and the lake, and commanded a fine view of the mountains of Savoy and of the distant Jura range. On the opposite shore of the lake is the village where Lord Byron passed some time in 1816, and where he is said to have written the wonderful description of a thunderstorm in the 3rd canto of Childe Harold. At all events, the very scene, so vividly depicted by him, was witnessed from Genèvre. To Mrs. Stearns, Geneviève, April 5th, 1859. Your letter describing how nicely your party went off followed us from Montreux to enliven us here in our new home. We only wish we could have been there. You need not have apologized for giving so many details, for it is just such little events of your daily life that we want to hear about. My mouth quite waters for a bit of the cake they sent you. I remember Mrs. Dr. J. and others used to send us big loaves which were delicious, and such as I never tasted out of Newark. We came here last Thursday in a great snowstorm, which was cheerless and cold enough after the warm weather we have had for so many weeks. I do not suppose more snow fell on any day through the winter, and we all shivered and lamented and huddled over the fire at a great rate. Yet I have just been driven indoors by the heat of the sun, having begun to write at a little table just outside the house, and fires and snow have disappeared. George has gone to town with Jules in the wagon to buy sugar, oil, oats, buttons, and I do not know what not, and is no doubt thinking of you all, for we do nothing but cry out how we wish you were here with us to enjoy this beautiful spot. We are entirely surrounded by mountains in the distance, and with green fields, vineyards, and cultivated grounds nearer home. How your children would delight in the flowers, the white doves, the 7 little tiny guinea pigs, no bigger than your Annie's hand shut up, and the ample, neat play places all about us. I can't tell you how George and I enjoy seeing Em trotting about, so eager and so happy, and gathering up, as we hope, health and strength every hour. We find the house, on the whole, very convenient, and it is certainly as pleasant as can be, every room cheerful, and every window commanding a view which is ravishing. To Mrs. Smith, Geneviève, April 7th, 1859. You will be surprised, I dare say, to hear that I am writing out of doors. I can hardly myself believe that it is possible to do so with comfort and safety at this season, but it is perfectly charming weather, neither cold nor hot, and with a small shawl and my bloomer on, I am out a large part of the day. You would fly here in a balloon if you knew what a beautiful spot we are in. We are surrounded with magnificent views of both the lake and the mountains, and cannot turn in any direction without being ravished. The house is pretty, and in most respects well and even handsomely furnished. Damask curtains, a Titian, a Rembrandt, and a Murillo in the parlour. The floors are waxed and carpetless, to be sure, but Mrs. Buck has given us lots of large pieces of carpeting, such as are used in this country to cover the middle of the rooms, and these will make us comfortable next winter. But the winters here are so short that one hardly gets fixed to meet them when they are over. We have quite a nice garden, from which we have already eaten lettuce, spinach, and parsley. Our potatoes were planted a day or two ago, and our peas are just up. One corner of the house, unconnected with our part, is occupied by a farmer who rents part of the land. He is obliged to do our marketing, etc., and we get milk and cream from him. I wish the latter was as easy to digest as it is palatable and cheap. They beat it up here till it looks like pure white lather, and eat it with sugar. The grounds about our house are very neat, and we shall have oceans of flowers of all sorts. Several kinds are in full bloom now. The wild flowers are so profuse, so beautiful, and so various, that A and I are almost demented on the subject. From the windows I see first the wide gravelled walk which runs round the house, then a little bit of a green lawn, in which there is a little bit of a pond, and a tiny jet d'eau, which falls agreeably on the ear. Beyond this the land slopes gently upward, till it is not land, but bare, rugged mountain, here and there sprinkled with snow, and interspersed with pine trees. The sloping land is ploughed up, and men and women are busy sowing and planting, too far off to disturb us with noise, but looking, the women at least, rather picturesque in their short blue dresses and straw hats. On the right hand, the Dent du Midi is seen to great advantage. It is now covered with snow. The little village of Saint-Léger lies off in the distance. You can just see its roofs and the quaint spire of a very old church. Otherwise you see next to no houses, and the stillness is very sweet. Now, won't you come? The children seem to enjoy their liberty greatly, and are running about all the time. They each have a little garden, and I hope will live out of doors all summer. The state of her health during the next 3 months was a source of constant and severe suffering, but could not quench her joy in the wonders of nature around her. My drives about this lovely place, she wrote in June, have begun to give me an immense amount of pleasure. Indeed, my faculty for enjoyment is so great that I sometimes think one day's felicity pays for weeks of misery, and that if it hadn't been for my poor health, I should have been too happy here. Nor did her suffering weaken in the least her sympathy with the troubles of her friends at home. While for the most part silent as to her own peculiar trials, her letters were full of cheering words about theirs. To one of these she wrote at this time, God has taken care that we should not enjoy so much of this world's comfort since we left home as to rest in it. Your letters are so sad that I have fancied you perhaps overestimated our situation, feeling that you and your feeble husband were bearing the burden and heat of the day while we were standing idle. My dear, there are trials everywhere and in every sphere, and every heart knoweth its own bitterness, or else physical burdens are sent to take the place of mental depression. After all, it will not need more than an hour in heaven to make us ashamed of our want of faith and courage here on earth. Do cheer up, dear child, and look aloft. Poor Mr. I know his work is hard and up the hill, but it will not be lost work, and cannot last forever. It seems to me God might accept with special favour the services of those who toil in rowing. After all, it is not the amount of work he regards, but the spirit with which it is done. Early in July she was made glad by the birth of her 6th child, her Swiss boy, as she liked to call him. Her gladness was not a little increased by a visit soon after from Professor Henry B. Smith of the Union Theological Seminary. This visit was one of the memorable events of her life abroad. Professor Smith was not merely a great theologian and scholar, he was also a man of most attractive personal qualities, and, when unbending among friends from his exacting literary labours, the charm of his presence and conversation was perfect. His spirits ran high, and he entered with equal zest into the amusements of young or old. His laugh was as merry as that of the merriest girl. No boy took part more eagerly in any innocent sport. Nobody could beat him in climbing a mountain. He was a keen observer, and his humour, sometimes very dry, sometimes fresh and bright as the early dew, rendered his companionship at once delightful and instructive. His learning and culture were so much a part of himself that his most familiar talk abounded in the happiest touches about books and art and life. All his finest traits were in full play while he was at Genevre, and when he left, his visit seemed like a pleasant dream. To Mrs. Smith, Genevrière, July the 25th. I am only too glad of the chance your husband gives me to write you another bit of a note. We are enjoying his visit amazingly. There are only two drawbacks to its felicity. One is that he won't stay all summer, and the other that you are not here. The children were enchanted with the presents he brought them. When I shall be on my feet and well and strong again, time only can tell. A has devoted herself to me in the sweetest way. What she has been to me all winter and up to this time, tongue could not tell. My doctor is as kind as a brother. He was a perfect stranger to me, and was brought to my bedside when I was writhing in agony, but in 10 minutes his tenderness and sympathy made me forget that he was a stranger, and through that long night of distress and the long day that followed, he did everything that mortal could do to relieve and comfort me. He brought his wife up to see me the other day, and I begged her to tell him how grateful I felt. He is kind, she answered, but then he loves you so. They both speak English. I am so puffed up by his praises. I am sure I thought I groaned, but he says, pas un gémissement. August the 14th. Our two husbands have gone to Lausanne for the day, taking A with them. They seem to be having real nice times together, and if, as your husband says, his old wife were here, his felicity and ours would be too great. They lounge about, talk, drink soda water, and view the prospect. Dr. Buck came up from Geneva on Thursday and spent the night and part of Friday with us, and it would have done you good to hear him and your husband laugh. He was quite enchanted with the place, and says we never shall want to go home. August the 23rd. Your husband has given me leave to write you a little bit of a note out of my little bit of a heart on this little bit of paper. He and A have just gone off to get some pretty grass for you. He will tell you when he gets home how he baptized his namesake on Sunday. We've enjoyed his visit more than tongue can tell. George says he has enjoyed it as much as he thought he should, and I'm sure I have enjoyed it a great deal more, as I have been so much better in health than I expected. But how you must miss him! On the 12th of September, a faultless autumn day, she set out with her husband and eldest daughter for Chamonix. It was her first excursion for pleasure since coming to Switzerland. A visit to this great and marvellous handiwork of God is an event in the dullest life. In her case, the experience was so full of delight that it seemed almost to compensate for the cares and disappointments of the whole previous year. The plan was to return to Genevrière and then to pass on to the Bernese Oberland, but the visit to Chamonix proved to be her last as well as her first pleasure excursion in Switzerland. To Mrs. Stearns, Genevrière, October the 2nd, 1859. I have been so absorbed with anxiety about the children since we got back from our journey that I have not felt like writing you a description of it. George told you, I suppose, that the news awaiting us when we reached Vevey was of the babies having whooping cough. It was a great shock to us, for the weather was dismally cold, and it did not seem as if the little thing could get safely through the disease at so unfavourable a time of year. Then there were the other two to have it also. On Friday last, baby's cry had become a sad sort of wail, and he was so pale and weak that I did not see how he was going to rally. But he is better to-day, so that I begin to take breath. To go back to Chamonix, it seems a mercy that we went when we did. We enjoyed the whole trip. We made the excursion to the Mer de Glace in a pouring rain, without injury to any of us, and were well repaid for our trouble by the novelty of the whole expedition and the extraordinary sights we saw. George intended taking us to the Oberland if we found the children well on our return, but all hope of accomplishing another journey was destroyed when we found what different business was before us. It is a real disappointment, for the weather is now mild and very fine, just adapted to journeying, and so many things have conspired to confine me to this spot that I have found it quite hard to be as patient and cheerful as I'm sure I ought to be. Alas and alas, what an insatiable thing human nature is! How it craves everything the world can offer, instead of contenting itself with what ought to content it. However, I shall soon get over my fidgets, and as to George, of course he is only disappointed for me and A, as he has visited the Oberland, and was only going to give us pleasure. And, if I must choose between the two, I'd rather have the littlest baby in the world than see all the biggest mountains in it. We are thankful to hear that mother still continues to be so well. We long to see her, and I think a look at her or a smile from her would do George good like a medicine. October the 17th. I went to church yesterday for the first time in 10 months. We came out at 10:30, so you see we have a tolerably long day before us when church is done. It is not at all like going to church at home. You not only find it painful to listen with such strict attention as the foreign tongue requires, but you miss the neat, well-ordered sanctuary, the picture of family life, for there are no little children present, and the agreeable array of dress. The flapping monstrous bloomers tie your eyes, and so do the grotesque coarse clothes and the tokens of extreme poverty. I grow more and more patriotic every day, and am astonished at what I see and hear of life in Europe. I snatched one afternoon when the baby was better than usual to go to Villeneuve with George to call on Mr. and Mrs. H. and the sister of Mrs. H., who is one of our Mercer Street young ladies. They were at the Hotel Byron, where you stayed. What a beautiful spot it is! Mr. H. afterwards came and dined with us, and was so charmed with the place that he was tempted to take it when we leave. His wife, however, had set her heart on going home at that time, as she had left one child there. The vintage is going on here at Geneviève today, and we are all invited to go and eat our fill. To Mrs. Henry B. Smith, Geneviève, October the 20th, 1859. You ask how I find time to make flower pictures. Why, I have been confined to the house a good deal by the baby's sickness, and could hardly set myself about anything else when I was not watching and worrying about him. When we got home from Chamonix, we found him with what proved to be a very serious disease in the case of so young a child. It has shaken his little frame nearly to pieces, leaving him after weeks of suffering not much bigger than a doll, and all eyes and bones. It was a pretty hard struggle for life, and I hardly know how he has weathered the storm. The idea of leaving our dear little Swiss baby in a little Swiss grave, instead of taking him home with us, was very distressing to me, and I cannot help earnestly desiring that death may not assail us in this foreign land. Our trip to Chamonix was very pleasant and did me a deal of good. If I could have kept on the mule riding and mountain viewing a few weeks, I should have got quite built up, but the children's coughs made it impossible to take any more journeys. Monsieur de Palaiseau's, our landlord, called Monday to see if I would sell him my sewing machine, as his wife was crazy to have one, and didn't feel as if she could wait to get one from New York. I told him I would, and all night could not sleep for teaching him how to use it, for his wife is in Germany, and he had to learn for her. I invited him to come to dinner on Wednesday and take his lessons. On Tuesday George said he wanted me to make a pair of sleeves for Mrs. Tholuck before the machine went off, so I went to town to get the stuff. At 3 o'clock began the sleeves and worked like a lion for a little over 2 hours, when they were done, beautifully. This morning I made 4 collars, which I shall want for Christmas presents, and a shirt for Jules, our old hired man, who never had one made of linen and will go off the handle when he gets it. So I am tolerably used up, and shall be almost glad to send away the tempter tomorrow, though I dare say I shall miss it. I wish you could look out of my window this minute and see how beautiful the autumnal foliage is already beginning to look. But my poor old head, what shall I do with it? You ask about my health. I am as well as I can be without sleep. I have had only one really good night since the baby came, to say nothing of those before, some worse than others to be sure, but all wakeful to a degree that tries my faith not a little. I don't see what is to hinder my going crazy one of these days. However, I won't if I can help it. George goes to Germany this week. Well, my dear, good-bye. To Mrs. Stearns, December the 12th. George got home a fortnight ago, after his 3 weeks' absence, looking nicely and more like himself than I have seen him in a long time. He had a most refreshing time in Germany among his old friends. It does my heart good to see him so cheery and hopeful. I have just seen the 3 babies safely in bed, after no little scampering and carrying on, and am now ready for a little chat with you and dear mother. George sits by me, piously reading Adam Bede. I was disappointed in the minister's wooing, which he brought from Germany, and cannot think Mrs. Stowe came up to herself this time, whatever the newspapers may say about it. And as for the plot, I don't see why she shouldn't have let Mary marry good old Dr. Hopkins, who was vastly more of a man than that harum-scarum James. As to Adam Bede, I think it a wonderful book, beyond praise. I hope these literary observations will be blessed to you, my dear. Mrs. Thurlock sent me a very pretty worsted cape to wear about house or under a cloak. We went to Lausanne last Wednesday, George, A. and I, to do a little shopping for Christmas, and had quite a good time, only as life is always mingled in sweet and bitter, bitter and sweet, we had the melancholy experience of finding, when we got ready to come home, that Jules had taken a drop too much, and was in a state of ineffable silliness, which made George prefer to drive himself. We begin now to think and talk about Paris. We have been buying this afternoon some Swiss chalets and other things, brought to the door by 2 women, and I had hard work to keep George from taking a bushel or 2. He got leaf cutters enough to stab all his friends to the heart. Most of our lady friends will receive a salad spoon and fork from one or the other of us. In fact, I have no doubt we shall be seized at the custom house as merchants in disguise. Well, I must bid you good night. The latter part of December, her husband was requested to go to Paris and take the temporary charge of the American chapel there. He decided to do so with the understanding that she and the children should soon follow him. But scarcely had he left Geneva when first one and then another of the children was seized with scarlet fever. Here are a few extracts from her letters on the subject. December the 31st. Jules had hardly gone to the office when I became satisfied that G had scarlet fever beyond a doubt, and therefore sent Jeanette instantly to town to tell the doctor so and to ask him to come up. He came and said at once I was quite right. As to our leaving here, he said decidedly that it could not be under less than 40 days. I cannot tell you, my darling, how grieved I am for you to hear this news. Now I know your first impulse will be to come home and perhaps to renounce the chaplaincy, but I beg you to think twice, thrice, before you decide to do so. How one thing hurries on after another! But it is the universal cry everywhere. Everybody is groaning and travailing in pain together, and we shall doubtless learn, in eternity, that our lot was not peculiar, but that we had millions of unknown fellow sufferers on the way. Don't be too disappointed, but let us rather be thankful that if our poor children must be sick, it was here and not in Paris. And now, good night. Betake yourself to your knees when you have read this, and pray for us with all your might. January the 5th, 1860. The doctor has been here and says the other children must not meet G till the end of this month, unless they are taken sick meantime. Poor M melted like a snowflake in the fire when she heard that. She begins to miss her little playmate, and keeps running to say things to him through the keyhole, and to serenade him with singing, accompanied by a rattling of knives. I see but one thing to be done, for you to stay and preach, and me to stay and nurse, each in the place God has assigned us. You must pray for me, that I may be patient and willing to have my coming to Europe turn out a failure as far as my special enjoyment of it is concerned. There are better things than going to Paris, being with you and hearing you preach. Pray that I may have them in full measure. I can't bear to stop writing. Goodbye, my dearest love. January the 15th. If you could look in upon us this evening, you would be not a little surprised to see me writing in the corner of my room, close to the washstand where my lamp is placed. But you would see at a glance that the curtain of the bed is let down to shade our darling little M's eyes as she lies close at my side. How sorry I am, as you cannot see all this, to have to tell it to you. I have let her decide for me, and she wants dear papa to know that she is sick. Oh, why need I add another care to those who already suffer on our account? As to baby, we are disposed to think that he has had the fever. Of course we do not know, but it is pleasant to hope the best. And now, my precious darling, you see there is more praying work to do, as I hinted in my Saturday's note, when my heart was pretty heavy within me. I need not tell you what to ask for the dear child, but for me do pray that I may have no will of my own. All these trials and disappointments are so purely providential that it frightens me to think I may have much secret discontent about them, or may like to plan for myself in ways different from God's plans. Yet in the midst of so much care and fatigue, I hardly know how I do feel. I am like a feather blown here and there by an unexpected whirlwind, and I suppose I ought not to expect much of myself. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. I keep saying over and over to myself, and if you are going to write a new sermon this week, suppose you take that for your text. I have not had one regret that you went to Paris, and as to your coming on, I do hope you will not think of it, unless you are sent for. You could do nothing, and would be very lonely and uncomfortable. The doctor told me to tell you to stay where you were, and that you ought to rejoice that the children are not sick in Paris. I do trust that in the end we shall come forth from this troublesome time like gold from the furnace. So far I have been able to do all that was necessary, and I trust I shall continue so. God bless you, and bring us to a happy meeting in his own good time. To Mrs. Stearns, Genevieve, January the 21st, 1860. Boiling over does one good of itself, and I am sure you feel the better for having done so. I do not know why men seem to get along without such reliefs, as women almost always seek in this way. Whether there is less water in their kettles, or whether their kettles are bigger than ours and boil with more safety. It is a comfort to believe that, whatever our troubles, in the end all will work together for our good. The new year has opened upon us here at Genevieve pretty gloomily, as George has told you. You will not be surprised, therefore, to hear that M is also quite sick, much sicker than G. She is one of those meek, precious little darlings whom it is painful to see suffer, and I have hardly known what I was about, or where I was, since she was taken down. My baby is deserted by us all. I have only seen him in moments for 3 weeks. You cannot think how lonely poor A is. Half the time she eats alone in the big solitary dining room, Nobody has any time to walk out with her. What few children she knew are afraid to come here or to have her come nigh them, and I feel as if I should fly when I think of it, for she is not strong or well, and her life here in Switzerland has been a series of disappointments and anxieties. The only leisure moments I can snatch in the course of the 24 hours I have to spend in writing to George, but the last few evenings Em has slept, so that I could play a game of chess with her and try to cheer and brace her up against next day's dreariness. All her splendid dreams of getting off from this solitude to the life and stir of Paris have been dissipated, but she has never uttered one word of complaint. I have not heard her say as much as, "Isn't it too bad?" And indeed we ought none of us to say so or to feel so, for the doctor assures me that for 3 such delicate children as he considers ours, to pass safely through whooping cough and scarlet fever is a perfect wonder, and that he is sure it is owing to the pure country air. And when I think how different a scene our house might present if our 3 little ones had been snatched away, as 3 or 4 even have been from other families, I am ashamed of myself that I dare sigh, that I am lonely and friendless here, or that I have anything to complain of. It has been no small trial, however, to pass through such anxieties in so remote a place, with George gone, while on the other hand I have been most thankful that he has been spared all the details of the children's ailments, and permitted once more to feel himself about his Master's business. Providence most plainly called him to Paris, and I trust he will stay there and get good till we can join him. But I feel uneasy about him too, lest his anxiety about the children should hang as a dead weight on his not quite rested head and heart. At any rate, I shall be tolerably glad to see him again at the end of our 2 months' separation. How I should love to drop in on you tonight. Doesn't it seem as if one could if one tried hard enough? Well, good night to you. To Mrs. Smith, Genevieve, January the 29th, 1860. I believe George has written you about our private hospital. He had not been gone to Paris 48 hours when G was taken sick. That was a month ago, and I have only tasted the air twice in all that time. G had the disease lightly. M, poor little darling, was much sicker than he was. It is a fortnight since she was taken, and she hardly sits up at all. An older child would be in bed, but little ones never will give up if they can help it. I suppose it is because they can be held in the arms and rocked and carried about. I have passed through some most anxious hours on account of M, and it seems little less than a miracle that she is still alive. The baby is well, and he is a nice little rosy fellow. It was a dreadful disappointment to us to be detained here instead of going to Paris. I felt that I couldn't live longer in such entire solitude, and just then, lo and behold, George was whisked off, and I was shut up closer than ever. It is a great comfort to me that he got off just when he did, and has had grace to stay away. On the other hand, I need not say how his absence has aggravated my cares, how solitary the season of anxiety has been, and how, at times, my faith and courage have been put to their utmost stretch. The whole thing has been so evidently ordered and planned by God that I have not dared to complain. But, my dear child, if you had come in now and then with a little of your strengthening talk, I cannot deny I should have been most thankful. It has been pretty trying for George to hear such doleful accounts from home, but I hope the worst is over, and that we shall be the wiser and the better for this new lesson of life. Dr. Kershod's rule is the same as Dr. Buck's, 40 days confinement to one room, so we have a month more to spend here. I am afraid I am writing a gloomy letter. If I am, you must try to excuse me and say, "Poor child, she isn't well, and she hasn't had any good sleep lately, and she's tired, and I don't believe she means to grumble. Do so much for me, and I'll do as much for you sometime." I hear your husband has taken up a Bible class. It is perfectly shocking. Does he want to kill himself, or what ails him? The pleasantest remembrance we shall have of this place is his visit. Our doctor and his family stand out as bright lights in this picture. He has been like a brother in sympathy and kindness. We shall never forget it. God has been so good to you and to me in sparing our children when assailed by so fearful a disease, that we ought to love him better than we ever did. I do so want my weary solitude to bear that fruit. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 6, Part 4, of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss, by George Prentiss. Chapter 6, Part 4. Paris, sightseeing, a sick friend, London and its environs, the Queen and Prince Albert, the Isle of Wight, homeward. On the 20th of February, the family gladly bade adieu to Switzerland and set out for Paris, arriving there on the morning of the 22nd. Mrs. Prentiss was overjoyed to find herself once more in the world. On the 23rd, she wrote to Mrs. Smith, "We have got here safe and sound with our little batch of invalids. They bore the journey very well, and are heartily glad to get into the world again. I am chock full of worldliness. All I think of is dress and fashion, and, on the whole, I don't know that you are worth writing to, as you were never in Paris and don't know the modes, and have perhaps foolishly left off hoops and open sleeves. I long, however, to hear from you and your new babby, and will try to keep a small spot swept clear of finery in my heart of hearts, where you can sit down when you've a mind. Our little fellow is getting to be a sweet-looking baby, with what his nurse calls a most gracieuse smile, if you can guess what kind of smile that is. But he is getting teeth, and is looking delicate and soft, and your Hercules will knock him down, I know." But Paris was far from fulfilling to her or to the children the bright anticipations with which it had been looked forward to from lonely Geneviève. The weather could hardly have been worse. The house soon became another hospital, and sightseeing was a task. Friends, however, soon gathered about her, and by their hospitality and little kindnesses relieved the tedium of the weary days. To Mrs. Stearns, Paris, March 27th, 1860. We pass many lonely hours in this big city, and often long for you and Mr. Stearns to drop in, or for a chance to run in to see dear mother. Getting nearer home makes it attractive. It works in the natural life just as it does in the spiritual in that respect. The weather is dreadful, and has been for 5 months, scarcely one cheery day in that whole time. What with this and the children's ill health, I should not wonder if we left Paris as ignorant of its beauties as when we came. But I hope we shall not let that worry us too much, but rather be thankful that, bad as things are, they are not so bad as they might be. Our sympathies are greatly excited now for the Reverend Mr. Little, formerly of Bangor, who is in Paris, alone, friendless, and sick. If we could by any miraculous power stretch our scanty accommodations, we should certainly take him home and nurse him till his wife could be got here. You know perhaps that Mrs. Little is a daughter of Dr. Cornelius, and, when I recall the love and honour I was taught to feel towards him when I was a little girl, my heart quite yearns towards her, especially in this time of fearful anxiety about her husband. How insignificant my own trials look to me when I think of the sorrow which is probably before her. April the 26th. Our patience is still tried by the cold, damp, and most unwholesome weather, which prevents the children from going to see anything. But we do not care so much for ourselves or for them as for poor Mr. Little, who is exceedingly feeble, chiefly confined to his room, and so forlorn in this strange, homeless land. While George was with him last evening, he had a bad fit of coughing, which resulted in the raising of a gill or so of blood. I know you will feel interested to hear about him, and will not wonder that our hearts are so full of sympathy for him and for his poor wife that we can hardly talk of anything else. He expects her in about a week. What a coming to Europe for her! How little those who stand on the shore to watch the departure of a foreign steamer know what they do when they envy its passengers. We buckled on our armour and began sightseeing the other day, going to see the Sainte-Chapelle and the galleries and museum of the Louvre among the rest. The Sainte-Chapelle is quite unlike anything I ever saw, and delighted us extremely. As to the Louvre, one needs several entire days to do justice to it, besides an amount of youthful enthusiasm and bodily strength which we do not possess. For, amid midnight watchings over our sick children and the like, the oil of gladness has about burned out, and we find sightseeing a weary task. May the 25th. It does seem as if George's preaching was listened to with more and more serious attention, and it may be seen long after he has rested from his labours on earth that he has done a good work here. We both are much interested in Professor Huntingdon's sermons sent to us by Miss W. This is a great deal for me to say, because I do not like to read sermons. During the last 3 weeks, before Mr. and Mrs. Little left, we accomplished very little. It was not that we did or could do so very much for them, but they had nobody to depend on but us, and George was constantly going back and forth, trying to make them comfortable, arranging all their fares, etc. She had a weary, anxious 2 weeks here, and now has set her face homewards, not knowing but Mr. L. may sink before reaching America. It is a great comfort to us to have been able to soothe them somewhat as long as they stayed in Paris. George says it was worth coming here for that alone. I say we, but I mean George, for what was done he did. The most I could do was to feel dreadfully for them. We are now to begin sightseeing again, and do all we can as speedily as possible, for only 2 weeks remain. The children are now pretty well. The baby is at that dangerous age when they are forever getting upon their feet and tumbling over backwards on their heads. Em is the oddest little soul. Belle says she would rather go to a funeral than see all the shops in Paris, and when they are out, she can hardly keep her from following every such procession they meet. I asked her the last time they went out if she had had a nice walk. She said not very nice, as she had only seen one pretty thing, and that was a police officer taking a man to jail. The idea of going to England is very pleasant, and, if we only keep tolerably well, I think it will do us all good. What is dear mother doing about all these times? I always think of her as sitting by the little work table in her room, knitting and watching the children. Give lots of love and kisses to her, and tell her we long to see her face to face. Kiss all the children for us. I suppose they'll let you, boys and all, and you may do as much for Mr. S. if you want to. Goodbye. On the 7th of June the family left Paris for London, a first visit to England. That precious stone set in the silver sea is always an event full of interest to children of the New England Puritans. The Sceptred Isle is still in a sense their mother country, and 1,000 ancestral ties attract them to its shores. There is no other spot on earth where so many lines of their history, domestic and public, meet. And in London, what familiar memories are for them associated with almost every old street and lane and building. The winter and spring of 1860 had been cold, wet, and cheerless, well nigh beyond endurance, and the summer proved hardly less dreary. It rained nearly every day, sometimes all day and all night. The sun came out only at long intervals, and then often but for a moment. The atmosphere, much of the time, was like lead. The moon and stars seemed to have left the sky. Even the English landscape, in spite of its matchless verdure and beauty, put on a forbidding aspect. All nature, indeed, was under a cloud. This, added to her frail health, made the summer a very trying one to Mrs. Prentiss, and yet it afforded her not a little real delight. Some of her pleasantest days in Europe were spent in England. The following extracts are from a little journal kept by her in London. June the 10th. We went this morning to hear Dr. Hamilton, and were greatly edified by the sermon, which was on the text, "Hitherto hath the Lord helped us." In the afternoon we decided to go to Westminster Abbey. It began to rain soon after we got out, and we had a 2 miles walk through the mud. The old abbey looked as much like its picture as it could, but pictures cannot give a true idea of the grandeur of such a building. We were a little late, and every seat was full, and many were standing, as we had to do through the whole service. The sermon struck me as a very ordinary affair, though it was delivered by a lord, but the music was so sweet, performed for aught I know by angel, for the choir was invisible, and we stood surrounded by such monuments and covered by such a roof, that we were not quite throwing away our time. Albert B. dined with us, and in the evening, with one accord, we went to hear Dr. Hamilton again. We had good seats, and heard a most beautiful as well as edifying discourse on the first verses of the 103rd Psalm. Some of the images were very fine, and the whole tone of the sermon was moderate, sensible, and serious. I use these words advisedly, for I had an impression that he was a flowery, popular man, whom I should not relish. At the close of the service, a little prayer meeting of half an hour was held, and we came home satisfied with our first English Sunday, feeling some of our restless cravings already quieted, as only contact with God's own people could quiet them. 11th. Went to see the Crystal Palace. It proved a fine day, and we took M with us. None of us felt quite well, but we enjoyed this new and beautiful scene for all that. It is a little fairyland. 14th. Went to Westminster Abbey and spent some time there. On coming out, we made a rapid but quite amusing passage through several courts, where we saw numerous great personages in stiff little grey wigs. To my untrained, irreverent eyes, they all looked perfectly funny. George was greatly interested and edified. It has been raining and shining by turns all day, and is this evening very cold. 15th. Another of those days which the English so euphoniously term nasty. Not knowing what else to do with it, we set off in search of number 5 Sermon Lane, a house connected with a stereoscopic establishment in Paris, which we reached after many evolutions and convolutions, and found it to be a wholesale concern only. Pitying us for the trouble we had been at in seeking them, they let us have what views we wanted, but at higher prices than they sell them at Paris. We then went to the Tract House, and while selecting French and other tracts, a gentleman came and asked for a quantity of the Last Hours of Dr. Payson. 16th. Went to the Tower, and had a most interesting visit there. We were particularly struck by some spots shown us by one of the wardens, after the regular round had been gone through with, and the other visitors dispersed, namely, the cell where prisoners were confined with thumbscrews attached to elicit confession, and the floor where Lady Jane Grey was imprisoned. We looked from the window where she saw her husband carried to execution, and A was locked up in the room so as to be able to say she had been a prisoner in the Tower. 17th. Heard Dr. Hamilton again. Met Dr. and Mrs. Adams of New York there, and had a most kind and cordial greeting from them. Dr. A introduced us to Dr. Hamilton. In the evening we went to hear Dr. Adams at Dr. H.'s church, and came home quite proud of our countryman, who gave us a most excellent sermon. At the close of the service, Dr. H. invited us to take tea with him next week, and introduced us to his wife, a young, quiet little lady, looking as unlike most of us American parsonesses as possible, her parochial cares being, perhaps, less weighty than ours. 18th. Two things made this day open pleasantly. One was a decided attempt on the part of the sun to come out and shine. The second was Dr. Adams dropping in and taking breakfast with us. We also got letters from home, and the news that Mr. Little had reached New York in safety. After lunch, George went off in glory to the House of Commons, hinting that he might stay there till tomorrow morning, and begging for a night key to let himself in. The rest of us went to the Zoological Garden, which is much more ample and interesting than the Jardin des Plantes. 20th. Yesterday it poured in torrents all day, so that going out was not possible. Today we went out in the drops and between the drops to do a little shopping in the way of razors, scissors, knives, needles, and such like sharp and pointed things. We stepped into Nesbitt's and took a view of little Susie, who looked as usual, bought a few books, subscribed to a library, coveted our neighbour's property, and came home covered with mud and mire. 22nd. Went out to Barnet to call on Miss Bird. On reaching the station, we found Miss B. awaiting us with phaeton and pony. We were driven over a pretty 3 miles route to Hurst Cottage, where we were introduced to Mrs. Bird and a younger daughter, and I had a nice lunch, together with pleasant chat about America in general and ELS in particular. Miss Bird said she showed her likeness to a gentleman who is a great physiognomist, and asked his opinion of her. He replied, she is a genius, a poetess, a Christian, and a true wife and mother. We then went upstairs and looked at Miss B.'s little study, after which she took us to see the church in Hadley, a very old building dating back to 1494. It has been repaired and restored and is a beautiful little church. On leaving it, Miss Bird came with us a part of the way to the station, and we got home in good season for dinner. The weather, true to its rule, could not last fine, and so this evening it is raining again. 24th. No rain all day. Can it be true? George went in the morning to hear Mr. Binney, and A and I to Dr. Hamilton's, who preached a very good sermon on a favourite text of mine. I beseech thee, show me thy glory. In the evening, Dr. Patton, of New York, induced us to go with himself and wife to a meeting at a theatre 3 miles off. The Reverend Mr. Graham preached. It was an interesting but touching and saddening sight to look upon the congregation, to wonder why they came, and whether they would come again, and whether under those stolid and hardened faces there yet lay humanity. Many came with babies in their arms, who made themselves very much at home. Some were in dirty weekday clothes, some in rags and some in jags. Coming home, we passed the spot where John Rogers was burned, and that where in time of the plague dead bodies were thrown in frightful heaps into one grave. 25th. We took tea at Dr. Hamilton's, where we had a very pleasant evening, meeting Dr. and Mrs. Adams, as well as all Dr. H.'s session. Dr. H. strikes one most agreeably, and seems as genial and as full of life as a boy. 26th. Visited Windsor Castle with Dr. Adams and his party, 10 of us in all. We drove afterward to see the country churchyard where Gray wrote his elegy and where he now lies buried. This was a most charming little trip, and we all enjoyed it exceedingly. The young folks gathered leaves and flowers for their books. 29th. Last evening we had a nice time and a cup of tea with the Adamses. Today, another nasty day, they lunched with us, which broke up its gloom, and we went with them to see Sloane's Museum, a most interesting collection. We all enjoyed its novelty as well as its beauty. She also records the pleasure with which she visited the National Gallery, Madame Tussaud's collection, the British Museum, Richmond, the Kew Gardens, and Bunhill Fields burying ground, and, in particular, the grave of Mr. John Bunyan. Not long before leaving London, she attended a Sunday evening service for the people in Westminster Abbey, which interested her deeply. It suggested, or rather was the original of, the scene in The Story Lizzie Told. When we first got into that grand place, I was scared and thought they would drive us poor folks out, but when I looked round, most everybody was poor too. At last I saw some of them get down on their knees, and some shut their eyes, and some took off their hats and held them over their faces. Father couldn't, because he had me in his arms, and so I took it off and held it for him. "What's it for?" says I. "Hush," says father, "the parson's praying." When I showed it to God, the room seemed full of him, but that's a small room. The church is 1,000,000 and 1,000,000,000 times as big, isn't it, Mum? But when the minister prayed, that big church seemed just as full as it could hold. Then all of a sudden they burst out a-singing. Father showed me the card with large letters on it, and says he, "Sing, Lizzie, sing." And so I did. It was the first time in my life. The hymn said, "Jesus, lover of my soul, let me to thy bosom fly." And I whispered to father, "Is Jesus God?" "Yes, yes," he said. "Sing, Lizzie, sing." After the praying and the singing came the preaching. I heard every word. It was a beautiful story. It told how sorry Jesus was for us when we did wrong, bad things, and how glad he was when we were good and happy. It said we must tell him all our troubles and all our joys, and feel sure that he knew just how to pity us, because he had been a poor man 33 years, on purpose to see how it seemed. The most stirring sight by far which she witnessed while in London was a review of 20,000 volunteers by the Queen in Hyde Park on the 23rd of June. She waited for it for several hours, standing much of the time upon a camp stool. As Her Majesty appeared, accompanied by Prince Albert, the curiosity of the immense crowd rose to such a pitch that every conceivable method was resorted to catch a glimpse of the field. Men climbed on each other's shoulders, gave fabulous prices for chairs, boxes, and baskets, raised their wives and sweethearts high in the air, and so by degrees our view was quite obstructed. The scene did not, perhaps, in numbers or in the brilliant array of fashion, rank, and beauty surpass, nor in military pomp and circumstance did it equal, a grand review she had witnessed not long before in the Champ de Mars, but in other respects it was far more impressive. Among the volunteers were thousands of young men in whose veins ran the best and most precious blood in England. And then, to an American wife and mother, Queen Victoria was 1,000,000 times more interesting than Louis Napoleon. She stood then, as happily she still stands, at the head of the Christian womanhood of the world, and that in virtue not solely of her exalted position and influence, but of her rare personal and domestic virtues as well. She was then also at the very height of her felicity. How little she or anyone else in that thronging multitude dreamed that before the close of the coming year the form of the noble prince, who rode by her side wearing an aspect of such manly beauty and content, and who was so worthy to be her husband, would lie mouldering in the grave. About the middle of July, Mrs. Prentiss, with her husband and children, left London for Ventnor on the Isle of Wight, where, in spite of cold and rainy weather, she passed 2 happy months. With the exception of Chateau d'Oex, no place in Europe had provided to her such a haven of rest. Miss Scott, the hostess, was kindness itself. The Isle of Wight in summer is a little paradise, and in the vicinity of Ventnor are some of its loveliest scenes. Her enjoyment was enhanced by the society of Mr. and Mrs. Jacob Abbott, who were then sojourning there. An excursion taken with Mr. Abbott was doubly attractive, for, as might be inferred from his books, he was one of the most genial and instructive of companions, whether for young or old. A pilgrimage to the home and grave of the dairyman's daughter, and to the grave of "little Jane," and a day and night at Alum Bay, were among the pleasantest incidents of the summer at Ventnor. Of the visit to "little Jane's" grave she gives the following account in her journal. August 10th. To-day being unusually fine, we undertook our long-talked-of expedition to Brading. On reaching the churchyard, we asked a little boy who followed us in if he could point out "little Jane's" grave. He said he could, and led us at once to the spot. How little she dreamed that pilgrimages would be made to her grave! Our pygmy guide next conducted us to the gravestones, where her task was learned. "How old are you, little fellow?" I asked. "Getting on to be 5," he replied. "And does everybody who comes here give you something?" "Some don't." "That's very naughty of them," I continued. "After all your trouble they ought to give you something." A shrewd smile was his answer, and George then gave him some pennies. "What do you do with your pennies?" I asked. "I puts them in my pocket." "And then what do you do?" "I saves them up." "And what then?" "My mother buys shoes when I get enough. She's going to buy me some soon with nails in them. These are dropping to pieces." No such thing. "If that's the case," quoth George, "I think I must give you some more pennies." "Thank you," said the boy. "Do you see my sword?" George then asked him if he went to church and to Sunday school. "Oh yes, and there was an organ, and they learned to sing psalms." "And to love God?" asked George. "Yes, yes," he answered, but not with much unction, and so we turned about and came home. To Mrs. Stearns, Ventnor, August the 24th, 1860. As this is to be our last letter home, it ought to be a very brilliant one, but I am sure it won't, and when I look back over the past 2 years and think how many stupid ones I have written you, I feel almost ashamed of myself. But on the other hand, I wonder I have written no duller ones, for our staying so long at a time in one place has given small chance for variety and description. It is raining and blowing at a rate that you, who are roasting at home, can hardly conceive. We agreed yesterday that if you are blindfolded and suddenly set down here and told to guess what season of the year it was, you would judge by your feelings and the wind roaring down the chimney that it was December. However disagreeable this may be, it is more invigorating than hot weather, and George and the children have all improved very much. George enjoys bathing and climbing the downs, and the children are out nearly all day when it does not rain. You may remember that the twilight is late in England, and even the baby is often out till 8:30 or 9. I just keep my head above water by having no cares or fatigue at night. I feel dreadfully that I am so helpless a creature, but I believe God keeps me so for my mortification and improvement, and that I ought to be willing to lead this good-for-nothing life, if He chooses. We have had the pleasure of meeting Mr. and Mrs. Abbott here. They have gone now to spend the winter in Paris. Mrs. A. sent her love to you again and again, and I was very glad to meet her for your sake, as well as her own, and to know Mr. A. better than I did before, and it was very pleasant to George to chat with him. We walked together to see Shanklin chime. A. went with us, and Mr. Abbott amused her so on the way that she came home quite dissatisfied with her stupid papa and mamma. We are talking of little else now but getting home, and it is a pity you could not take down the walls of our hidden souls and see the various wishes and feelings we have on the subject. I forgot to say how glad we were that you found George Prentiss such a nice boy. I have always loved him for Abby's sake, and he certainly was worthy of the affection she felt for him as the most engaging child I ever knew. He is a thorough Prentiss still, it seems. What is he going to be? You must feel queer to have a boy in college. It is like a strange dream. Our boys are 2 spunky little toads who need, or will need, all our energies to bring up. I have quite got my hand out, M is so good, and hate to begin. But good-bye, with love to Mother, Mr. S., and the children. The family embarked at Cowes on the magnificent steamship Adriatic, September the 13th, and, after a rough voyage, reached New York on the 24th of the same month. Old friends awaited their coming and welcomed them home again with open arms. It was a happy day for Mrs. Prentiss, and in the abundance of its joy she forgot the anxious and solitary months through which she had just been passing. She came back with 4 children instead of 3. Her husband was, partially at least, restored to health, and she breathed once more her native air. End of Chapter 6, Part 4. Chapter 7, Part 1, of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss, by George Prentiss. Chapter 7, Part 1. The Struggle with Ill Health, 1861 to 1865. At home again in New York. The Church of the Covenant. Increasing ill health. The summer of 1861. Death of Louisa Payson Hopkins. Extracts from her journal. Summer of 1862. Letters. Despondency. We come now to a new phase of Mrs. Prentiss's experience as a pastor's wife. Before her husband resigned his New York charge, during the winter of 1857-58, the question of holding a service in the upper part of the city, with the view to another congregation, was earnestly discussed in the session and among the leading members of the church, but nothing then came of it. Soon after his return from Europe, however, the project was revived and resulted at length in the formation of the Church of the Covenant. In consequence of the great civil war which was then raging, the undertaking encountered difficulties so formidable that nothing but extraordinary zeal, liberality, and wise counsel on the part of his friends and the friends of the movement could overcome them. For 2 or 3 years the new congregation held service in what was then called Dodsworth Studio Building at the corner of 5th Avenue and 26th Street. But in 1864 it entered the chapel on 35th Street, and in 1865 occupied the stately edifice on Park Avenue. In the manifold labours, trials, and discouragements connected with this work, Mrs. Prentiss shared with her husband, and, when finally crowned with the happiest success, it owed perhaps as much to her as to him. This brief statement seems needful in order to define and render clear her position as a pastor's wife during the next 12 years. After spending some weeks in Newark and Portland, she found herself once more in New York, in a home of her own, and surrounded by friends, both old and new. The records of the following 4 or 5 years are somewhat meagre and furnish few incidents of special significance. The war, with its terrible excitement and anxieties, absorbed all minds and left little spare time for thought or feeling about anything else. Domestic and personal interests were entirely overshadowed by the one supreme interest of the hour, that of the imperilled national life. It was for Mrs. Prentiss a period also of almost continuous ill health. The sleeplessness from which she had already suffered so much assumed more and more a chronic character, and, aggravated by other ailments and by the frequent illness of her younger children, so undermined her strength that life became at times a heavy burden. She felt often that her days of usefulness were past. But the Master had yet a great work for her to do, and, in ways various, or might I say contrarious, he was training her for it during these years of bodily infirmity and suffering. The summer of 1861 was passed at Newport. In a letter to Mrs. Smith, dated July the 28th, she writes, "We find the Cliff House delightful, within a few minutes' walk of the sea, which we have in full view from one of our windows. And we have no lack of society, for the Bancrofts, Miss Aspinwall and her sister, as well as the Skinners, are very friendly. But I am so careworn and out of sorts that this beautiful ocean gives me little comfort. I seem to be all the time toting one child or another about, or giving somebody paregoric or rhubarb, or putting somebody to sleep, or scolding somebody for waking up papa, who is miserable, and his oration untouched. There, don't mind me, it's at the end of a churchless Sunday, and I dare say I'm only peevish," as the little boy said. But in a few weeks the children were well again, and her own health so much improved that she was able to indulge in surf bathing, which she enjoyed tremendously, and early in the fall the whole family returned to town greatly refreshed by the summer's rest. On the 24th of January 1862 her sister, Mrs. Hopkins, died. This event touched her deeply. She hurried off to Williamstown, whence she wrote to her husband, who was unable to accompany her, "If you had known that I should not get here till 9:30 last night, and that in an open sleigh from North Adams, you would not have let me come, but so far I am none the worse for it, and when I came in and found the Professor and T and Eddy sitting here all alone and so forlorn in their unaccustomed leisure, I could not be thankful enough that a kind Providence had allowed me to come. It is a very great gratification to them all, especially to the Professor, and even more so than I had anticipated. In view of the danger of being blocked up by another snowstorm, I should probably think it best to return by another route, which they all say is the best. I hope you and my precious children keep well." No picture of Mrs. Prentiss's life would be complete in which her sister's influence was not distinctly visible. To this influence she owed the best part of her earlier intellectual training, and it did much to mould her whole character. Mrs. Hopkins was one of the most learned as well as most gifted women of her day, and had not ill health early disabled her for literary labours, she might, perhaps, have won for herself an enduring name in the literature of the country. There were striking points of resemblance between her and Sarah Coleridge. The same early intellectual bloom, the same rare union of feminine delicacy and sensibility with masculine strength and breadth of understanding, the same taste for the beautiful in poetry, in art, and in nature, joined to similar fondness for metaphysical studies, the same delight in books of devotion and in books of theology, and the same varied erudition. Only one of them seems to have been an accomplished Hebraist, but both were good Latin and Greek scholars, and both were familiar with Italian, Spanish, French, and German. Even in Sarah Coleridge's admiration and reverence for her father, Mrs. Hopkins was in full sympathy with her. She lacked indeed that poetic fancy which belonged to the author of Phantasmion, nor did she possess her mental self-poise and firmness of will, but in other respects, even in physical organisation and certain features of countenance, they were singularly alike, and they both died in the 50th year of their age. Louisa Payson was born at Portland, February the 24th, 1812. Even as a child she was the object of tender interest to her father on account of her remarkable intellectual promise. He took the utmost pains to aid and encourage her in learning to study and to think. The impression he made upon her may be seen in the popular little volume entitled The Pastor's Daughter, which consists largely of conversations with him, written out from memory after his death. She was then in her 16th year. The records of the next 8 years, which were mostly spent in teaching, are very meagre, but a sort of literary journal, kept by her between 1835 and 1840, shows something of her mental quality and character, as also of her course of reading. She was 23 years old when the journal opens. Here are a few extracts from it. Boston, November the 18th, 1835. Last evening I passed in company with Mr. Downey. I conversed with him only for a few moments about Mr. Alcott's school, and had not time to ask one of the 10,000 questions I wished to ask. I have been trying to analyse the feeling I have for men of genius, Coleridge, Wordsworth, and Downey, for example. I can understand why I feel for them unbounded admiration, reverence, and affection, but I hardly know why there should be so much excitement, painful excitement, mingled with these emotions. Next to possessing genius myself would be the pleasure of living with one who possessed it. November the 19th. I have read today one canto of Dante's Inferno, and 8 or 10 pages of Cicero de Amicitia. In this, as well as in De Senectute, which I have just finished, I am much interested. I confess I am not a little surprised to find how largely the moderns are indebted to the ancients. How many wise observations on life and death, the soul, time, eternity, etc., have been repeated by the sages of every generation since the days of Cicero. January the 14th, 1836. I spent last evening with Mr. Downey, and the conversation was, of course, of great interest. We talked of some of the leading reviews of the day, and then of the character of our literature as connected with our political institutions. This led to a long discussion of the latter subject, but as the same views are expressed in Mr. D.'s article on law, I shall pass it over. I differed from him in regard to the French comedies, especially those of Molière. However, he allowed that they contain genuine humour, but they are confined to the exhibition of one ridiculous point in the character, instead of giving us the whole man, as Shakespeare does. September the 22nd. This morning I have had one of the periods of insight, when the highest spiritual truths pertaining to the divine and human natures become their own light and evidence, as well as the evidence of other truths. No speculations, no ridicule can shake my faith in that which I thus see and feel. I was particularly interested in thinking of the regeneration of the spirit and the part which faith, hope, and love have in effecting it. Sabbath, 23rd. It seems to me that this truth alone, there is a God, is sufficient, rightly believed, to make every human being absolutely and perfectly happy. January the 14th, 1839. Wednesday evening attended Mr. Emerson's lecture on genius, of which I shall attempt to say nothing except that it was most delightful. Thursday morning Mr. Emerson called to see me and gave me a ticket for his course. Afterwards Mr. Downey called. It seemed to me that I have lived backwards. In other words, the faculties of my mind, which were earliest developed, were those which in other minds come last, reflection and solidity of judgment, while fancy and imagination, in so far as I have any at all, have followed. Saturday, January the 26th. My occupations in the way of books at present consist in reading Antigone, Guizot's History, Lockhart's Scott, and sundries. I am also translating large extracts from Claudius, with a view to writing an article about him, if the fates shall so will it. Thursday, January the 1st. Mr. Emerson's lecture last night was on comedy. He professed to enter on the subject with reluctance, as conscious of a deficiency in the organ of the ludicrous, a profession, however, that was not substantiated very well by the lecture itself, which convulsed the audience with laughter. He spoke in the commencement of the silent history written in the faces of an assembly, making them as interesting to a spectator as if their lives were written in their features. 25th. I began yesterday Schleiermacher's Christlicher Glaube, a profound, learned, and difficult work, I am told. Geoffroy's philosophical writings, Landor's Pericles and Aspasia, and the Gurney papers. Considering that I was already in the midst of several books, this is rather too much, but I could not help it. The books were lent me, and must be read and returned speedily. I have been all the morning employed in writing an abstract of the Report of the Prison Discipline Society, and am wearied and stupefied. January the 7th, 1840. Went to Mr. Ripley's, where I met Dr. Channing, and listened to a discussion of Spinoza's religious opinions. This afternoon Mr. D came again, talked about the Trinity and other theological points. This evening heard Professor Silliman. I have nearly finished Fichte, and like him on the whole exceedingly, though I think he errs in placing the roots of the speculative in the practical reason. It seems to me that neither grows out of the other, but that they are coincident spheres. Still, there is a truth, a great truth, in what he says. It is true that action is often the most effectual remedy against speculative doubts and perplexities. When you are in the dark about this or that point, ask what command does conscience impose upon me at this moment, obey it, and you will find light. These extracts will suffice to show the quality and extent of her reading. What sort of fruit her reading and study bore may be seen by her articles on Claudius and Goethe in the New York Review. No abler discussion of the genius and writings of Goethe had at that time appeared in this country, while the article on Claudius was probably the first to make him known to American readers. During many of the later years of her life, Mrs. Hopkins was a martyr to ill health. The story of her sufferings, both physical and mental, are artlessly told in little diaries which she kept, is wondrously pitiful. No pen of fiction could equal its simple pathos. Again and again, as she herself knew, she was on the very verge of insanity, nothing probably saving her from it but the devotion of her husband, who, with untiring patience and a mother's tenderness, ministered in season and out of season to her relief. Often would he steal home from his beloved observatory, where he had been teaching his students how to watch the stars, and pass a sleepless night at her bedside, reading to her, and by all sorts of gentle appliances trying to soothe her irritated nerves. And this devotion ran on, without variableness or shadow of turning, year after year, giving itself no rest until her eyes were closed in death. Let us now resume our narrative. A portion of the summer of 1862 was passed by Mrs. Prentiss at Newport. Her season of rest was again invaded by severe illness among her children. Under date of August the 3rd, she writes to Mrs. Smith, "I can see that our landlady, who has good sense and experience, thinks G will not get well. Sometimes, in awful moments, I think so too, but then I cheer up and get quite elated. Last night, as I lay awake, too weary to sleep, I heard a harsh, rasping sound like a large saw. I thought some animal unknown to me must be making it, it was so regular and frequent. But after a time I found it was a dying young soldier who lives farther from this house than Miss H does from our house in New York. His fearful cough! Oh, this war, this war! I never hated and revolted against it as I did then. I had heard someone say such a young man lay dying of consumption in this street, but till then was too absorbed with my own incessant cares to hear the cough, as the rest had done. I never realized how I felt about our country till I found the terror of losing, a link out of that little golden chain that encircles my sweetest joys, was a kindred suffering. Have the times ever looked so black as they do now? We seem to be drifting round without chart or pilot." 2 weeks later, August the 17th, she writes to her cousin, Miss Shipman, "G is really up and about, looking thin and white, and feeling hungry and weak, but little H has been sick with the same disease this 10 days past. I got your letter and the little cat, for which G and I thank you very much. I should think it would about kill you to cook all day, even for our soldiers, but on the whole cannot blame anyone who wants to get killed in their service. I am impressed more and more with their claims upon us, who confront every danger and undergo every suffering, while we sit at home at our ease. However, the ease I have enjoyed during the last 5 weeks has not been of a very luxurious kind, and I have felt almost discouraged, as day after day of confinement and night after night of sleeplessness has pulled down my strength. But what am I doing? Complaining instead of rejoicing that I am not left unchastised. After a careworn summer at Newport, she went with the children to Williamstown, where a month was passed with her brother-in-law, Professor Hopkins. The following letters relate to this visit. To her husband, Williamstown, September the 19th, 1862. I am glad to find that you place reliance on the reports of our late victory, for I have been in great suspense, seeing only the World, which was throwing up its hat and declaring the war virtually ended. I have no faith in such premature assertions, of which we have had so many, but was most anxious to know your opinion. Do not fail to keep me informed of what is going on. The children are all out of doors and enjoying themselves. The Professor has gone on horseback to see about his buckwheat. He took me up there yesterday afternoon, and I crawled through 40 fences, more or less, and got a vast amount of exercise, which did not result in any better sleep, however, than no exercise does. Caro H. read me yesterday a most interesting letter from her brother Henry, describing the scene at Bull Run, when he went there 5 days after the battle. It was very painful to find such mismanagement as he deplores. He gave a most touching account of a young fellow who lay mortally wounded, where he had lain uncared for with his companions the 5 days, and whom they were obliged to decline removing, as they only had room for a portion of the hopeful cases. After beseeching Mr. H. to see that he was removed, and entreating to know when and how he was ever to get home if they left him, he was told that it was not possible to make room for him in this train of ambulances. As Mr. H. tore himself away, he heard him say, "Here, Lord, I give myself away. 'Tis all that I can do." The torture of the wounded men in the ambulances was so frightful that Mr. H. gave each of them morphine enough to kill 3 well men. They cried for it like dogs, and licked my hands lest they should lose a drop, he adds. As a contrast to this letter, some of the new recruits came into the Professor's grounds yesterday to get bouquets, and thought if their folks had a yard so gaily decked with flowers, they would feel set up. To Mrs. Smith, Williamstown, September the 25th, 1862. I have been feeling languid or lazy ever since I came here, and for a few days past have been miserable, but I am better today. This place is perfectly lovely, and grows upon me every day. But the Professor is entirely absorbed in his loss. He does not know it, or else thinks he does not show it, for he makes no complaint, but it is in every tone and word and look. It is plain that Louisa's ill health, which might have weaned a selfish man from her, only endeared her to him. She was so entirely his object day and night that he misses her and the care of her, as a mother does her sick child. If we ride out, he says, "Here I often came with her." If a bird sings, "That is a note she used to love." If we see a flower, "That is one of the flowers she loved." He has an astonishing amount of journal manuscripts, and I think may in time prepare something from them. Isn't it frightful how cotton goods have run up? I gave 20 cents for a yard of cilicia, is that the way to spell it? And suppose everything else has rushed up too. I hope you are prepared to tell me exactly what to buy, and instruct me in the way I should go. To her husband, Williamstown, September the 26th. I spent yesterday forenoon looking over Louisa's papers, and found an enormous mass of manuscript, journals, extract books, translations, and work enough planned and begun for many lifetimes. It was very depressing. One's only refuge is faith in God, and in the certainty that her lingering illness was more acceptable to Him than years of active usefulness, and such extraordinary usefulness, even as she was so fitted for. I read over some of my own letters written many, many years ago, and the sense this gave me of lost youth and vivacity and energy was, for a time, most painful. I have felt for a long while greatly discouraged and depressed, yes, weary of my life, because it seems to me that broken down and worn out as I am, and full of faults under which I groan, being burdened, I could not make you happy. But your last letter comforted me a good deal. I see little for us to do but what you suggest, to cheer each other up, and wear out rather than rust out. It is more and more clear to me that patience is our chief duty on earth, and that we cannot rest here. I am anxious to know what you think of the President's proclamation. The Professor likes it. He seems able to think of little but his loss. Even when speaking in the most cheerful way, tears fill his eyes, and the other day, putting a letter into my hands to read, he had to run out of the room. The letter stated that 50 young persons owed their conversion to Louisa's books. It was written some years ago. His mother spent Saturday here. She is bright and cheerful and full of sly humour. He did everything to amuse her, and she enjoyed her visit amazingly. I long to see you. Letters are more and more unsatisfactory, delusive things. M is going to have a party this afternoon, and is going to one this forenoon. The others are bright and busy as bees. Goodbye. A tinge of sadness is perceptible in most of her letters during this year. Her sister's death, the fearful state of the country, protracted sickness among her children, and her own frequent ill turns and increasing sense of feebleness all conspired to produce this effect. But in truth, her heart was still as young as ever, and a touch of sympathy or an appeal to her love of nature instantly made it manifest. An extract from a letter to Miss Anna Warner, dated New York, December the 16th, may serve as an instance. I wanted to write a book when the trunk came this afternoon. That is, a book full of thanks and exclamation marks. You could not have bought with money anything for my Christmas present that could give half the pleasure. I shut myself up in my little room upstairs. I declare I don't believe you saw that room, did you? And there I spread out my mosses and my twigs and my cones and my leaves, and admired them till I had to go out and walk to compose myself. Then the children came home, and they all admired too, and among us we upset my big work basket and my little work basket, and didn't any of us care. My only fear is that with all you had to do, you did too much for me. Those little red moss cups are too lovely, and as to all those leaves, how I shall leaf out. G asked me who sent me all those beautiful things. Miss Warner, quoth I absently. Didn't Miss Anna send any of them? He exclaimed. So you see you twain do not pass as one flesh here. I have read all the books of blessing, save Gertrude and her cat, but though I like them all very much, my favourite is still The Prince in Disguise. If you come across a little book called Ernest, published by Randolph, do read it. It is one of the few real books and ought to do good. I have outdone myself in picture frames since you left. I got a pair of nippers and some wire, which were of great use in the operation. I am now busy on Mr. Bull for Mr. Prentiss's study. To one of her sister-in-laws she wrote, under the same date, I do not know as I ever was so discouraged about my health as I have been this fall. Sometimes I think my constitution is quite broken down, and that I never shall be good for anything again. However, I do not worry one way or the other, but try to be as patient as I can. I have been a good deal better for some days, and if you could see our house, you would not believe a word about my not being well, and would know my saying so was all a sham. To tell the truth, it does look like a garden, and when I am sick I like to lie and look at what I did when I wasn't. My wreaths and my crosses and my vines and my toadstools and other fixings. Yesterday I made a bonnet of which I am justly proud. Tomorrow I expect to go into mosses and twigs, of which Miss Anna Warner has just sent me a lot. She and her sister were here about a fortnight. They grow good so fast that there is no keeping track of them. Does anybody in Portland take their paper? The children are all looking forward to Christmas with great glee. It is a mercy that there are any children to keep up one's spirits in these times. Was there ever anything so dreadful as the way in which our army has just been driven back? But if we had had a brilliant victory, perhaps the people would have clamoured against the emancipation project, and anything is better than the perpetuation of slavery. Our congregation is fuller than ever, but there is no chance of building even a chapel. Shopping is pleasant business nowadays, isn't it? We shall have to stop sewing and use pins. End of chapter 7, part 1. Chapter 7, part 2, of More Love to Thee, the Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee, the Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss, by George Prentiss. Chapter 7, Part 2. Another careworn summer. Letters from Williamstown and Rockaway. Him on laying the cornerstone of the Church of the Covenant. The records of 1863 are confined mostly to her letters written during the summer. In June she went again with the younger children to Williamstown, where she remained a month. The family then proceeded to Rockaway, Long Island, and spent the rest of the season there in a cottage, kindly placed at their disposal by Mrs. William G. Bull. They passed through New York barely in time to escape the terrible riots which raged there with such fury in the early part of July. A few extracts from her letters belonging to this period follow. To her husband, Troy, June the 10th. I hope you'll not be frightened to get a letter mailed here. Anyhow, I can't resist the temptation to write, though standing up in a little newspaper office. We were routed up at 5:30 this morning by pounds and yells about taking the Northern Railroad. On reaching Troy, the captain bid us hurry or we should lose the train, and we did hurry, though I pretty well foresaw our fate, and after a running walk of 1/4 of a mile, we had the felicity of finding the train had left, and that the next one would not start till 12. The little darlings are bearing the disappointment sweetly. 4 p.m. After depositing my note in the post office, we strolled about a while and then came across to a hotel, where I ordered a lunch dinner. We got through at 12 and marched to the station, expecting to start at once, when M came running up to me declaring there was no train to Williamstown till 5 o'clock. My heart fairly turned over. However, I did not believe it, but on making inquiries it proved to be only too true. For a minute I sat in silent despair. Just then the landlord of the hotel drew nigh and said to me, "You don't look very healthy, missus. If you'll walk over to my house, I will give you a bedroom free of charge, and you can lie down and rest a while." Over to his house we went, weary enough. After a while, finding them all forlorn, I got a carriage and we drove out. On coming back I ordered some ice cream, which built us all up amazingly. The children are now counting the minutes till 5. One of the boys is perched on a washstand with his feet dangling down through the hole where the bowl should be. The other is eating crackers. The landlord is anxious I should take a glass of wine, and M is everywhere at once, having nearly worn out my watch pocket to see what time it was. Monday, June the 21st. It is now going on a fortnight since we left home. Oh, if it were God's will, how I should love to get well, pay you back some of the debts I owe you, be a better mother to my children, write some more books, and make you love me so you wouldn't know what to do with yourself. Just to see how it would seem to be well, and to show you what a splendid creature I could be, if once out of the harness. A modest little list, you will say. I said to myself, is it after all such a curse to suffer and to be a source of suffering to others? Isn't it worthwhile to pay something for warm human sympathies, and something for rich experience of God's love and wisdom? And I felt that for you to have a radiant, cheerful, health-happy wife was not, perhaps, so good for you, as a minister of Christ's gospel, as to have the poor, feeble creature whose infirmities keep you anxious and off the top of the wave. Saturday afternoon the professor took me off strawberrying again. Can you believe that till this June I never went strawberrying in my life? I don't eat them, so the fun is in the picking. Do you realize how kind the professor is to me? I'm afraid I don't. He works very hard, too hard, I think, but perhaps he does it as a refuge from his loneliness. His heart seems still full of tenderness towards Louisa. Yesterday he took me aside and told me, with much emotion, that he dreamed the night before that she floated towards him with a leaf in her hand, on which she wrote the words, Sabbath peacefulness. I love him much, but am afraid of him, as I am of all men, even of you. You need not laugh. I am. To Mrs. Smith she writes from Rockaway, July the 24th. We were glad to hear that you were safely settled at Prout's Neck, far from riots, if not from rumours thereof. We have as convenient and roomy and closety a cottage as possible. We are within 3 minutes or so of the beach, and go back and forth, bathe, dig sand, and stare at the ocean, according to our various ages and tastes. I really do not know how else we spend our time. I sew a little, and am going to sew more when my machine comes. Read a little, doze a little, and eat a good deal. The butcher calls every morning, and so does the baker, with excellent bread. Twice a week clams call at 30 cents the hundred. We get milk, butter, and eggs without much trouble, and ice and various vegetables without any, as Mrs. Bull sends them to us every day, with sprinklings of fruit, pitchers of cream, herring, and whatever is going. We either sit on the beach looking and listening to the waves every evening, or we run into Mrs. Bull's, or gather about our parlour table reading. By 10 we are all off to bed. George does nothing but race back and forth to New York on seminary business. He has gone now. I went with him the other day. The city looks pinched and woebegone. We were caught in that tornado and nearly pulled to pieces. 27th. You will be sorry to hear that our last summer's siege with dysentery bids fair to be repeated. Yesterday, when the disease declared itself, I must own that for a few hours I felt about heartbroken. My own strength is next to nothing, and how to face such a calamity I knew not. Ah, how much easier it is to pray daily, O Jesus Christus, wachs in mir, than to consent to, yea, rejoice in, the terms of the grant. Well, George went for the doctor. His quarters at this season are right opposite. He is a German, and brother of the author Auerbach. We brought G's cot into our room, and George and I took care of him till 3 o'clock, when, for the first time since we had children, I gave out, and left the poor man to get along as nurse as best he could. I can tell you it comes hard on one's pride to resign one's office to a half-sick husband. I think I have let the boys play too hard in the sun. I long to have you see this pretty cottage and this beach. August the 3rd. The children are out of the doctor's hands, and I do about nothing at all. I hope you are as lazy as I am. Today I bathed, read the paper, and finished John Halifax. I wish I could write such a book. To Miss Gilman she writes, August the 10th. We have the nicest of cottages near the sea. I often think of you as I sit watching the waves rush in and the bathers rushing out. I have not yet thanked you for the hymns you sent me. The Traveller's Hymn sounds like George Withers. Mr. P. borrowed a volume of his poems, which delights us both. I am glad you are asking your mother questions about your father. I am amazed at myself for not asking my dear mother many a score about my father, which no human being can answer now. I do not like to think of you all leaving New York. Few families would be so missed and mourned. I can sympathize with you in regard to your present Sunday privileges. We have a long walk in glaring sunshine, sit on bare boards, live through the whole, or nearly the whole, prayer book, and then listen, if we can, to a sermon 3/4 of an hour long, its length not being its chief fault. I am utterly unable to bear such fatigue, and spend my time chiefly at home, with some hope of more profit at any rate. How true it is that our Master's best treasures are kept in earthen vessels. Humanly speaking, we should declare it to be for his glory to commit the preaching of his gospel to the best and wisest hands. But his ways are not as our ways. I feel such a longing, when Sunday comes, to spend it with good people, under the guidance of a heaven-taught man. A minister has such wonderful opportunity for doing good. It seems dreadful to see the opportunity more than wasted. The truth is, we all need, ministers and all, a closer walk with God. If a man comes straight down from the mount to speak to those who have just come from the same place, he must be in a state to edify, and they to be edified. From New York she writes to Miss Shipman, October the 24th. Your letter came just as we started for Poughkeepsie. The synod met there, and I was invited to accompany George, and, quite contrary to my usual habits, I went. We had a nice time. I feel that you are in the best place in the world. Next to dying and going home oneself, it must be sweet to accompany a Christian friend down to the very banks of the river. Isn't it strange that after such experiences we can ever again have a worldly thought, or ever lose the sense of the reality of divine things? But we are like little children, ever learning and ever forgetting. Still, it is well to be learning, and I envy you your frequent visits to the house of mourning. You will miss your dear friend very much. I know how you love her. How many beloved ones you have already lost for a season. Don't set me to making brackets. I am as worldly now as I can be, and my head full of work on all sorts of things. I made 2 cornucopias of your pattern, and filled them with grasses and autumn leaves, and they were magnificent. I got very large grasses in the Rockaway marshes. The children are all well, and as gay as larks. Early in November, the cornerstone of the Church of the Covenant was laid. She wrote the following hymn for the occasion. A temple, Lord, we raise, let all its walls be praise to Thee alone. Draw nigh, O Christ, we pray, to lead us on our way, and be Thou now and aye our cornerstone. In humble faith arrayed, we these foundations laid in war's dark day. Oppression's reign o'erthrown, sweet peace once more our own, do Thou the topmost stone securely lay. And when each earth-built wall crumbling to dust shall fall, our work still own, be to each faithful heart that here hath wrought its part, what in Thy church Thou art, the cornerstone. End of chapter 7, part 2. Chapter VII, Part III, of More Love to Thee. The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss, by George Prentiss. Chapter VII, Part III. Happiness in her children. The summer of 1864. Letters from Hunter. Affliction among friends. In the early part of 1864 she was more than usually afflicted with neuralgic troubles and that horrid calamity, as she calls it, sleeplessness. I know just how one feels when one can't eat or sleep or talk. I declare a good deal of the time pulling words out of me is like pulling out teeth. Still, she writes to a sister-in-law, January the 15th, we are a happy family in spite of our ailments. I suffer a great deal and cause anxiety to my husband by it. But then I enjoy a great deal, and so does he. And our younger children, to say nothing of A, are sources of constant felicity. Do not you miss the hearing little feet pattering round the house? It seems to me that the sound of my 6 little feet is the very pleasantest sound in the world. Often when I lie in bed racked with pain and exhausted from want of food, for my digestive organs seem paralysed when I have neuralgia, hearing these little darlings about the house compensates for everything, and I am inexpressibly happy in the mere sense of possession. I hate to have them grow up and to lose my pets, or exchange them for big boys and girls. I suppose your boys are a great help to you and company too, but I feel for you that you have not also a couple of girls. Poor Louisa! It is very painful to think what she suffered. Her death was such a shock to me, I can hardly say why, that I have never been since what I was before. I suppose my nervous system was so shattered that so unexpected a blow would naturally work unkindly. Early in the following summer she was distressed by the sudden bereavement of dear friends and by the death of her nephew, who fell in one of the battles of the Wilderness. In a letter to Miss Gilman, dated June the 18th, she refers to this. Your dear little flowers came in excellent condition, but at a moment when I could not possibly write to tell you so. The death of Mrs. R.H. broke my heart. I only knew her by a sort of instinct, but I sorrowed in her mother's sorrow and in that of her sisters. Death is a blessed thing to the one whom it leads to Christ's kingdom and presence, but oh, how terrible for those it leaves fainting and weeping behind. We expect to go off for the summer on next Thursday. We go to Hunter, N.Y., in the region of the Catskills. My husband's mother has been with me during the last 6 weeks and has just gone home, and I have now to do up the last things in a great hurry. You may not know that my A. and M.S. and a number of other young people of their age joined our church on last Sunday. I can hardly realise my felicity. I seem to myself to have a new child. Your sister may have told you of the loss of Professor Hopkins' son. He was the first grandchild in our family, and his father's all. We may never hear what his fate was, but the suspense has been dreadful. Her interest in the national struggle was intense, and her conviction of its providential character unwavering. To a friend, who seemed to her a little lukewarm on the subject, she wrote at this time, For my part, I am sometimes afraid I shall die of joy if we ever gain a complete and final victory. You can call this spunk if you choose, but my spunk has got a backbone of its own, and that is deep-seated conviction that this is a holy war and that God himself sanctions it. He spares nothing precious when he has a work to do. No life is too valuable for him to cut short when any of his designs can be furthered by doing so. But I could talk a month and not have done, you wicked unbeliever. To her husband, Hunter, June the 27th, 1864. This morning after breakfast I sallied out with 6 children to take a most charming walk, scramble, climb, etc. We put on our worst old duds, tuck up our skirts knee-high, and have a regular good time of it. If you were awake so early as 8 o'clock, I don't believe you were, you might have seen us with a good spyglass, and it would have made your righteous soul leap for joy to see how we capered and laughed, and what strawberries we picked, and how much of a child A turned into. They all 6 played run till they had counted 12, and then they tumbled down and rolled in the grass, till I wondered what their bones were made of. I do not see that we could have found a better place for the children. What with the 7 calves, the cows, the sheep, the 2 pet lambs, the dogs, hens, chickens, horses, etc., they are perfectly happy. Just now they have been to see the butter maid and to get a drink of buttermilk. We have lots of strawberries and cream, pot cheese, johnny cakes, and there are always eggs and milk at our service. From diplomatic motives, I advise you not to say too much about Hunter to people asking questions. It would entirely spoil its only great charm if a rush of silly city folks should scent it out. It is really a primitive place, and that you can say. Mr. Coe preached an excellent sermon on Sunday morning. To Mrs. Smith, Hunter, July the 4th, 1864. I have just been off, all alone, foraging, and have come home bringing my sheaves with me, ground pine and red berries, with which I have made a beautiful wreath. I have also adorned the picture of General Grant with festoons of evergreens, conjuring him the while not to disappoint our hopes, but to take Richmond. Alas, you may know by this time that he can't. But in lack of news since a week ago, I can but hope for the best. I've taken a pew, and we contrived to squeeze into it in this wise: first a child, then a mother, then a child, then an Annie, then a child, the little ones being stowed in the cracks left between us big ones. Mr. R., the parson, looking fit to go straight into his grave, was up here to get a wagon, as he was going for a load of chips. His wife was at home sick, without any servant, had churned 3 hours, and the butter wouldn't come, and has a pew full of little ones. Oh, my poor sisters in the ministry, my heart aches for them. Mr. R. gave us a superior sermon last Sunday. I know next to nothing about what is going on in the world, but George writes that he feels decidedly pleased with the look of things. He has been carrying on like all possessed since I left, having company to breakfast, lunch, dinner, and finally went and had Chi Alpha all himself. July the 25th. We went one day last week on a most delightful excursion, 21 of us in all. Our drive was splendid and the scenery sublime. Even we distinguished Swiss travellers thought so. We came to one spot where ice always is found, cut out big pieces, ate it, drank it, threw it at each other, and carried on with it generally. We had our dinner on the grass in the woods. We brought home a small cartload of natural brackets, some of them beautiful. August the 1st. You have indeed had a rich experience. We all read your letter with the deepest interest, and feel that it would have been good to be there. Your account of Caro shows what force of character she possessed, as well as what God's grace can do, and do quickly. This is not the first time he has ripened a soul into full Christian maturity with almost miraculous rapidity. A veteran saint could not have laid down his armour and adjusted himself to meet death with more calmness than did this young disciple. I do not wonder her family were born, for the time, above their sorrow, but alas, their bitter pangs of anguish are yet to meet them. Her poor mother! How much she has suffered, and has yet to suffer, all the more because she bears it so heroically. To Miss Emily S. Gilman, Hunter, August the 1st, 1864. You must have wondered why I did not answer your letter and your book, for both of which I thank you. Well, it has been such dry, warm weather that I have not felt like writing. Besides, for nurse I have only a little German girl 14 years old, who never was out of New York before, and whom I have been so determined on spoiling that I couldn't bear to take her off from her play to mend, patch, darn, wash faces, necks, feet, etc., and unconsciously did everything there was to do for the children, and a little more besides. I like the little book very much. You have the greatest knack, you girls, of lighting on nice books and nice hymns. We are right in the midst of most charming walks. Here is a grove, there is a brook, here is a creek, almost a river, big enough at any rate to get on to the map, and there a mountain. As to ferns and mosses for your poetical side, and as for raspberries and blackberries for your t'other side, time would fail me if I should begin to speak of them. I think a great deal of you and your sisters when off on foraging expeditions, and wish you were here notwithstanding you are mossy and ferny there. We have as yet made only one excursion. That was delightful, and gave us our first true idea of the Catskills. Before Mr. P. came, I usually went off on my forenoon walk alone, unless the children trooped after, and came home a miniature Burnham Wood, with all sorts of things, except creeping things and flying fowl. I have just finished reading to M. and a little girl near her age a little French book you would like, called Augustin. I never met with a sweeter picture of a loving child anywhere. Well, I may as well stop writing. Remember me lovingly to all your dear household. To Mrs. Stearns she writes, September the 16th. How much faith and patience we poor invalids do need! The burden of life sits hard on our weary shoulders. I think the mountain air has agreed with our children better than the seaside has done, but George craves the ocean and the bathing. He spent this forenoon, as he has a good many others, in climbing the side of the mountain for exercise, views, and blackberries. I go with him sometimes. We had a few days' visit from Professor Hopkins. He has heard confirmation of the rumours of poor Eddie's death and burial. He means to go to Ashland as soon as the state of the country makes it practicable, but has little hope of identifying E's remains. It is a great sorrow to him to lose all he had in this horrible way, but he bears it with wonderful faith and patience, and says he never prayed for his son's life after he went into action. Some letters received by him give a pleasant idea of the Christian stand E took after entering the army. I believe this is Lizzie P.'s wedding day. There is a beautiful rainbow smiling on it from our mountain home, and I hope a real one is glorifying hers. To Miss Gilman, Hunter, September the 17th. Oh, I wish you were here on this glorious day. The foliage has begun to turn a little, and the mountains are in a state bordering on perfection. It is wicked for me to stay indoors, even to write this, but it seems as if a letter from here would carry with it a savour of mountain air, and must do you more good than one from the city could. I wish I had thought sooner to ask you if you would like some of our mosses. I thought I had seen mosses before, but found I had not. I will enclose some dried specimens. I thought, while I was in the woods this morning, that I never had thanked God half enough for making these lovely things and giving us tastes wherewith to enjoy them. You ask if I have spilt ink all down the side of this white house. Yes, I have. Woe be unto me. I was sick abed, and got up to write to Mr. P., not wanting him to know I was sick, and one of the children came in, and I snatched him up in my lap to hug and kiss a little, and he, of course, hit the pen and upset the inkstand, and burst out crying at my dismay. Then might have been seen a headachy woman catching the apoplexy by leaning out of the window and scrubbing paint, sacrificing all her nice rags in the process, and dreadfully mortified into the bargain. Yesterday we were all caught in a pouring rain when several miles from home on the side of the mountain blackberrying. We each took a child and came rolling and tearing down through the bushes and over stones, H's little legs flying as little legs rarely fly. We nearly died with laughing, and if I only knew how to draw, I could make you laugh by giving you a picture of the scene. You will judge from this that we are all great walkers. So we are. I take the children almost everywhere, and they walk miles every day. Well, I will go now and get you some scraps of pressed mosses. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 4 of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss by George Prentiss. Chapter 7, Part 4. The Death of President Lincoln. Dedication of the Church of the Covenant. Growing insomnia. Resolves to try the water cure. Its beneficial effects. Summer at Newburgh. Reminiscence of an excursion to Palt's Point. Death of her husband's mother. Funeral of her nephew, Edward Payson Hopkins. Two events rendered the month of April 1865 especially memorable to Mrs. Prentiss. One was the assassination of President Lincoln on the evening of Good Friday. She had been very ill, and her husband, on learning the dreadful news from the morning paper, thought it advisable to keep it from her for a while. But one of the children, going into her chamber, burst into tears, and thus betrayed the secret. Her state of nervous prostration and her profound affectionate admiration for Mr. Lincoln made the blow the most stunning by far she ever received from any public calamity. It was such, no doubt, to tens of thousands, indeed to the American people. No Easter morning ever before dawned upon them amid such a cloud of horror, or found them so bowed down with grief. The younger generation can hardly conceive of the depth and intensity, or the strange, unnatural character, of the impression made upon the minds of old and young alike by this most foul murder. The other event was of a very different character, and filled her with great joy. It was the dedication, on the last Sunday in April, of the new church edifice, whose growth she had watched with so much interest. In the spring of 1865 she was induced, by the entreaty of friends who had themselves tested his skill, to consult Dr. Schieferdecker, a noted hydropathist, and later to place herself under his care. In a letter to her cousin, Miss Shipman, she writes, "I want to tell you, but do not want you to mention it to anyone, that I have been to see Dr. Schieferdecker to know what he thought of my case. He says that I might go on dieting to the end of my days and not get well, but that his system could and would cure me, only it would take a long time. I have not decided whether to try his process, but have no doubt he understands my disease." Dr. Schieferdecker had been a pupil and was an enthusiastic disciple of Priesnitz. He had unbounded faith in the healing properties of water. He was very impulsive, opinionated, self-confident, and accustomed to speak contemptuously of the old medical science and those who practised it. But for all that, he possessed a remarkable sagacity in the diagnosis and treatment of chronic disease. Mrs. Prentiss went through the "cure" with indomitable patience and pluck, and was rewarded by the most beneficial results. Her sleeplessness had become too deep-rooted to be overcome, but it was greatly mitigated, and her general condition vastly improved. She never ceased to feel very grateful to Dr. Schieferdecker for the relief he had afforded her, and for teaching her how to manage herself, for after passing from under his care, she still continued to follow his directions. "No tongue can tell how much I am indebted to him," she wrote in 1869. "I am like a ship that after poking along 20 years with a heavy load on board, at last gets into port, unloads, and springs to the surface." To Miss E. S. Gilman, New York, February 23rd, 1865. It is said to be an ill wind that blows nobody good, and as I am still idling about, doing absolutely nothing but receive visits from neuralgia, I have leisure to think of poor Miss . I wrote to ask her if there was anything she wanted and could not get in her region. Yesterday I received her letter, in which she mentions a book, but says, "Anything that is useful for body or mind would be gratefully received." Now, I got the impression from that article in the Independent that she could take next to no nourishment. Do you know what she does take? And can you suggest, from what you know, anything she would like? What's the use of my being sick if it isn't for her sake or that of some other suffering soul? I want very much to get some things together and send her. Nobody knows, who hasn't experienced it, how delightfully such things break in on the monotony of a sick room. Just yet I am not strong enough to do anything. My hands tremble so that I can hardly use even a pen. Yet you need not think I am much amiss, for I go out every pleasant day to ride, and some days can take quite a walk. The trouble is that when the pain returns, as it does several times a day, it knocks my strength out of me. I hope when all parts of my frame have been visited by this erratic sprite, it may find it worth while to beat a retreat. Only to think we are going to move to number 70 East 27th Street, and you have all been and gone away. The rent is enormous, $1,000 having been just added to an already high price. Our people have taken that matter in hand, and no burden of it will come on us. I received your letter, and am much obliged to you for writing to Miss for me. The reason I did not do it was, that it seemed like hurrying her up to thank me for the little drop of comfort I sent her. Dear me, it's hard to be sick when people send you quails and jellies and fresh eggs and all such things, but to be sick and suffer for necessaries must be terrible. To the same, New York, March the 9th, 1865. I thank you for the details of Miss case, as I wished to describe them to some friends. I sent her $10 yesterday for 2 of my friends. I also sent off a box by express, for the contents of which I had help. The things were such as I had persuaded her to mention. A new kind of farina, figs, 2 portfolios. Of course she didn't ask for 2, but I had one I thought she would perhaps like better than the one I bought. A few crackers and several books. Mr. P. added one of those beautiful large print editions of the Psalms which will, I think, be a comfort to her. I shall also send Adelaide Newton by and by. I thought she had her hands full of reading for the present, and the great thing is not to heap comforts on her all at once and then leave her to her fate, but keep up a stream of such little alleviations as can be provided. She said she had poor accommodations for writing, so I greatly enjoyed fitting up the portfolio, which was none the worse for wear, with paper and envelopes, a pencil with rubber at the end, a cunning little knife, some stamps, for which there was a small box, a few pens, etc. I know it will please you to hear of this, and as the money was furnished me for the purpose, you need not set it down to my credit. I meant to go to see your sister, but my head is still in such a weak state that though I go to walk nearly every day, I cannot make calls. It is 5 weeks since I went to church for the same reason. It is part of God's discipline with me to keep me shut up a good deal more than the old Adam in me fancies. But His way is absolutely perfect, and I hope I wouldn't change it in any particular if I could. Have you Pusey's tract, Do All to the Lord Jesus? If not, I must send it to you. It seems as if I had a lot of things I wanted to say, but after writing a little, my hands and arms begin to tremble so that I can hardly write plainly. You never saw such a lazy life as I lead nowadays. I can't do anything. I advise you to do what you have to do for Christ now. By the time you are as old as I am, perhaps you will have the will and not the power. Well, goodbye till next time. The summer of this year was passed at Newburgh, in company with the Mrs. Butler, now Mrs. Kirkbride of Philadelphia, and Mrs. Booth of Liverpool, and the families of Mr. William Allen Butler, Mr. B. F. Butler, and Mr. John P. Crosby, to all of whom Mrs. Prentiss was strongly attached. The late Mr. Daniel Lord, the eminent lawyer, with a portion of his family, had also a cottage near by, and was full of hospitable kindness. In spite of the exacting hydropathic treatment, she found constant refreshment and delight in the society of so many dear friends. The only thing I have to complain of, she wrote, is everybody being too good to me. How different it is being among friends to being among strangers. In a letter to her husband, dated New York, September the 15th, 1879, Mr. William Allen Butler gives the following reminiscence of an excursion to Palt's Point and an evening at Newburgh. From the date you give in your note, to which I have just recurred, of our trip to Palt's Point, it seems that in writing you today I have unwittingly fallen on the anniversary of that pleasant excursion. Without this reminder, I could not have told the day or the year, but of the excursion itself I have always had a vivid and delightful recollection, and if I am not mistaken, Mrs. Prentiss enjoyed it as fully as any one of the merry party. It was only on that jaunt and in our summer home at Newburgh that I had the opportunity of knowing her readiness to enter into that kind of enjoyment which depends upon the cooperation of every member of a circle for the entertainment of all. The elements of our group were well commingled, and the bright things evoked by their contact and friction were neither few nor far between. The game to which you allude of inspiration or rhapsody was a favourite. The evening at Palt's Point called out some clever sallies, of which I have no record or special recollection, but I know that then, as always, Mrs. Prentiss seemed to have at her pencil's point for instant use the wit and fancy so charmingly exhibited in her writings. She published somewhere an account of one of our inspired or rhapsodical evenings, but greatly to my regret failed to include in it her own contribution, which was the best of all. I distinctly remember the time and scene, the September evening, the big square sitting room of the old seminary building in which you boarded, the bright faces whose radiance made up in part for the limitations of artificial light, the puzzled air which everyone took on when presented with the list of unmanageable words, to be reproduced in their consecutive order in prose or verse composition within the next quarter or half hour, the stillness which supervened while the enforced pleasures of poetic pains or prose agony were being undergone, the sense of relief which supplemented the completion of the batch of extempore effusions, and the fun which their reading provoked. Mrs. Prentiss had contrived out of the odd and incoherent jumble of words a choice bit of poetic humour and pathos, which I never quite forgave her for omitting in the publication of the nonsense written by other hands. These trifles as they seemed at the time, and as in fact they were, become less insignificant in the retrospect, as we associate them with the whole character and being we instinctively love to place at the farthest remove from gloom or sadness, and as they rediscover to us in the distance the native vivacity and grace of which they were the chance expression. Since that summer of 1865, having lived away from New York, I saw little of Mrs. Prentiss, but I have a special remembrance of one little visit you made at our home in Yonkers, which she seemed very much to enjoy, saying of the reunion which made it so pleasant to the members of our family and all who happened to be together at the time, that it was like heaven. During the summer of 1865, the sympathies of Mrs. Prentiss were much wrought upon by the sickness and death of her husband's mother, who entered into rest on the 9th of August, in the 84th year of her age. On the 12th of the previous January, she, with the whole family, had gone to Newark to celebrate the 83rd birthday of this aged saint. Had they known it was to be the last, they could have wished nothing changed. It was a perfect winter's day, and the scene at the old parsonage was perfect too. There, surrounded by children and children's children, sat the venerable grandmother, with a benignant smile upon her face and the peace of God in her heart. As she received in birthday gifts and kisses and congratulations their loving homage, the measure of her joy was full, and she seemed ready to say her Nunc Dimittis. She belonged to the number of those holy women of the old time who trusted in God and adorned themselves with the ornament of a meek and quiet spirit, and whose children to the latest generation rise up and call them blessed. In the course of this year, her sympathies were also deeply touched by repeated visits from her brother-in-law, Professor Hopkins, on his way to and from Virginia. Allusion has been made already to the death of her nephew, Lieutenant Edward Payson Hopkins. He was killed in battle while gallantly leading a cavalry charge at Ashland, in Virginia, on the 11th of May, 1864. In June of the following year, his father went to Ashland with the hope of recovering the body. 5 comrades had fallen with Edward, and the negroes had buried them without coffins, side by side, in 2 trenches in a desolate, swampy field, and under a very shallow covering of earth. The place was readily discovered, but it was found impossible to identify the body. The disappointed father, almost broken-hearted, turned his weary steps homeward. When he reached Williamstown, his friends said, "He has grown 10 years older since he went away." Several months later, he learned that there were means of identification which could not fail, even if the body had already turned to dust. Accordingly, he again visited Ashland, attended this time by soldiers, a surgeon, and government officials. His search proved successful, and to his joy, not only was the body identified, but owing to the swampy nature of the ground, it was found to be in an almost complete state of preservation. There was something wonderfully impressive in the grave aspect and calm, gentle tone of the venerable man, as with his precious charge he passed through New York on his way home. In a letter to Mrs. Prentiss, dated January 2nd, 1866, he himself tells the story of the reinterment at Williamstown. After stopping a minute at my door, the wagon passed at once to the cemetery, and the remains were deposited in the tomb. This was on Thursday. After consulting with my brother and his son, the chaplain, I determined to wait till the Sabbath before the interment. Accordingly, at 3 o'clock, after the afternoon service, the remains of my dear boy were placed beside those of his mother. The services were simple, but solemn in a high degree. They were opened by an address from Harry. Prayer followed by Reverend Mr. Noble, now supplying the desk here. He prefaced his prayer by saying that he never saw Edward but once, when he preached at Williamstown at a communion, and saw him sitting beside me and partaking with me. Singing then followed by the choir of which Eddie was for a long time a member. The words were those striking lines of Montgomery, "Go to the grave in all thy glorious prime," etc. After which the coffin was lowered to its place by young men who were friends of Edward in his earlier years. The state of the elements was exceedingly favourable to the holding of such an exercise in the open air at a season generally so inclement. The night before there was every appearance of a heavy north-east storm, but Sabbath morning it was calm. As I went to church, I noticed that the sun rested on the Vermont mountains just north of us, though with a mellowed light, as if a veil had been thrown over them. In the after part of the day, the open sky had spread southward, so that the interment took place when the air was as mild and serene as spring, just as the last sun of the year was sinking towards the mountains. Almost the entire congregation were present. Thus, dear sister, I have given you a brief account of the solemn but peaceful winding up of what has been to me a sharp and long trial, and I know to yourself and family also. In eternity we shall more clearly read the lesson which even now, in the light of opening scenes, we are beginning to interpret. End of Chapter 7, Part 4.
Chapter 8, Part 1 of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss by George Prentiss, Chapter 8, Part 1. The Pastor's Wife and Daughter of Consolation, 1866 to 1868. We now enter upon the most interesting and happiest period of Mrs. Prentiss's experience as a pastor's wife. The congregation of the Church of the Covenant had been slowly forming in troublesome times. It was composed of congenial elements, being of one heart and one mind. Some of the most cultivated families and family circles in New York belonged to it, and Mrs. Prentiss was much beloved in them all. What a helpmeet she was to her husband, and with that zeal and delight she fulfilled her office, especially that of a daughter of consolation, among his people will soon appear. How ignorant we often are, at the time, of the turning points in our life. We inquire for a summer boarding place and decide upon it without any thought beyond the few weeks for which it was engaged. And yet, perhaps, our whole earthly future, or that of those most dear to us, is to be vitally affected by this seemingly trifling decision. So it happened to Mrs. Prentiss in 1866. Early in May her husband and his brother-in-law, Dr. Stearns, went, at a venture, to Dorset, Vermont, and there secured rooms for their families during the summer. But little did either she or they dream that Dorset was to be henceforth her summer home and her resting place in death. The Portland fire, to which reference is made in the following letters, occurred on the 4th of July and consumed a large portion of the city. To Miss Mary B. Shipman, Dorset, July 25, 1866. Never in my life did I live through such a spring and early summer as this. As to business and bustle, I mean, you must have given me up as a lost case. But I have thought of you every day and longed to hear how you were getting on, and whether you lived through that dreadful weather. Annie went with the children to Williamstown about the middle of June. I nearly killed myself with getting them ready to go, and could see the flesh drop off my bones. George and I went to Newport on what Mrs. Bronson called our bridal trip, and stayed 11 days. Mr. and Mrs. McCurdy were kindness personified. We came home and preached on the first Sunday in July, and then went to Greenfield Hill to spend the 4th with Mrs. Bronson. That nearly finished me, and then I went to Williamstown on that hot Friday and was quite finished on reaching there to hear about the fire in Portland. Did you ever hear anything so dreadful? I did not know for several days, but H&C were burnt out of house and home. Most of my other friends I knew were, and can there be any calamity like being left naked, hungry, and homeless, everything gone forever? But let no one say a word that has a roof over his head. All my father's servants were burned, the house where most of us were born, his church, etc. Fancy New Haven stripped of its shade trees, and you can form some idea of the loss of Portland in that respect. Well, I might go on talking forever, and not have said anything. The heat upset G, and we have been fighting off sickness for a week, I getting wild with loss of sleep. We are enchanted with Dorset. We are so near the woods and mountains that we go every day and spend hours wandering about among them. If there is any difference, I think this place even more beautiful than Williamstown. It suits us better as a summer retreat, from its great seclusion. I am, that is we are, mean enough to want to keep it as quiet and secluded as it is now, by not letting people know how nice it is. A very few fashionably dressed people would just spoil it for us. So keep our counsel, you dear child. A few days later, she writes to Mrs. Smith, then in Europe. On the 6th, a day of fearful heat, I went to Williamstown, where I found all the children as well as possible, but heard the news of the Portland fire, which almost killed me. All my father's manuscripts are destroyed. We always meant to divide them among us, and ought to have done it long ago. I heard of any number of injudicious babies as taking the inopportune day succeeding the fire to enter on the scene of desolation, all born in tents. I am sorry my children will never see my father's church, nor the house where I was born. But private griefs are nothing when compared with a calamity that is so appalling, and that must send many a heart homeless and aching to the grave. I spent 2 weeks at Williamstown. When George came for me, and the weather cooling off, we had a comfortable journey here. We are perfectly delighted with Dorset. The sweet seclusion is most soothing, and the house is very pleasant. Mr. and Mrs. F. are intelligent, agreeable people, and do all they can to make us comfortable. The mountains are so near that I hear the crows cawing in the trees. We are making pretty things and pressing an unheard-of quantity of ferns. We go to the woods regularly every morning and stay the whole forenoon. In the afternoon we rest, read, write, etc. Sometimes we drive, and always after tea George walks with me about 2 miles. I hope the war is not impeding your movements. I suppose you will call this a short letter, but I think it is as long as is good for you. All my dear £9 gained at Newburgh have gone by the board. August 20th. I am sorry you had such hot weather in Paris, but hope it passed off as our heat did. Dr. Hamlin's 2 youngest daughters have been here, and came to see me. They are both interesting girls, and the elder of the 2 really brilliant. They had never been here before, and were carried away with the beauties of their mother's birthplace. I wish you could see my room. Every pretty thing grows here, and has come to cheer and beautify it. The woods are everywhere, and as for the views, oh, my child! However, I do not suppose anything short of Mont Blanc will suit you now. In April 1867, the parsonage on 35th Street was occupied. It had been built more especially for her sake, and was furnished by the generosity of her friends. Her joy in entering it was completed by a housewarming, at the close of which a passage of Scripture was read by Professor Smith. All hail the power of Jesus' name, sung, and then the blessing of heaven invoked upon the new home by that holy man of God, Dr. Thomas H. Skinner. Here she passed the next 6 years of her life. Here she wrote the larger portion of Stepping Heavenward, and here the cup of her domestic joy, and of joy in her God and Savior often ran over. Here, too, some of her dearest Christian friendships were formed and enjoyed. The summer of 1867 was passed at Dorset. In less than a month of it she wrote one of her best children's books, Little Lou's Sayings and Doings, and much of the remainder was spent in discussing with her husband the project of building a cottage of their own. In a letter to her cousin, Miss Shipman, dated September 21, she writes, "We have had our heads full all summer of building a little cottage here. We are having a plan made, and have about fixed on a lot. We are rather tired of boarding. George hates it, and Dorset suits us as well, I presume, as any village would. It is a lovely spot, and the people are as intelligent as in other parts of New England. The professor is disappointed at our choosing this rather than Williamstown, but it would be no rest to us to go there. We have not decided to build. It may turn out too expensive, but we have taken lots of comfort in talking about it. We have been on several excursions, one of them to the top of Equinox. It is a hard trip, fully 6 miles walking and climbing. I have amused myself with writing some little books of the Susie sort. 4 in less than a month, a sickness taking a good piece of time out of that period. They are to appear, or a part of them, in the Riverside next winter, and then to be issued in book form by Hurd and Houghton. This will a good deal more than furnish our cottage and what trees and shrubs we want, so that I feel justified in undertaking that expense. We had 2 weeks at Newport before we came here, and Mr. and Mrs. McCurdy overwhelmed us with kindness, paying our travel expenses, etc., and keeping up one steady stream of such favors the whole time. I never saw such people. How delightful it must be to be able to express such benevolence. Well, you and I can be faithful in that which is least, at any rate. We have all had plenty to read all summer, and have sat out of doors and read a good deal. I am going now to carry little Reed to a missionary's wife who is spending the summer here. A nice little woman. This will give me a 3 miles walk and about use up the rest of the forenoon. In the afternoon I have promised to go to the woods with the children, all of whom are as brown as Indians. My room is all aflame with 2 great trees of maple. I never saw such a beautiful velvety color as they have. We have just had a very pleasant excursion to a mountain called Haystack, and ate our dinner sitting round in the grass in view of a splendid prospect. I have thus given you the history of our summer as far as its history can be written. Its ecstatic joys have not been wanting, nor its hours of shame and confusion of face, but these are things that cannot be described. What a mystery life is, and how we go up and down, glad today and sorrowful tomorrow. I took real solid comfort thinking of you and praying for you this morning. I love you dearly and always shall. Goodbye, dear child. The 4 little books afford a good illustration of the ease and rapidity with which she composed. When once she had fixed upon a subject, her pen almost flew over the paper. Scarcely ever did she hesitate for a thought or for the right words to express it. Her manuscript rarely showed an erasure or any change whatever. She generally wrote on a portfolio, holding it upon her knees. Her pen seemed to be a veritable part of herself, and the instant it began to move, her face glowed with eager and pleasurable feeling. "A kitten," she wrote to a maiden friend, "a kitten without a tail to play with, a mariner without a compass, a bird without wings, a woman without a husband," and 55 at that, furnish faint images of the desolation of my heart without a pen. But although she wrote very fast, she never began to write without careful study and premeditation when her subject required it. About this time, The Little Preacher appeared. The scene of the story is laid in the Black Forest. Before writing it, she spent a good deal of time in the Astor Library, reading about peasant life in Germany. In a letter from a literary friend, this little work is thus referred to. "I want to tell you what a German gentleman said to me the other day about your Little Preacher. He was talking with me of German peasant life, and inquired if I had read your charming story. He was delighted to find I knew you, and exclaimed enthusiastically, 'I wish I knew her. I would so like to thank her for her perfect picture. It is a miracle of genius,' he added, 'to be able thus to portray the life of a foreign people. He is very intelligent, and so I know you will be pleased with his appreciation of your book. He said if he were not so poor, he would buy a whole edition of the Little Preacher to give to his friends." During the autumn of this year, her sister-in-law, Mrs. Edward Payson, died after a lingering, painful illness. The following letter, dated October 28, was written to her shortly before her departure. "I have been so engrossed with sympathy for Edward and your children that I have but just begun to realize that you are about entering on a state of felicity which ought, for the time, to make me forget them. Dear Nellie, I congratulate you with all my heart. Do not let the thought of what those who love you must suffer in your loss diminish the peace and joy with which God now calls you to think only of Himself and the home He has prepared for you. Try to leave them to His kind, tender care. He loves them better than you do. He can be to them more than you have been. He will hear your prayers and all the prayers offered for them, and as one whom His mother comforteth, so will He comfort them. We, who shall be left here without you, cannot conceive the joys on which you are to enter, but we know enough to go with you to the very gates of the city, longing to enter in with you to go no more out. All your tears will soon be wiped away. You will see the King in His beauty. You will see Christ your Redeemer and realize all He is and all He has done for you. And how many saints whom you have loved on earth will be standing ready to seize you by the hand and welcome you among them? As I think of these things, my soul is in haste to be gone. I long to be set free from sin and self and to go to the fellowship of those who have done with them forever, and are perfect and entire, wanting nothing. Dear Nellie, I pray that you may have as easy a journey homeward as your Father's love and compassion can make for you. But these sufferings at the worst cannot last long, and they are only the messengers sent to loosen your last tie on earth, and conduct you to the sweetest rest. But I dare not write more, lest I weary your poor worn frame with words. May the very God of peace be with you every moment, even unto the end, and keep your heart and mind stayed upon Him. Mrs. Payson had been an intimate friend of her childhood, and was endeared to her by uncommon loveliness and excellence of character. The bereaved husband, with his little boy, passed a portion of the ensuing winter at the parsonage in New York. There was something about the child, a sweetness and a clinging, almost wild devotion to his father, which, together with his motherless state, touched his aunt to the quick and called forth her tenderest love. Many a page of Stepping Heavenward was written with this child in her arms, and perhaps that is one secret of its power. When, not very long afterwards, he went to his mother, Mrs. Prentiss wrote to the father, "Only this morning I was trying to invent some way of framing my little picture of Frances, so as to see it every day before my eyes. And now this evening's mail brings your letter, and I am trying to believe what it says is true. If grief and pain could comfort you, you would be comforted. We all loved Frances, and A. has always said he was too lovely to live. How are you going to bear this new blow? My heart aches as it asks the question, aches and trembles for you. But perhaps you loved him so that you will come to be willing to have him in his dear mother's safe keeping. Will bear your own pain in future because through your anguish your love is sheltered forever, to know no more pain, to suffer no more for lack of womanly care, and is already developing into the rare character which made him so precious to you. Oh, do try to rejoice for him while you cannot but mourn for yourself. At the longest you will not have long to suffer. We are a short-lived race. But while I write, I feel that I want someone to speak a comforting word to me. I too am bereaved in the death of this precious child, and my sympathy for you is in itself a pang. Dear little lamb! I cannot realize that I shall never see that sweet face again in this world, but I shall see it in heaven. God bless and comfort you, my dear afflicted brother. I dare not worry you with words which all seem a mockery. I can only assure you of my tenderest love and sympathy, and that we all feel with and for you, as only those can who know what this child was to you. I am going to bed with an aching heart, praying that light may spring out of this darkness. Give love from us all to Ned and Will. Perhaps Ned will kindly write me if you feel that you cannot, and tell me all about the dear child's illness. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 8, Part 2 of More Love to Thee. The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss, by George Prentiss, Chapter 8, Part 2. The life of a pastor's wife is passed in the midst of mingled gladness and sorrow. While somebody is always rejoicing, somebody, too, is always sick or dying, or else weeping. How often she goes with her husband from the wedding to the funeral, or hurries with him from the funeral to the wedding. And then, perhaps, in her own family circle the same process is repeated. The year 1868 was marked for Mrs. Prentiss in an unusual degree by the sorrowful experience. The latter part of May, Mrs. Stearns, then suffering from an exhausting disease, came to New York and spent several weeks in hopes of finding some relief from change of scene. But her case grew more alarming. She passed the summer at Cornwall on the Hudson in great pain and feebleness, and was then carried home to lie down on her dying bed. To Mrs. Stearns, Newport, July 7, 1868. We had a dreadful time getting here. I did not sleep a wink. There were 1,250 passengers on board, almost piled on each other, and such screaming of babies it would be hard to equal. There are lots of people here we know. Ever so many stop to speak to us after church. We are in the midst of a perfect world of show and glitter. But how many empty hearts drive up and down in this gay procession of wealth and fashion? I shall think of you a good deal today, as setting forth on your journey and reaching your new home. I do hope you will find it refreshing to go up the river, and that your rooms will be pleasant and airy. We shall be anxious to hear all about it. It is a constant lesson to be with Mrs. McCurdy. I think she is a true Christian in all her views of life and death. Her sweet patience, cheerfulness, and contentment are a continual reproof to me. Here she is so lame that she can go nowhere, a lameness of over 20 years, restricted to the plainest food, liable to die at any moment, yet the very happiest, sunniest creature I ever saw. She says, with tears, that God has been too good to her and given her too much, that she sometimes fears He does not love her because He gives her such prosperity. I reminded her of the 4 lovely children she had lost. Yes, she says, but how many lovely ones I have left! She says that the long hours she has to spend alone, on account of her physical infirmities, are never lonely or sad. She sings hymns and thinks over to herself all the pleasure she has enjoyed in the past, in her husband and children and devoted servants. She goes up to bed singing, and I hear her singing while she dresses. She said, the other day, that at her funeral she hoped the only services would be prayers and hymns of praise. I think this very remarkable from one who enjoys life as she does. To the same, Newport, July 20. George and I went to Rochester, taking him with us, last Wednesday and got back Friday night. We had one of those visits that make a mark in one's life, seeing Mr. and Mrs. Leonard, and Mrs. Randall, and Miss Deborah, so fond of us, and altogether we were stirred up as we rarely are, and refreshed beyond description. We rode on Mr. Leonard's beautiful, nameless lake, fished, gathered water lilies, ate black Hamburg grapes, and broiled chickens, and wish you had them in our place. Mr. L's mother is a sweet, calm old lady, with whom I wanted to have a talk about Christian perfection, in which she believes, but there was no time. It was a great rest to embed the bowstring so high here at Newport, where there is so much of receiving and paying visits. I have been reading a delightful French book, the history of a saintly Catholic family of great talent and culture, 6 of whom, in the course of 7 years, died the most beautiful, happy death. I am going to make an abstract of it, for I want everybody I love to get the cream of it. You would enjoy it. I do not know whether it has been translated. To the same, Dorset, July 26. Here begins my first letter to you from your old room, whence I hope to write you regularly every week. That is the one only little thing I can do to show how truly and constantly I sympathize with you in your sore straits. It distresses me to hear how much you are suffering, and at the same time not to be near enough to speak a word of good cheer, or to do anything for your comfort. It grieves me to find how insecure my health is, for I had promised to myself to be your loving nurse, should any turn in your disease make it desirable. Miss Lyman boards here, but rooms at the Sykeses, and her friend Miss Warner is also here, but rooms out. Miss W. is in delicate health, takes no tea or coffee, and is full of humor. We have run at and run upon each other, each trying to get the measure of the other, and shall probably end in becoming very good friends. It is a splendid day, and we feel perfectly at home, only missing you, and finding it queer to be occupying your room. What a nice room it is! How I wish you were sitting here with me behind the shade of these maple trees, and that I could know from your own lips just how you are in body and mind. But I suppose the weary, aching body has the soul pretty well enchained. Never mind, dear. It won't be so always. By and by the tables will be turned, and you will be the conqueror. I like to think that far less than 100 years hence we shall all be free from the law of sin and death, and happier in one moment of our new existence than through a whole lifetime here. Rest must and will come, sooner or later, to you and to me and to all of us, and it will be glorious. You may have seen a notice of the death of Professor Hopkins's mother at the age of 95. But for this terribly hot weather, I presume she might have lived to be 100. I shall not write you such a long letter again, as it will tire you, and if you would rather have 2 short ones a week, I will do that. Let me know if I tire you. Now goodbye, dear child. May God bless and keep you and give you all the faith and patience you need. To Miss Mary B. Shipman, Dorset, August 2, 1868. We spent rather more than 2 weeks at Newport, taking 2 or 3 days to run to Rochester, Mass., to see some of our old New Bedford friends. We had a charming time with them, as they took us up just where they left us nearly 20 years ago. Oh, how our tongues did fly! We left Newport for home on Tuesday night, about 2 weeks ago. I went on board and went to bed as well as usual, tossed and turned a few hours, grew faint and began to be sick, as I always am now if I lose my sleep. Got out of bed and could not get back again, and so lay on the floor all the rest of the night without a pillow or anything over me and nearly frozen. The boys were asleep, and anyhow it never crossed my mind to let them call George, who was in another stateroom. He says that when he came in the morning, I looked as if I had been ill 6 months, and I am sure I felt so. Imagine the family picture we presented driving from the boat all the way home, George rubbing me with cologne, Ave fanning me, the rest crying. On Saturday, more dead than alive, I started for this place, and by stopping at Troy 4 or 5 hours, getting a room and a bed, I got here without much damage. Our house is very pretty, and I suppose it will be done by next year. Oh, how they do poke! George is so happy in watching it, and in working in his woods, that I am perfectly delighted that he has undertaken this project. It may add years to his life. Imagine my surprise at receiving from Scribner a check for $164 for 6 months of Fred, Maria, and me. The little thing has done well, hasn't it? I feel now as if I should never write any more. Letter writing is only talking and is an amusement, but book writing looks formidable. Excuse this horrid letter, and write and let me know how you are. Meanwhile, collect grasses, dip them in hot water, and sift flour over them. Goodbye, dear. Fred and Maria and me first appeared anonymously in the Hours at Home in 1865. It had been written several years before, and, without the knowledge of Mrs. Prentiss, was offered by a friend to whom she had lent the manuscript, to the Atlantic Monthly and to 1 or 2 other magazines, but they all declined it. She herself thus refers to it in a letter to Mrs. Smith, July 13. I have just got hold of the Hours at Home. I read my article and was disgusted with it. My pride fell below zero, and I wish it would stay there. But the story attracted instant attention. Aunt Avery was especially admired, as depicting a very quaint and interesting type of New England religious character in the earlier half of the century. Such men as the late Dr. Horace Bushnell and Dr. William Adams were unstinted in their praise. In a letter to Mrs. Smith, dated a few months later, Mrs. Prentiss writes, "Poor old Aunt Avery! She doesn't know what to make of it that folks make so much of her, and has to keep wiping her spectacles. I feel entirely indebted to you for this thing ever seeing the light." When published as a book, Fred and Maria and Me was received with great favor and had a wide circulation. In 1874, a German translation appeared. Although no attempt is made to reproduce the Yankee idioms, much of the peculiar spirit and flavor of the original is preserved in this version. To Mrs. H.B. Smith, Dorset, August 4, 1868. Miss Lyman says I have no idea of what Miss W. really is. She looks as if she would drop to pieces, cannot drive out, far less walk, and every word she speaks costs her an effort. Miss Lyman is not well either, and what with their health and mine, and A's, I see little of them. But what I do see is delightful, and I feel it to be a real privilege to get what scraps of their society I can. Our house proves to be far prettier and more tasteful than I supposed. I am writing up lots of letters, and if I ever get well enough, shall try to begin on my Katie once more. But since reading the Récit d'une Sœur, I am disgusted with myself and my writings. I ache to have you read it. Miss Lyman and Miss Warner send love to you. I do not like Miss L's hacking cough, and she says she does not believe Miss W. will live through the winter. Among us we contrive to keep up a vast amount of laughter, so we shall probably live forever. August 18th. I have enjoyed Miss Lyman wonderfully, but want to get nearer to her. I see that she is one who does not find it easy to express her deepest and most sacred feelings. I read Katie to her and Miss W., as they were kind enough to propose I should, and they made some valuable suggestions to which I shall attend, if ever I get to feeling able to begin to write again. I am as well as ever, save in one respect, and that is my sleep. I do not sleep as I did before I left home, while I ought to sleep better, as I work several hours a day in the woods, in fact do almost literally nothing else. But after all, we are having the nicest time in the world. I have not seen George so like himself for many years. He lives out of doors, pulls down fences, picks up brushwood, and keeps happy and well. I feel it a real mercy that his thoughts are agreeably occupied this summer, as otherwise he would be incessantly worried about Anna. We work together a good deal. This morning I spoiled a new hatchet in cutting down milkweed where our kitchen garden is to be, and we are literally raising our Ebenezer, which we mean to conceal with vines in due season. George is just as proud of our woods as if he created every tree himself. The minute breakfast is over, the boys dart down to the house like arrows from the bow, and there they are till dinner, after which there is another dart, and it is as much as I can do to get them to bed. I wonder they don't sleep down there on the shavings. The fact is, the whole Prentiss family has got a house on the brain. There, this old letter is done, and I am going to bed, all black and blue where I have tumbled down, and as tired can be. August 28th. I made a fire in my woods yesterday, and another today, when I melted glue, and worked at my rustic basket, and felt extremely happy and amiable. September 13th. Miss Warner told me tonight that she thought my Katie story commonplace at the beginning, but that she changed her mind afterward. Of course I wrote a story about that marigold of G.W.'s, and I am dying to inflict it on you. Then if you like it, hurrah! To Miss Woolsey, Dorset, August 13, 1868. I was right glad to get your letter yesterday, and to learn a little of your whereabouts and whatabouts. You may imagine him as seated, spectacles on nose, reading the Nation at one end of the table, and her as established at the other. This table is homely, but has a literary look, got up to give an air to our room. Books and papers are artistically scattered over it. We have 2 bottles of ink apiece, and a box of stamps, a paper cutter, and a pen wiper between us. 2 inevitable vases containing ferns, grasses, buttercups, etc., remind us that we are in the country, and a natural bracket regales our august noses with an odor of its own. A can of peaches without any peaches in it holds a specimen of lycopodium, and a marvelous lantern that folds up into nothing by day and grows big at night brings up the rear. But the most wonderful article in this room is a bookcase made by him, all himself, in which may be seen a big volume of Fenelon, Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, The Récit d'une Sœur. Which have you read? Les Soirées de St. Petersburg, Prayers of the Ages, a volume of Goethe, Aristotle's Ethics, and some other Greek books, The Life of Mrs. Fry, etc., etc. Such a queer hodgepodge of books as we brought with us, and such a bookcase, the first thing he ever made for her in his mortal life. Our house isn't done, and what fun to watch it grow, to discuss its merits and demerits, to grab every check that comes in from magazine and elsewhere, and turn it into chairs and tables and beds and blankets. Then for them boys, what treasures in the way of bits and boards, and what feats of climbing and leaping! Above all, think of him in an old banged-in hat, and her in a patched old gown, gathering brushwood in their woods, making it up into heaps, and warming themselves by the fires it is a-goin' for to make. Stick after stick did Goody pull. Mr. P. is unusually well. His house is the apple of his eye, and he is renewing his youth. Thus far the project has done him a world of good. To Mrs. Stearns, Dorset, September 13, 1863. Yesterday Mr. F. and George drove somewhere to look at sand for mortar, and the horse took fright, and wheeled round and pitched George out, bruising him in several places, but doing no serious harm. but I shudder when I think how the meaning might be taken out of everything in this world, for me at least, by such an accident. He preached all day today, in the afternoon at Rupert. I find my mission school a good deal of a tax on time and strength, and it is discouraging business, too. One of the boys, 14 years old, found the idea that God loved him so irresistibly ludicrous that his face was a perfect study. I often think of you as these active limbs of mine take me over woods and fields, and remind myself that the supreme happiness of my father's life came to him when he called himself what you call yourself, a cripple. If it is not an expensive book, I think you had better buy A Sister's Story, of which I wrote to you, as it will be a nice Sunday book to last some time. The Catholicism you would not mind, and the cultivated, high-toned Christian character you would enjoy. The boys complain, as George and I do, that the days are not half long enough. They have got their bedsteads and washstands done, and are now going to make couches for George and myself, and an indefinite number of other articles. September 20th. I am greatly relieved, my dear Anna, to hear that you have got safely into your new home, and that you like it, and long to see you face to face. George has no doubt told you what a happy summer we have had. It has not been unmingled happiness. That is not to be found in this world. But in many ways it has been pleasant in spite of what infirmities of the flesh we carry with us everywhere, our anxiety about and sympathy with you, and the other cares and solicitudes that are inseparable from humanity. I had a great deal of comfort in seeing Miss Lyman while she was here, and in knowing her better, and now I am finding myself quite in love with her intimate friend, Miss Warner, who has been here all summer. A gentler, tenderer spirit cannot exist. Mrs. F.'s brother was here with his wife some weeks ago, and they were summoned home to the deathbed of their last surviving child. Mrs. F. read me a letter yesterday describing her last hours, which were really touching and beautiful, especially the distributing among her friends the various pretty things she had made for them during her illness, as parting gifts. I suppose this will be my last letter from Dorset, and from your old room. Well, you and I have passed some happy hours under this roof. Goodbye, dear, with love to each and all of your beloved ones. To Miss Eliza A. Warner, Dorset, September 27, 1868. I was so nearly frantic, my dear Fanny, from want of sleep, that I could not feel anything. I was perfectly stupid, and all the way home from East Dorset hardly spoke a word to my dear John, nor did he to me. The next day he said such lovely things to me that I hardly knew whether I was in the body or out of it, and then came your letter, as if to make my cup run over. I longed for you last night, and it is lucky for your frail body that can bear so little that you were not in your little room at Mrs. G.'s, but not at all lucky for your heart and soul. I hope God will bless us to each other. It is not enough that we find in our mutual affection something cheering and comforting. It must make us more perfectly His. What a wonderful thing it is that coming here entire strangers to each other, we part as if we had known each other half a century. I am not afraid that we shall get tired of each other. The great point of union is that we have gone to our Savior, hand in hand, on the supreme errand of life, and have not come away empty. All my meditations bring me back to that point, or, I should rather say, to Him. I came here praying that in some way I might do something for Him. The summer has gone, and I am grieved that I have not been, from its beginning to its end, so like Him, so full of Him, as to constrain everybody I met to love Him too. Isn't there such power in a holy life, and have not some lived such a life? I hardly know whether to rejoice most in my love for Him, or to mourn over my meager love, so I do both. When I think that I have a new friend who will be indulgent to my imperfections, and is determined to find something in me to love, I am glad and thankful. But when, added to that, I know she will pray for me, and so help my poor soul heavenward, it does seem as if God has been too good to me. You can do it lying down or sitting up, or when you are among other friends. It is true, as you say, that I do not think much of lying down prayer, in my own case, but I have not a weak back and do not need such an attitude. And the praying we do by the wayside, in cars and steamboats, in streets and in crowds, perhaps keeps us more near to Christ than long prayers and solitude could without the help of these little messengers that hardly ever stop running to Him and coming back with the grace every moment needs. You can put me into some of these silent petitions when you are too tired to pray for me otherwise. I have been writing this in my shawl and bonnet, expecting every instant to hear the bell toll for church, and now it is time to go. Goodbye, dear, till by and by. Well, I have been and come, and, wonder of wonders, I have had a little tiny bit of a very much needed nap. Mr. Pratt gave us a really good sermon about living to Christ, and I enjoyed the hymns. We have had a talk, my John and I, about death, and I asked him which of us had better go first, and, to my surprise, he said he thought I should. I am sure that was noble and unselfish in him, but I am not going to have even a wish about it. God only knows which had better go first, and which stay and suffer. Some of His children must go into the furnace to testify that the Son of God is there with them. I do not know why I should insist on not being one of them. Sometimes I almost wish we were not building a house. It seems as if it might stand in the way if it should happen I had a chance to go to heaven. I should almost feel mean to do that, and disappoint my husband, who expects to see me so happy there. But oh, I do so long to be perfected myself, and to live among those whose one thought is Christ, and who only speak to praise Him. I like you to tell me, as you do in your East Dorset letter, how you spent your time, etc. I have an insatiable curiosity about even the outer life of those I love, and of the inner one you cannot say too much. Goodbye. We shall have plenty of time in heaven to say all we have to say to each other. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 8, Part 3 of More Love to Thee. The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss, by George Prentiss, Chapter 8, Part 3. Her return to town brought with it a multitude of cares. The following months drew heavily upon her strength and sympathies, but for all that they were laden with unwonted joy. The summer at Dorset had been a very happy one. While there she had finished stepping heavenward, and on coming back to her city home, the cheery, loving spirit of the book seemed still to possess her whole being. Katie's words at its close were evidently an expression of her own feelings. Yes, I love everybody. That crowning joy has come to me at last. Christ is in my soul. He is mine. I am as conscious of it as that my husband and children are mine, and His spirit flows forth from mine in the calm peace of a river, whose banks are green with grass and glad with flowers. To Miss Eliza A. Warner, New York, October 5, 1868. This is the first moment since we reached home in which I could write to you, but I have had you in my heart and in my thoughts as much as ever. We had a prosperous journey, but the ride to Rupert was fearfully cold. I never remember being so cold, unless it was the night I reached Williamstown, when I went to my dear sister's funeral. I have told you this long story to try to give you a glimpse of the distracted life that meets us at our very threshold as we return home. And now I'm going to trot down to see Miss Lyman, whom I shall just take and hug, for I am so brimful of love to everybody that I must break somebody's bones or burst. John preached delightfully yesterday. I wanted you there to hear, but all my treasures are in earthen vessels. He seems all used up by his Sunday and scarcely touched his breakfast. I don't see how his or my race can be very long if we live in New York. All the more reason for running it well. And what a blessed, blessed life it is, at the worst! Central peace subsisting at the heart of endless agitation. Goodbye, dear. Consider yourself embraced by a hearty soul that heartily loves you, and that soul lives in E.P. On the 25th of October, Mr. Charles H. Leonard, an old and highly esteemed friend, died very suddenly at his summer home in Rochester, Mass. He was a man of sterling worth, generous, large-hearted, and endeared to Mrs. Prentiss and her husband by many acts of kindness. He was one of the founders of the Church of the Covenant, and had also aided liberally in building its pleasant parsonage. To Miss Eliza A. Warner, New York, October 26, 1868. I am reminded as I write my date that I am 50 years old today. My John says it is no such thing, and that I am only 30, but I begin to feel antiquated, dilapidated, and antediluvian, etc., etc. I write to let you know that we are going to Rochester, Mass., to attend the funeral of a dear friend there. It seems best for me to risk the wear and tear of the going and the coming, if I can thereby give even a little comfort to one who loves me dearly, and who is now left without a single relative in the world. For 24 years these have been faithful friends, loving us better every year, members of our church in New Bedford, Mercer Street, and then here. They lived at Rochester during the summer, and we visited them there. You may remember my speaking of it, just before we went to Dorset. Mrs. Leonard was then feeling very uneasy about her husband, but he got better and seemed about as usual, till last Tuesday, when he was stricken down with paralysis and died on Saturday. Somebody said that spending so large a portion of my time as I do in scenes of sorrow, she wondered God did not give me more strength, but I think He knows just how much to give. I have been to Newark twice since I wrote you. Mrs. Stearns is in a very suffering condition. I was appalled by the sight, appalled at the weakness of human nature, its physical weakness, but I got over that, and had a sweet glimpse at least of the eternal felicity that is to be the end of what at longest is a brief period of suffering. I write her a little bit of a note every few days. I feel like a ball that now is tossed to sorrow and tossed back by sorrow to joy, for mixed in with every day's experience of suffering are such great, such unmerited mercies. 2 or 3 of the little notes follow. My dearest Anna, I long to be with you through the hours that are before you, and help cheer and sustain you in the trial of faith and patience to which you are called. But unless you need me, I will not go, lest I should be the one too many in your state of excitement and suspense. We all feel anxiety as to the result of the incision, but take comfort in casting our care upon God. May Christ Jesus, our dear Savior, who loves and pities you infinitely more than any of us do, be very near you in this season of suspense. I would gladly exchange positions with you if I might, and if it were best, but as I may not, and it is not best, because God wills otherwise, I earnestly commend you to His tender sympathy. If He means that you shall be restored to health, He will make you happy in living. If He means to call you home to Himself, He will make you happy in dying. Dear Anna, stay yourself on Him. He has strength enough to support you when all other strength fails. Remember, as Lizzie Smith said, you are encompassed with prayers. Friday afternoon. My dear Anna, I send you a lullaby for next Sunday, which I met with at Dorset, and hope it will speak a little word and sing a little song to you while the rest are at church. How I do wish I could see you every day! I feel restless with longing, but you are hardly able to take any comfort in a long visit, and it is such a journey to make for a short one. But, as I said the other day, if at any time you feel a little stronger, and it would comfort you even a little bit to see me, I will drop everything and run right over. It seems hard to have you suffer so and do nothing for you, but don't be discouraged. Pain can't last forever. I know not the way I am going, but well do I know my guide. With a childlike trust I give my hand to the mighty friend at my side. The only thing that I say to him, as he takes it, is, hold it fast. Suffer me not to lose my way, and bring me home at last. My dear Anna, I feel such tender love and pity for you, but I know you are too sick to read more than a few words. In the furnace God may prove thee, thence to bring thee forth more bright, but can never cease to love thee. Thou art precious in His sight. Your ever affectionate Lizzie. To Mrs. Leonard, Friday, October 30, 1858. We got home safely last evening before any of the children had gone to bed, and they all came running to meet us most joyfully. This morning I am restless and cannot set about anything. It distresses me to think how little human friendship can do for such a sorrow as yours. When a sufferer is on the rack, he cares little for what is said to him, though he may feel grateful for sympathy. I found it hard to tear myself away from you so soon, but all I could do for you there, I could do all along the way home and since I have got here. Love you, be sorry for you, and constantly pray for you. I am sure that He who has so sorely afflicted you accepts the patience with which you bear the rod, and that when this first terrible amazement and bewilderment are over, and you can enter into communion and fellowship with Him, you will find a joy in Him that, hard as it is to the flesh to say so, transcends all the sweetest and best joys of human life. You will have nothing to do now but to fly to Him. I have seen the time when I could hide myself in Him, as a little child hides in its mother's arms, and so have thousands of aching hearts. In all our afflictions He is afflicted, but I must not worry you with words. May God bless you and keep you, and fully reveal Himself unto you. To Miss E. A. Warner, New York, November 2, 1868. I have been lying on the sofa in my room, half asleep, and feeling rather guilty at the lot of gas I was wasting, but too lazy or too tired to get up to turn it down. Your little spray hangs right over the head of my bed, and it was slightly dilapidated by its journey hither. I have tucked in a bit of green fern with it to remind me that I was not always in the Sarah and yellow leaf, but had a springtime once. To think of your going for to go and write verses to me in my old age! I have just been reading them over, and think it was real good of you to up and say such nice things in such a nice way. I'd no idea you could. We did not come home from Rochester through Boston. If we had done so, I meant to go and see you. I made it up in many loving thoughts to you on our 12 hours' journey. Poor Mrs. L. met me with open arms, and I was thankful indeed that I went, though every word I said in the presence of her terrible grief sounded flat and cold and dead. How little the tenderest love and sympathy can do in such sorrows! She was so bewildered and appalled by her sudden bereavement that it was almost a mockery to say a word, and yet I kept saying what I know is true, that Christ in the soul is better than any earthly joy. Both Mr. Prentiss and myself feel the reaction which must inevitably follow such a strain. You ask if I look over the past on my birthdays. I suppose I used to do it and feel dreadfully at the pitiful review, but since I have had the children's to celebrate, I haven't thought much of mine. But this time, being 50 years old, did set me upon thinking, and I had so many mercies to recount and to thank God for, that I hardly felt pangs of any sort. I suppose He controls our moods in such seasons, and I have done trying to force myself into this or that train of thought. I am sure that a good deal of what used to seem like repentance and sorrow for sin on such occasions was really nothing but wounded pride that wished it could appear better in its own eyes. God has been so good to me. I wish I could begin to realize how good. I think a great many thoughts to you that I can't put on paper. Life seems teaching some new, or deepening the impression of some old, lesson all the time. You think Aunt may have looked scornfully at your little spray. Well, she didn't. She said, "What's that funny little thing perched up there?" Well, it's pretty anyhow. Among the rush of visitors today were Miss Haynes and the W's. I fell upon Miss W. and told her about you, furiously. Then we got upon Miss Lyman, and it did my very soul good to hear Miss Haynes praise and magnify her. Never shall I cease to be thankful for being with her at Dorset, to say nothing, dear, of you. Do you know that there are 12 cases of typhoid fever at Vassar, and that Miss Lyman is not as well as she was? I feel greatly concerned about her, not to say troubled. I don't suppose I shall ever hear her pray, but I shall hear her and help her praise. I don't believe a word about there being different grades of saints in heaven. Some people think it's modest to say that they don't expect to get anywhere near so-and-so, they are so, etc., etc., but I expect to be mixed all up with the saints, and to take perfect delight in their testimony to my Savior. Can you put up with this miserable letter? Folks can't rush to Newark and to Rochester and agonize in every nerve at the sufferings of others and be quite coherent. I have sense enough left to know that I love you dearly, and that I long to see you and to take sweet counsel with you once more. Don't fail to give me the helping hand. The following was written to Mrs. Stearns on her silver wedding day, November 15. My dearest Anna, I have thought of you all day with the tenderest sympathy, knowing how you had looked forward to it, and what a contrast it offers to your bridal day 25 years ago. But I hope it has not been wholly sad. You have a rich past that cannot be taken from you, and a richer future lies before you. For I can see, though through your tears you cannot, that the Son of God walks with you in this furnace of affliction, and that He is so sanctifying it to your soul, that ages hence you will look on this day as better, sweeter, than the day of your espousals. It is hard now to suffer, but after all, the light affliction is nothing, and the weight of glory is everything. You may not fully realize this or any other truth in your enfeebled state, but truth remains the same whether we appreciate it or not, and so does Christ. Your despondency does not prove that He is not just as near to you as He is to those who see Him more clearly, and it is better to be despondent than to be self-righteous. Don't you see that in afflicting you, He means to prove to you that He loves you, and that you love Him? Don't you remember that it is His Son, not His enemy, that He scourgeth? The greatest saint on earth has got to reach heaven on the same terms as the greatest sinner. Unworthy, unfit, good for nothing, but saved through grace. Do cheer and comfort yourself with these thoughts, my dearest Anna, and your sick room will be the happiest room in your house, as I constantly pray it may be. Your ever affectionate Lizzie. To Miss E.A.W., New York, November 17, 1868. You ask how I sleep. I always sleep better at home than elsewhere. This is one great reason why we decided to have a home all the year round. I have to walk 4 or 5 miles a day, which takes a good deal of time these short days, but there is no help for it. I do not think the time is lost when I am out of doors. I suppose Christ may go with us, does go with us, wherever we go. But I am too eager and vehement, too anxious to be working all the time. Why, no, I don't think it wrong to want to be at work, provided God gives us strength for work. The great thing is not to repine when He disables us. I don't think, my dear, that you need trouble yourself about my dying at present. It is not at all likely that I shall. I feel as if I had got to be tested yet. This sweet peace, of which I have so much, almost startles me. I keep asking myself whether it is not a stupendous delusion of Satan and my own wicked heart. How I wish I could see you tonight. There is so much one does not like to put on paper that one would love to say. Thursday at 4 p.m. Well, my lunch party is over, and my sewing society is reorganized, and before I go forth to tea, let me finish and send off this epistle. We had the Reverend Mr. and Mrs. Washburn of Constantinople, Dr. Chickering, and Professor and Mrs. Smith. Gave them cold turkey, cold ham, cold ice cream, and hot coffee. That was about all, for society in New York is just about reduced down to eating and drinking together, after which you go about your business. I am rereading Leighton on 1 Peter. I wonder if you like it as much as my John and I do. I hope your murderous book goes well. Then you can take your rest next summer. Now I must get ready for my long walk down and over to 9th Street to see a tiny little woman, and English at that. Her prayer at our meeting yesterday moved us all to tears. To Miss Eliza A. Warner, New York, November 25, 1868. Mr. Prentiss complained yesterday that no letters came, an unheard of event in our family history, and this morning found 12 sticking in the top of the box. Among them was yours, but I was just going off to my prayer meeting, and had to put it into my pocket and let it go too. I am glad you sent me Mrs. Fields's letter and poem. She's a genius and writes beautifully, and how glad you must be to hear about your books. I can't imagine what better work you want than writing. In what other way could you reach so many minds and hearts? You must always send me such letters. Before I forget it, let me tell you of a real Thanksgiving present we have just had. 3 barrels of potatoes, some apples, some dried apples, cranberries, celery, canned corn, canned strawberries, and 2 big chickens. After church Thursday. I must indulge myself with going on with my letter, for after dinner I want to play with the children and make this day mean something to them besides pies, for everybody spoke for pies this year. You know we almost never make such sinful things. And they all said ice cream wouldn't do at all, so yesterday I made 14 of these enormities and mean to stuff them, the children, not the pies, so that they won't want any more for a year. I want to tell you about some pretty coincidences. We went to church in a dismal rain, and Mr. Prentiss preached on the beauty of holiness, and every time he said anything that made sunshine particularly appropriate, the sun came in floods, then disappeared till the next occasion. For instance, he spoke of the sunshine of a happy home as so much brighter than that of the natural sun, and the whole church was instantly illuminated. Then he said that if we had each come there with 10 million sorrows, Christ could give us light, when, lo, the church glowed again, and so on half a dozen times, till at last he quoted the verse, "And the Lamb is the light thereof," when a perfect blaze of effulgence made those mysterious words almost startling. And then he wound up by describing the Tyrolese custom on which Mrs. Fields's poem is founded, which he had himself seen and enjoyed, and of which, it seems, he spoke at East Dorset last summer at the Sunday school. I read the poem and letter to him the instant we got home, and he admired them both. It was a little singular that her poem and his sermon came to me at almost the identical moment, wasn't it? I must tell you about an old ladies' party given by Mrs. Cummings, wife of him who prepared my father's memoir. She had had a fortune left to her, and was all the time doing good with it, and it entered her head to get up a very nice supper for 26 old ladies, the youngest of whom was 75. The Portland people rarely die till they're 90 or so. She sent carriages for all who couldn't walk, and when they all got together, the lady who described the scene to me said it was indescribably beautiful, all congratulating each other that they were so far on in their pilgrimage and so near heaven. Lovely, wasn't it? I wish I could spend the rest of my life with such people. Then she spoke of Mrs. C.'s face during the last 6 months of her life, when it had an expression so blessed, so seraphic, that it was a delight to look upon it, and how she had all the members of the ladies' prayer meeting come and kiss her good-bye after she was too weak to speak. And now the children have got together again, and I must go and stay with them till their bedtime, when, partly for the sake of the walk, partly because they asked us, we twain are going to see the Smiths. I rather think, my dear, that if, as you say, you could see all my thoughts, you would drop me as you would a hot potato. You would see many good thoughts, I won't deny that, and some loving ones, but you would also see an abominable lot of elated, conceited, horrid ones, self-laudation even at good plan to do, and admired before done. But God can endure what no mortal eye could. He does not love us because we are so lovely, but because He always loves what He pities. I fall back upon this thought whenever I feel discouraged. I was going to say sad, but that isn't the word, for I never do feel sad except when I've been eating something I'd no business to. Goodbye, dearie. To the same, New York, December 3, 1868. I think I must indulge myself, my dear, in writing to you tonight, it being really the only thing I want to do, unless it be to lie half asleep on the sofa, and that I can't do, for there's no sofa in the room. The cold weather has made it agreeable to have a fire in the dining room grate, and this makes it a cheerful resort for the children, especially as the long table is very convenient for their books, map drawing, etc., and wherever the rest are the mother must be. I suppose that is the law of a happy family, in the winter at least. The reason I am so tired tonight is that I have been unexpectedly to Newark. I went, as soon as I could after breakfast, to market, and then on a walk of over 2 miles to prepare myself for our sewing circle. I met our sexton as I was coming home, and asked him to see what ailed one of the drawers of my desk that wouldn't shut. We had a terrible time with it, and I had to take everything out, and turn my desk topsy-turvy, and your letters and all my other papers got raving distracted, and all mixed up with bits of sealing wax, old pins, and dear knows what not, when down comes A from the schoolroom to say that Mrs. Stearns had sent for me to come right out, thinking she was dying. I knew nothing about the trains, always trusting to Mr. Prentiss about that, but in 5 minutes I was off, and on reaching the depot found I had lost a train by 10 minutes, and that there wouldn't be another for an hour. Then I had leisure to remember that Mr. P. was to get home from Dorset, that I had left no message for him, had hid away all the letters that had come in his absence, where he wouldn't find them, that if it was necessary for me to stay at Newark all night he would be dreadfully frightened, etc., etc. Somehow I felt very blue, but at last concluded to get rid of a part of the time by hunting up some dinner at a restaurant. When I at last got to Newark, I found that Mrs. Stearns's disease had suddenly developed several unfavorable symptoms. She had made up her mind that all hope was over, had taken leave of her family, and now wanted to bid me good-bye. She held my hands fast in both hers, begging me to talk. I spoke freely to her about her death. She pointed up once to an illumination I gave her last spring. "Simply to thy cross I cling. That," she said, "is all I can do." I said all I could to comfort her, but I do not know whether God gave me the right word or not. On my return, as I got out of the stage near the corner of our street, whom should my weary eyes light on but my dear good man, just got home from Dorset. How surprised and delighted we were to meet so unexpectedly. M. rushed to meet us, and afterwards said to me, "I have 3 great reliefs. You have got home, Papa has got home, and Aunt Anna is still alive. My children were never so lovely and loving as they are this winter. My home is almost too luxurious and happy. Such things don't belong to this world. We have just heard of the death in Switzerland of Mr. Prentiss's successor at New Bedford, classmate of one of my brothers, and someone has sent a plaintive, sweet little dying song written in Florence by him. Now I am too fagged to say another word." December 4th. I do not get any time to write. Each day brings its own special work that can't be done tomorrow. As to letters, I scratch them off at odd moments, when too tired to do anything else. What a resource they are! They do instead of crying for me. And how many I get every week that are loving and pleasant! What do you think of this? I hope it will make you laugh. A lady told me she never confessed her sins aloud, in prayer, lest Satan should find out her weak points and tempt her more effectually. And I want to ask you if you ever offer to pray with people. I never do, and yet there are cases when nothing else seems to answer. Oh, how many questions of duty come up every hour, and how many reasons we have every hour to be ashamed of ourselves. Monday morning. It was a shame to write to you when I was so tired that I could not write legibly, but my heart was full of love, and I longed to be near you. Now Monday has come, a lowering, forbidding day, yet all is sunshine in my soul, and I hope that may make my home light to my beloved ones, and even reach you, wherever you are. I am going to run out to see how Mrs. Stearns is. Our plan is for me to make arrangements to stay with her, if I can be of any use or comfort. I literally love the house of mourning better than the house of feasting. All my long, long years of suffering and sorrow make sorrow-stricken homes homelike, and I cannot but feel, because I know it from experience, that Christ loves to be in such homes. So you may congratulate me, dear, if I may be permitted to go where He goes. I wish you could have heard yesterday's sermon about God's having as characteristic individual love to each of us as we have to our friends. Think of that, dear, when you remember how I loved you in Mrs. G's little parlor. Can you realize that your Lord and Savior loves you infinitely more? I confess that such conceptions are hard to attain. Can you do M.S. up in your next letter and send her to me on approbation? Instead of being satisfied that I've got you, I want her and everybody else who is really good to fill up some of the empty rooms in my heart. This is a rambling, scrambling letter, but I don't care and don't believe you do. Well, goodbye. Thank your stars that this bit of paper hasn't got any arms and can't hug you. To Mrs. Leonard, New York, December 13, 1868. There is half an hour before bedtime, and I have been thinking of you and praying for you, till I feel that I must write. I forgot to tell you how the verses in my daily food, on the day of your dear husband's death, seem meant for me. Thou art my refuge and portion. P.S. CXLII 5. 'Tis God that lifts our comforts high, or sinks them in the grave. He gives, and blessed be His name. He takes but what He gave. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Job I. 21. I have had this little book 33 years. It has traveled with me wherever I have been, and it has been indeed my song in the house of my pilgrimage. This has been our Communion Sunday, and I have been very glad of the rest and peace it has afforded, for I have done little during the last 10 days but fly from one scene of sorrow to another, from here to Newark, and from Newark to Brooklyn. So I have alternated between the 2 dying beds. Yesterday Jenny P. went into a convulsion just as I entered the room, and did not fully come out of it for an hour and a half, when I had to come away in order to get home before pitch dark. What a terrible sight it is! They use chloroform, and that has a very marked effect, controlling all violence in a few seconds. Whether the poor child came out of that attack alive, I do not know. I had no doubt she was dying till just before I came away, when she appeared easier, though still unconscious. The family seemed nearly frantic, and the sisters are so upset by witnessing these turns that I shall feel that I must be there all I can. I am in cruel doubt which household to go to, but hope God will direct. Mr. Prentiss is a good deal withered and worn by his sister's state. He had never, by any means, ceased to hope, and he is much afflicted. She and Jenny may live a week or go at any moment. In my long hours of silent musing and prayer, as I go from place to place, I think often of you. I think one reason why we do not get all the love and faith we sigh for is that we try to force them to come to us, instead of realizing that they must be God's free gifts, to be won by prayer. And now Mr. P. has come upstairs, rolled up in your afghan, and we have decided to go to both Newark and Brooklyn tomorrow, so I know I ought to go to bed. You must take this letter as a great proof of my love to you, though it does not say much, for I am bewildered by the scenes through which I am passing, and hardly fit therefore to write. What I do not say I truly feel, real, deep, constant sympathy with you in your sorrow and loneliness. May God bless you in it. End of Chapter 8, Part 3. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Chapter 9, Part I of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss by George Prentiss. Chapter 9, Part I. Stepping Heavenward. 1869. Death of Mrs. Stearns, her character, dangerous illness of Professor Smith, death at the parsonage, letters, a visit to Vassar College, letters, getting ready for General Assembly, gates ajar. A little past 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, January 2nd, 1869, Anna C. Prentiss, wife of the Reverend John F. Stearns, D.D., fell asleep in Jesus. The preceding pages show what strong ties bound Mrs. Prentiss to this beloved sister. Their friendship dated back 30 years. It was cemented by common joys and common sorrows in some of their deepest experiences of life, and had been kept fresh and sweet by frequent intercourse and correspondence. Mrs. Stearns was a woman of uncommon attractions and energy of character. She impressed herself strongly upon all who came within the sphere of her influence. The hearts of her husband's people, as well as her own and those of her children, trusted in her, and the whole community where she dwelt mourned her loss. She had been especially endeared to her brother Sergeant, with whom she spent several winters in the South prior to her marriage. Her influence over him at a critical period of his life was alike potent and happy. Their relation to each other was, in truth, full of the elements of romance, and some of his letters to her are exquisite effusions of fraternal confidence and affection. Her letters to him, beginning when she was a young girl and ending only with his life, would form a large volume. "You excel anyone I know," he wrote to her, in the kind and gentle art of letter writing. In the midst of his early professional triumphs, he writes, "You do not know what obligations I am under to you. I owe all my success in this country to the fact of having so kind a mother and such sweet affectionate sisters as Abby and yourself. It has been my only motive to exertion. Without it I should long since have thrown myself away. Even now, when, as is frequently the case, I feel perfectly reckless both of life and fortune, and look with contempt upon them both, the recollection that there are 2 or 3 hearts that beat for me with real affection, even though far away, comes over me as the music of David did over the dark spirit of Saul. I still feel that I have something worth living for." For years her letters helped to cherish and deepen this feeling. He thus refers to one of them: "I cannot tell how much I thank you for it. I cried like a child while reading it, and even now the tears stand in my eyes as I think of its expressions of affection, sympathy, and good sense. I wish you were here now. Oh, how I do wish it! But you will come next fall, won't you? And be to me the antelope whose feet shall bless with her light step my loneliness. But my candle burns low, and it is past the witching hour of night, whether sleeping or waking. God bless you and our dear mother, and all of you. Good night." My love loads this last line. To Mrs. Prentiss and her husband the death of Mrs. Stearns was an irreparable loss. It took out of their life one of its greatest earthly blessings. The new year opened with another painful shock, the sudden and dangerous illness of her husband's bosom friend, Henry Boynton Smith. Professor Smith was to have made one of the addresses at the funeral of Mrs. Stearns, but instead of doing so, he was obliged to take to his bed, and soon afterwards to flee for his life beyond the sea. To this affliction the reader is indebted for the letters to Mrs. Smith contained in this chapter. On the 16th of February, another niece of her husband, a sweet child of 17, was brought to the parsonage very ill, and died there before the close of the month. Her letters will show how she was affected by these troubles. To Mrs. Leonard, New York, January 9, 1869. So many unanswered letters lie piled on my desk that I hardly know which to take up first, but my heart yearns over you, and I cannot help writing you. No wonder you grow sadder as time passes, and the beloved one comes not. I wish I could help you bear your burden, but all I can do is to be sorry for you. The peaceable fruits of sorrow do not ripen at once. There is a long time of weariness and heaviness while this process is going on. But I will not doubt that you will taste these fruits, and find them very sweet. One of the hard things about bereavement is the physical prostration and listlessness which makes it next to impossible to pray, and quite impossible to feel the least interest in anything. We must bear this as a part of the pain, believing that it will not last forever, for nothing but God's goodness does. How I wish you were near us, and that we could meet and talk and pray together over all that has saddened our lives and made heaven such a blessed reality. There is not much to tell about the last hours of our dear sister. She had rallied a good deal, and they all thought she was getting well, but the day after Christmas typhoid symptoms began to set in. I saw her on the Monday following, found her greatly depressed, and did not stay long. On Saturday morning we got a dispatch we should have received early on New Year's Day, saying she was sinking. We hurried out, found her flushed and bright, but near her end, having no pulse at either wrist, and her hands and feet cold. She had had a distressing day and night, but now seemed perfectly easy, knew us, gave us a glad welcome, reminded me that I had promised to go with her to the end, and kissed us heartily. Every time we went near her she gave us such a glad smile that it was hard to believe she was going so soon. She talked incessantly, with no signs of debility, but it was the restlessness of approaching death. At 3 in the afternoon they all came into the room, as they always did at that hour. She said a few things, and evidently began to lose her sight, for as Louis was about to leave the room, she said, "Good night, Elle," and then to me, "Why, Lizzie dear, you are not going to stay all night?" "Oh yes, don't you know I promised to stay with A It will be so lonely." She looked pleased, but greatly surprised, her mind being so weak, and in a few seconds she laid her restless hands on her breast, her eyes became fixed, and the last gentle breaths began to come and go. "Is the doctor here?" she asked. We told her no, and then Mrs. S. and the nurse, who were close each side of her, began to repeat a verse or two of Scripture. Then, seeing she was apparently too far gone to hear, Mr. S. leaned over and whispered, "My darling." She made no response, on which he said, "She can make no response." And she said, "But I hear," gave one or two more gentle little breaths, and was gone. I forgot to say that after her eyes were fixed, hearing Mr. S. groan, she stopped dying, turned and gave a parting look. I never saw an easier death, nor such a bright face up to the very last. One of the doctors coming in the morning was apparently overcome by the extraordinary smile she gave him, for he turned away immediately without a word, and left the house. I stayed, as they wished me to do, till Monday night, when I came home quite used up. Your sorrow and the sorrow at Brooklyn, and now this one, have come one after another until it seemed as if there was no end to it. Such is life, and we must bear it patiently, knowing the end will be the more joyful for all that saddened the way. I shall always let you know if anything of special interest occurs in the church or among ourselves. After loving you so many years, I'm not likely to forget you now. The addresses at Mrs. S.'s funeral will probably be published, and we will send you a copy. Mr. P. is bearing up bravely, but feels the listlessness of which I spoke, and finds sermonizing hard work. He joins me in love to you. Do write often. To Miss Eliza A. Warner, New York, February 16, 1869. On coming home from church on Sunday afternoon, I found one of the Brooklyn family waiting to tell us that another of the girls was very ill, that they were all worn out and nearly frantic, and asking if she might be brought here to be put under the care of some German doctor, as Dr. Smith had given her up. In the midst of my sorrow for the poor mother, I thought of myself. How could I, who had not been allowed to invite Miss Lyman here, undertake this terrible care? You know what a fearful disease it is, how many convulsions they have, but you don't know the harm it did me just seeing poor Jenny P. in one. Yesterday I tried hard to let God manage it, but I know I wished he would manage it so as to spare me. It takes so little to pull me down, and so little to destroy my health. But I wasn't in a good frame. Couldn't write a Percy for the Observer. Got a letter from some house downtown, asking me to write them Susie books. Got a London Daily News containing a nice notice of little Lou, but naught consoled me. In fact, I dawdled so long over H.'s lessons, which I always hear after breakfast, that I had not my usual time to pray, and that of itself would spoil any day. After dinner came two of the Prentiss sisters to say that Dr. Horatio Smith said Ava's one chance of getting well was to come here for change of air and scene. Would I take her and her mother? Of course I would. They then told me that Dr. Smith had said his brother's case was perfectly hopeless. This upset me. My feet turned into ice and my head into a ball of fire. As soon as they left, I had the spare room arranged, and then went out and walked till dark to cool off my head, but to so little purpose that I had a bad night. The news about Professor Smith was so dreadful. Mr. Prentiss was appalled too. I had to make this a day of rest, not daring to work after such a night. Got up at 7 or so, took my bath, rung the bell for prayers at 20 minutes of 8. After breakfast heard H.'s lessons, then read the 20th chapter of Matthew, amused long on Christ's coming to minister, not to be ministered unto, prayed for poor Mrs. Smith and a good many weary souls, and felt a little bit better, then went down to Randolph's at the request of a lady who wanted him to sell some books she had got up for a benevolent object. He said he'd take 12, then to the Smiths, burdened with my sad secret. Got home tired and depressed. Tried to get to sleep and couldn't, tried to read and couldn't. At last they came with a sick girl, and one look at the poor half-fainting child and her mother's "Nobody in the world but you would have let us come," made them welcome, and I have rejoiced ever since that God let them come. One of the first things they said took my worst burden off my back. The whole story about Professor Smith was a dream. Can you conceive my relief? We had dinner. Ava ate more than she had done for a long time. We had a long talk with her mother after dinner. Then I went up to the sick room and stayed an hour or so. Then had a call. Then ran out to carry a book to a widowed lady that I hoped would comfort her. Then home and with Ava till tea-time. Then had some comfort in laying all these cares and interests in those loving arms that are always so ready to take them in. I enjoy praying in the morning best, however, perhaps because less tired, but sometimes I think it is owing to a sort of night preparation for it. I mean in the wakeful times of night and early morning. Wednesday, the 17th. While I was writing the above, all the Brooklyn Prentisses went to bed, and we New York Prentisses went to the Sunday school rooms next door to a church gathering. There are 3 rooms that can be thrown together, and they were bright and fragrant with flowers, most of which the young men sent me afterwards. Exquisite things. I had a precious talk with Dr. Abbott, one of whose feet, to say the least, is already on the topmost round. I only wish he was a woman. The church was open, and we all went in and listened to some fine music. Coming out, I said to a gentleman who approached me, "How is little baby?" "Which little baby?" "Why, the youngest." "Oh, we haven't any baby, and lo, I had mistaken my man." Imagine how he felt and how I felt. We got home at 11 p.m. And so ended my day of rest. I have 540 things to say, but there is so much going on that I shall defraud you of them. Aren't you glad? Have you read The Gates Ajar? I have, with real pain. I do not think you will be so shocked at it as I am, but hope you don't like it. It is full of talent, but has next to no Christ in it, and my heaven is full of him. I've finished Favor. How queer he is with his 3s and 5s and 6s and 7s. I feel all done up into little sums in addition, and that's about all I know of myself. He's bewildered me so. There are fine things in it, and I took the liberty of making a wee cross against some of them, which you can rub out. Miss L. sent me another of his books, which I am reading now, All for Jesus. To Mrs. Henry B. Smith, New York, March 22nd, 1869. We were gladdened early this morning by the arrival of your letter and the good news it contained. I had a dreadful fright on the day you reached Southampton. Mr. Moore sent up a cabled dispatch announcing the fact, and as it came directed to both of us, and I supposed it to be from you, I thought some terrible thing had happened. I paraded down to M with your letter, and she at the same time paraded up here with the one to her and the rest, so we got all the news there was and longed for more. I hope the worst is now over. I've just got home from a visit of 4 days and nights to Miss Lyman. I enjoyed it exceedingly and wish I could tell you all about it, but can't in a letter. She has turns of looking absolutely aged, and seems a good deal of the time in a perfect worry, I don't know what about. Otherwise she is better than last summer. I never saw her when at work before, and perhaps she always appears so. We had 2 or 3 good rousing laughs, however, and that did us both good. I did not know she was so fond of flowers. She buys them and keeps loads of them about her parlors, library, and bedroom. What a world it is there! I only wish she was happier in her work. But perhaps if we could get behind the scenes, we should find all human workers have their sorrows and misgivings and faintings. According to her, I have had an inquiry meeting once or twice. Believe it, if you can and dare. It was certainly very pleasant to get into such an intelligent Christian atmosphere, and on the whole I've got rather converted to Vassar. I've been greatly delighted with a present of one of my father's cuff buttons, which I well remember, and a lock of his hair. I haven't got anything more to say. Oh, Mrs. Blank left that on her card here the other day, and we called on her this afternoon. What a jolly old lady she is! Of course anybody could believe in perfection who was as fat and well as she. To Mrs. Leonard, New York, April 5th, 1869. If I should send you a letter every time I send you a thought, you would be quite overwhelmed with them. Now that Mrs. S. has gone away, and some of my pressing cares are over, I miss you more than ever. We have had a good deal to sadden us this winter, beginning with your sorrow, which was also ours, and Ava P.'s death, occurring as it did in our house, was a distressing one. She was here about a fortnight, and the first week came down to her meals, though she kept in her room the rest of the time. On Tuesday night of the second week she was at the tea-table and played a duet with A. after tea. Soon after she was taken with distress for breath, and was never in bed again, but sat nearly double in a chair with one of us supporting her head. It was agonizing suffering to witness, and the care of her was more laborious than anyone could conceive who did not witness or participate in it. We had at last to have 6 on hand to relieve each other. She died on Saturday after 4 terrible days and nights. We knew she would die here when they first proposed her coming, but did not like to refuse her last desire, and are very glad we had the privilege of ministering to her last wants. For you I desire but one thing, a full possession of Christ. Let us turn away our eyes from everything that does not directly exalt him in our affections. We are poor without him, no matter what our worldly advantages are, rich with him when stripped of all besides. Still I know you are passing through deep waters, and at times must well nigh sink. But your loving Saviour will not let you sink, and he never loved you so well as he does now. How often I long to fly to you in your lonely hours, but I cannot, and so I turn these longings into prayers. I hope you pray for me too. You could not give me anything I should value so much, and it is a great comfort to me to know that you love me. I care more to be loved than to be admired, don't you? I hope that by next winter you may feel that you can come and see us. I want to see you, not merely to write to you, and get answers. I send you a picture of our nest at Dorset. Goodbye. To Miss E. A. Warner, New York, April 20th, 1869. I opened your letter in the street, and was at once confronted with a worldly-looking bit of silk. How can you? Why don't you follow my example and dress in sackcloth and ashes? I think, however, if you will be worldly, you have done it very prettily, and on the whole don't know if it is any wickeder than I have been in translating a dramatic poem in 5 acts from the German. Only you've got your dress done, and I'm only halfway through my play, and there's no knowing how bad I shall get before I am through. I wonder if you were sitting by an open window, as I am, and roasting at that. I had a drive with A and M through the park yesterday, and saw stacks of hyacinth in bloom, and tulips and violets and dandelions. A willow tree not far from my window has put on its tender green, and summer seems close at hand. I've been to an auction and got cheated, as I might have known I should, and the other day I had my pocket picked. As to Gates Ajar, most people are enchanted with it, but Miss Lyman regards it as I do, and so do some other elect ladies. I've just written to see if she will come down and get a little rest, now the weather is so fine. Mr. P. has gone to Dorset to be gone all the week, and I am buying up what is to be bought, begrudging every cent, mean wretch that I am. I have looked through and read parts of Patience Strong's Outings, an ugly title and a transcendental style, but beautiful in conception and taken off the stilts in execution. I do not like the cant of Unitarians any better than they like ours, but I like what is elevating in any sect. I've had a present of a lot of table linen, towels, etc. from Dorset, and feel a good deal like a young housekeeper. I wonder how soon you go back to Northampton. How queer it must be to be able to float round. It is a pity you could not float to New York and get a good hugging from this old woman. We expect 250 ministers here in May at General Assembly. I ought to have spelt it with a big G and a big A. My dear child, what makes you get blue? I don't much believe in any blue devils save those that live in the body and send sallies into the mind. Perhaps I should, though, if I had not a husband and children to look after. How little one can judge for another. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2. Of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. More Love to Thee. The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss by George Prentiss. Chapter 9, Part II. How She Earned Her Sleep. Writing for Young Converts about Speaking the Truth. Meeting of the General Assembly in the Church of the Covenant. Reunion. Dee Dee's and Strawberry Shortcake. Enacting the Tiger. Getting ready for Dorset. Letters. This year was one of the busiest of her life, and it were hard to say which was busiest, her body or mind, her hand, heart, or brain. This relentless activity was caused in part by the increasing difficulty of obtaining sleep. Incessant work seemed to be, in her case, a sort of substitute for natural rest and a solace for the loss of it. She alludes to this constant struggle with insomnia in a letter to Miss Warner, dated May 9th. If you knew the whole story, you would not envy my power of driving about so much. You can lie down and sleep when you please. I must earn my sleep by hard work, which uses up so much time that I wonder I ever accomplish anything. I believe that God arranges our various burden and fits them to our backs, and that he sets off a loss against a gain, so that while some seem more favored than others, the mere aspect deceives. I have to make it my steady object throughout each day, so as to spend time and strength as to obtain sleep enough to carry me through the next. It is thus I have acquired the habit of taking a large amount of exercise, which keeps me out of doors when I am longing to be at work within. You say I seem to be always in a flood of joy. Well, that too is seems. I think I know what joy in God means, though perhaps I only begin to know. But I am a weak creature. I fall into snares and get entangled, not nearly so often as I used to, but still do get into them. I have a perfect horror of them. The thought of having anything come between God and my soul makes me so restless and uneasy that I hardly know which way to turn. I have been very much absorbed of late in various interests, and am sure that they have contrived to occupy me much too much. Pressing cares do sometimes, and oh, how ashamed I am. Do write for Young Inquirers if your heart prompts you to do it. I don't know what to think of your suggestion that in writing for young converts I should impress it upon them to speak the truth. It seems to me just like telling them not to commit murder, and that would be absurd. Do Christians cheat and tell lies? I have a great aversion to writing about such things. If children are not trained at home to be upright and full of integrity, it can't be that books can rectify that loss. You may reply that home training is defective in thousands of cases. Yes, that is true, but I have a feeling that truth and honesty must spring from a soil early prepared for them, and that a young person who is in the habit of falsehood is not a Christian and needs to go back to first principles. I can't endure subterfuges, misrepresentation, and the like. The whole foundation looks wrong when people indulge themselves in them, and to say to a Christian, "I hope you are truthful," is to my mind as if I should say to him, "I hope you wash your face and hands every day." Now, if your observation says I am wrong, let's know. I am open to conviction. To Mrs. H. B. Smith, New York, May 24, 1869. It has just come to me that the true way to enjoy writing and to have you enjoy hearing is to keep a sort of journal where little things will have a chance to speak for themselves. We are now in the midst of General Assembly. Mr. Stearns is here, and we have sprinklings of ministers to dine and to tea at all sorts of odd hours. I can't help loving what is Christ-like in people, whether I like their natural characters or not. After all, what else is there in the world worth much love? My Katie seems to be ploughing her way with more or less success, and making friends and foes. You, who helped me fashion her, would be interested in the letters I get from wives showing that the want of demonstration in men is a widespread evil, under which women do groan, being burdened. Entre nous, Mrs. Dr. is one, and I got a letter today from Michigan to the same effect. We are having delightful weather for the meetings. Yesterday morning Dr. John Hall preached in our church, and it was crammed full to overflowing. Lou S. has decided to study theology. We are all glad. He and I have got quite acquainted of late and talk most learnedly together. Did I tell you I have translated a German dramatic poem in 5 acts? Miss Anna Nevin says I have done it extremely well. I don't know about that, but my whole soul got into it somehow, and I did not know whether I was in the body or out of it for 2 or 3 weeks. I wish I could do things decently and in order. There is to be a great party at Apollo Hall this evening for both assemblies. I am going and expect to get tired to death. 26th. It was a brilliant scene at Apollo Hall. Everybody was there, and the hall was finely adapted to the purpose of accommodating the 2,000 people present. The speeches were very poor. I went to the prayer meeting this morning. The church was full, galleries and all, and the spirit was excellent. Many men shed tears in speaking for reunion, and from what Mr. Stearns reports of the meeting of the committee last night, union may be considered as good as restored. You will hear nothing else from me. It is all I hear talked about. Monday, 31st. Hot as need be. Dr. B. of Brooklyn dined with us. Said he never ate strawberry shortcake before, and was reading Katie. It is awful to think how many DDs are doing it, eating shortcake, I mean, of course. Hope the assembly will wind up tonight. June 5th. We are so glad you have got to La Tour and find it pleasant there, and that you have met Dr. and Mrs. Guthrie, and that they have met you instead of the blowsy-toesy American women, who make one so ashamed of them. If I wasn't going to Dorset, I should wish I were going where you are. But then, you see, I am going to Dorset. I've been to the Central Park with Mrs. , who talked in one steady stream all the way. I was sleepy and the carriage very noisy, and take it altogether, what a farce life is sometimes. The intercourse of human beings, outsides touching outsides, the heart and soul lying to all intents and purposes as dead as a doornail. Do you ever feel mentally and spiritually alone in the world? Perhaps everybody does. To Miss E. A. Warner, New York, June 4th, 1869. I concluded you had gone and died and got buried without letting me know, when your letter reached me via Dorset. What possessed you to send it there when you knew, you naughty thing, that I was having General Assembly? I can't imagine. But I suppose, being a Congregationalist, you thought General Assembly wasn't nothing, and that I could entertain squads of DDs for a fortnight, more or less. Just as well at Dorset I could here. My dear, read the papers and go in the way you should go, and behave yourselves. As if 250 ministers haven't worn streaks in the grass round the church, haven't, some of them, been here to dinner and eaten my strawberry shortcake and cottage puddings, and praised my coffee and drank 2 cups apiece, all round, and as if I hadn't been set up on end for those of 'em to look at who are reading Katie, and as if going furiously to work, after they'd all gone, didn't use me up and spend me lopping down on sofas, sighing like a what's-its-name. Well, well, the ignorance of you country folks, and the wisdom of us city folks. We hope to get to Dorset by the 17th of this month. Depends on how many interruptions I have, and how many days I have to lie by. I can't imagine why I break down so, for I don't know when I've been so well as during this spring. But Mr. P. and A. say I work like a tiger, and I suppose I do without knowing it. I'm so glad you had a pleasant Sunday. No doubt you had more bodily strength with which to enjoy spiritual things. A weak body hinders prayer and praise when the heart would sing, if it were not in fetters that cramp and exhaust it. Monday. Today I've been enacting the tiger again, and worked furiously. A half scolds and half entreats, but I can't help it. If I work, and so there it is. I've bought a dinner set, and had a long visit from my old Mary, who wept over and kissed me, and I'm going out to call on Mrs. Wolseley this evening. Tomorrow A's scholars are to come and make an address to her and give her a picture. She is not to know it till they arrive. It is really cold after the very hot weather, and some are freezing, and some have internal pains. I wish you could have seen me this forenoon at work in the attic. A mass of dust, feathers, and perplexity. I got hold of one of my John's innumerable trunks of papers, and found among them manuscripts of several of my books laid up in lavender, which I pitched into the ash barrel. I suppose he thinks I may distinguish myself some time, and that the discerning world will be after a scratch of my gifted pen. Have you read Gates Off the Hinges? The next thing will be There Ain't No Gates. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Chapter 9, Part 3 of More Love to Thee. The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. More Love to Thee. The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss by George Prentiss. Chapter 9, Part 3. The new home in Dorset. What it became to her. Letters from there. A notable incident of the year was the entering upon housekeeping at Dorset under her own roof. As is usual in such cases, the process was somewhat wearisome and trying, but the result was most happy. All the bright anticipations with which the event had been so long looked forward to were more than realized. For the next 10 summers the Dorset home was to her a sweet haven of rest from the agitations, cares, and turmoil of New York life. It seemed at the time a venturesome, almost a rash thing to build it, but when she left it for her home above, the building of the house seemed to have been an inspiration of Providence. While contributing greatly to her happiness, it probably added several years to her life. The 4 months which she passed each season at Dorset were spent largely in the open air, and in such varied and pleasant exercise as exerted the most healthful, soothing influence upon both body and soul. It was just this fruit her husband hoped might, by the blessing of heaven, blossom out of the new home, and in later years he used often to say to her that if the place should be of a sudden annihilated, he should still feel that it had paid for itself many times over. To Mrs. Smith, Dorset, July 9, 1869. How many times during the last month I have been reminded of your saying you would live through the agony of getting your house ready to rent. I can sum up all I have been through by saying that almost everything has turned out the reverse of what I expected. In the first place, I broke down just as we were to start to come here, and had to be left behind to pick up life enough to undertake the journey. Then the car we chartered did not get here for a week, and nobody but A had anything to wear, and all my flowers died for want of water. The car, too, was broken into, and my idols of tin pans all taken, with some other things, and when it did arrive it was unpacked, and our goods brought here in a regular deluge, the like of which has never been seen since the days of Noah. For days everything was in dire confusion, and for all that our own home was delightful, and we had the most outrageous appetites you ever heard of. George is in ecstasies with his house, his land, his pig, and his horse. I hope you are not sick and tired of all this rigmarole. It isn't in human nature to move into a house of its own and talk of anything else. I got a warm-hearted letter a few days ago from the city of Milwaukee, from an unknown Western sister, beginning, "Whom not having seen I love," and going on to say that Katie describes herself and her lot exactly, only she had no Martha on hand. I get so many testimonies. I am going to spare your eyes and brains by winding up this epistle and going to bed. I do not think your husband ought to come home till he has recovered his power of sleeping. I know how to pity him, if anybody does, and I know how loss of sleep cripples. Good night, dear child. God bless me and my wife, you and your wife, us 4, and no more. To Mrs. Leonard, Dorset, August 3, 1869. Your last letter endeared you to me more than ever, and I have longed to answer it, but we have been in such a state of confusion that writing has been a task. The whole house has been painted inside and out since we entered it, and I dare say you know what endless uproar the flitting from room to room to accommodate painters causes. We have just been admitted to our parlor, but it is in no order, and the dining room is still piled with trunks. But the house is lovely, and we shall feel well repaid for the severe labor it has cost us, when it is done and we can settle down in it. I write to ask you to send me by express what numbers of Stepping Heavenward you have on hand. I would not give you the trouble to do this if I could get them in any other way, but I cannot, as all back numbers are gone, and the copy I have has been borrowed and worn, so as to be illegible in many places. Randolph is to publish the work and says he wants it soon. I am constantly receiving testimonies as to its usefulness, and hope it will do good to many who have not seen it in the advance. How I do long to see you! I think of you many times every day, and thank God that He enables you to glorify Him in bearing your great sorrow. Sometimes I feel as if I must see Mr. L.'s kind face once more, but I remind myself that by patiently waiting a little while I shall see it in the faces of all the sainted ones who have gone before. Next to faith in God comes patience. I see that more and more, and few possess enough of either to enable them to meet the day of bereavement without dismay. We are constantly getting letters from afflicted souls that cannot see one ray of light, and keep reiterating, "I am not reconciled." How fearful it must be to kick thus against the pricks already sharp enough. I believe fully with you that there is no happiness on earth, as there is none in heaven, to be compared with that of losing all things to possess Christ. I look back to 2 points in my life as standing out from all the rest of it as seasons of peculiar joy, and they are the points which I was crushed under the weight of sorrow. How wonderful this is, how incomprehensible to those who have not learned Christ. Do write me oftener. You are very dear to me, and your letters always welcome. I love you for magnifying the Lord in the midst of your distress. You could not get so into my heart in any other way. To Mrs. Smith, Dorset, August 8, 1869. Half of your chickens are safely here, well and bright, and settled, I hope, for the summer. A and M, who seems as joyous as a lark, are like Siamese twins, with the advantage of untying at night and sleeping in different beds. I have not been well, and did not go to church today, but Professor Robinson of Rochester, New York, preached a very superior sermon, George says. They have gone to our woods together. We took tea a few nights ago at the Pratts, being invited to meet him and Mrs. R. They asked many questions about you and your husband. We find the Pratts charming neighbors in their way, modest, kind, and good. They take the advance, read Katie, and like it. August 21st. As we have only had 16 in our family of late, I have not had much to do. Yesterday we made up a party to the quarry, and had just seated, 29 in all, to eat a very nice dinner when it began to rain in floods. Each grabbed his plate, if he could, and rushed to a blacksmith's shop not far away. 20 or 30 workmen rushed there too, and there we were, cooped up in the dirt, to finish our meal as best we could. It soon stopped pouring, and we had a delightful drive home. Mr. B.F.B., with 2 of his boys, was with us. He is charmed with our house and its views. Katie has made her last appearance in the advance, but I keep getting letters about her from all quarters, and the editors say they have had hundreds. H. has caught up with Hal, and they are exactly of a height, and I feel as if I had a dear little pair of twins. Last Sunday evening the 3 boys laid their heads in my lap together, all alike content. End of Chapter 9, Part 3. Chapter 9, Part 4 of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss by George Prentiss. Chapter 9, Part IV. Return to town, domestic changes, letters. My heart sides with God in everything. Visiting among the poor. Conflict isn't sin. Publication of Stepping Heavenward. Her misgivings about it. How it was received. Reminiscences by Miss Eliza A. Warner. Letters. The Reverend Wheelock Craig. Early in October she returned to town and began to make ready for the departure of her eldest daughter to Europe, where she was to pass the next year with the family of Professor Smith. The younger children had thus far been taught by their sister, and her leaving home was fraught with no little trial both to them and to the mother. To Mrs. Smith, New York, October 12. I can fully sympathize with the sad toss you are in about staying abroad another year, but we feel that there is no doubt you have decided wisely and well. But the bare mention of your settling down at VII has driven us all wild. What hallucination could you have been laboring under? Why, your husband would go off the handle in a week. To be sure, it is beautiful for a situation, as Mount Zion itself, but one can't live on beauty. One must have life and action, and stimulus, in other words, human beings. They're all horrid except you, but we can't do without 'em. What I went through at lonely Genevieve. O solitude, where are the charms that sages have seen in thy face? We took it for granted that you would settle in some German city near old friends. It is true they mayn't be all you want, but anything is better than nothing, and you would stagnate and moulder all the way at VII. What is there there? Why, a lake and some mountains, and you can't spend a year staring at them. Well, I dare say light will be let in upon you. I hope A will behave himself. You must rule it over her with a rod of iron, as if you could, and make her stand round. Her going plunges us into a new world of care and anxiety and tribulation. We have thrust our children out into or onto the great ocean, and are about ready to sink with them. If I could sit down and cry, it would do me lots of good, but I can't. Then how am I to spare my twin boy, and my A and my M? Who is to keep me well snubbed? Who is to tell me what to wear? Who is to keep Darby and Joan from settling down into two fearful old pokes? Your husband suggests that if I have a husband, etc. I have had one with a vengeance. He has worked like 17 mad dogs all summer, and I have hardly laid eyes on him. When I have, it has been to fight with him. He would come in with a hoe or a rake or a spade in his hand, and find me with a broom, a shovel, or a pair of tongs in mine, and without a word we would pitch in and have an encounter. Of all the aggravating creatures, hasn't he been aggravating? Sometimes I thought he had run raving distracted, and sometimes, I dare say, he thought I had gone melancholy mad. He persists to this day that the work did him good, and that he enjoyed his summer. Well, maybe he did. I suppose he knows. How glad I am for you that you are to have the children go to you. It seems to be exactly the right thing. I hope to get a copy of Katie to send by the girls, but can't think of anything else. As A is to be where you are, you will probably be kept well posted in the doings of our family. I do hope she will not be a great addition to your cares, but have some misgivings as to the effect such long absence from home may have upon her. What a world this is for shiftings and siftings. To G.S.P., October 1869. I always thought George MacDonald a little audacious, though I like him in the main. There is a fallacy in this cavil, you may depend. Some years ago, when I was a little befogged by plausible talk, Dr. Skinner came to our house, got into one of his best moods, and preached a regular sermon on the glory of God that set me all right again. I'm not skilled in argument, but my heart sides with God in everything, and my conception of his character is such a beautiful one that I feel that he cannot err. I do not like the expression, "Is I thinking about his own glory?" I quote from memory. It belittles the real fact, and almost puts the Supreme Being on a level with us poor mortals. The more time we spend upon our knees in real communion with God, the better we shall comprehend his wonderful nature, and how impossible it is to submit that nature to the rules by which we judge human beings. Every turn in life brings me back to this: more prayer. I shall go with much pleasure to see Mrs. G., and may God give me some good word to say to her. I almost envy you your sphere of usefulness, but unless I give up mine, cannot get fully into it. I want you to know that next to being with my Saviour, I love to be with his sufferers, so that you can be sure to remember me when you have any on your heart. P.S. I have hunted up Mrs. G. and had such an interesting talk with her that she has hardly been out of my mind since. It is a very unusual case, and the fact that her husband is a Jew and loves her with such real romance is an obstacle in her way to Christ. When you can get a little spare time, I wish you would run in and let us talk her case over. I'm ever so glad that I'm growing old every day, and so become better fitted to be the dear and loving friend to young people I want to be. I wish we both loved our Saviour better, and could do more for him. The days in which I do nothing specifically for him seem such meager, such lost days. You seemed to think, the last time I saw you, that you were not so near him as you were last year. I think we can't always know our own state. It does not follow that a season of severe conflict is a sign of estrangement from God. Perhaps we are never nearer to him than when we hate ourselves most and fancy ourselves intolerable in his sight. Conflict isn't sin. To Miss E.A. Warner, New York, October 11th, 1869. I hear with great concern that Miss Lyman's health is so much worse that she is about to leave Vassar. Is this true? I cannot say I should be very sorry if I should hear she was going to be called up higher. It seems such a blessed thing to finish up one's work when the Master says we may, and go to be with him. I can fully sympathize with the feeling that made Mrs. Graham say, she closed her daughter's eyes, "I wish you joy, my darling." But I should want to see her before she went. That would be next best to seeing her after she got back. If you meet with a dear little book called The Melody of the 23rd Psalm, do read it. It is by Miss Anna Warner, and shows great knowledge of and love for the Bible. In a few weeks I shall be able to send you a copy of Stepping Heavenward. We have been home rather more than a week, and the house is all upside down, outwardly and inwardly, for A sails for Europe on the 21st with M and Hal Smith, to be gone a year, and this involves sending the other children to school, and various trying changes of the sort. Tossing my long-sheltered lambs into the world has cost me inexpressible pain. Only a mother can understand how much and why, and they, on their part, go into it, shrinking and quivering in every nerve. To their father, as well as to me, this has been a time of sore trial, and we are doing our best to keep each other up amid the discouragements and temptations that confront us, for each new phase of life brings more or less of both. Stepping Heavenward was published toward the end of October, having appeared already as a serial in the Chicago Advance. The first number of the serial was printed February 4, 1869. The work was planned, and the larger part of it composed during the winter and spring of 1867-1868. Referring more especially to this part of it, she once said to a friend, "Every word of that book was a prayer, and seemed to come of itself. I never knew how it was written, for my heart and hands were full of something else." By something else she had in mind the care of little Frances. The ensuing summer the manuscript was taken with her to Dorset, carefully revised and finished before her return to the city. In revising it she had the advantage of suggestions made by her friends, Miss Warner and Miss Lyman, both of them Christian ladies of the best culture and of rare good sense. Notwithstanding the favour with which the work had been received as issued in the Advance, Mrs. Prentiss had great misgivings about its success, a misgiving that had haunted her while engaged in writing it, but all doubt on the subject will soon be dispelled. The response to Stepping Heavenward was instant and general. Others of her books were enjoyed, praised, laughed over, but this one was taken by tired hands into secret places, pored over by eyes dim with tears, and its lessons prayed out at many a jabbock. It was one of those books which sorrowing, merry-like women read to each other, and which lured many a bustling Martha from the fretting of her care-cumbered life to ponder the new lesson of rest and toil. It was one of those books of which people kept a lending copy, that they might enjoy the uninterrupted companionship of their own. The circulation of the book was very large, not to speak of the thousands which were sold here. It went through numerous editions in England. From England it passed into Australia. It fell into the family of an afflicted Swiss pastor, and the comfort which it brought to that stricken household led to its translation into French by one of the pastor's daughters. It passed through I know not how many editions in French. In Germany it came into the hands of an invalid lady who begged the privilege of translating it. The first word of a favorite German hymn, "Heavenward doth our journey tend, we are strangers here on earth," furnished the title for the German translation, Himmelland. It appeared just after the French War, and went as a comforter into scores of the homes which war had desolated, and frequent testimony came back to her of the deep interest excited by the book, and of the affectionate gratitude called out toward the author. She seemed to have inspired her translator, whose letters to her breathed the warmest affection and the most enthusiastic admiration. It would be easy to fill up the time that remains with grateful testimonies to the work of this book. From among a multitude I select only one. A manufacturer in a New England town, a stranger, wrote to her expressing his high appreciation of the book, and saying that he had 4,000 persons in his employ, and a circulating library of 6,000 volumes for their use, in which were 2 copies of Stepping Heavenward. He adds, "I hear in every direction of the good it is doing, and a wealthy friend has written to me saying she means to put a copy into the hand of every bride of her acquaintance." Several chapters might be filled with letters received by Mrs. Prentiss, expressing the gratitude of the writers for the spiritual help and comfort Stepping Heavenward had given them. These letters came from all parts of this country, from Europe, and even from the ends of the earth, and they were written by persons belonging to every class in society. Among them was one written on coarse brown grocery paper from a poor crippled boy in the interior of Pennsylvania, which she especially prized. It led to a friendly correspondence that continued for several years. The book was read with equal delight by persons not only of all classes, but of all creeds also, by Calvinists, Arminians, High Churchmen, Evangelicals, Unitarians, and Roman Catholics. It was, however, wholly unnoticed by most of the organs of literary opinion in this country, although abroad it attracted at once the attention of men and women well known in the world of letters, and was praised by them in the highest terms. Mrs. Eliza A. Warner, in the following reminiscences, gives some interesting incidents in reference to Stepping Heavenward. That summer in Dorset, the summer of 1868, is one full of bright and pleasant memories which it is delightful to recall. I had heard much of Mrs. Prentiss from mutual friends, and been exceedingly interested in her books, so that when I found we were to be fellow boarders for the summer, I was greatly pleased. Yet I felt a little shy at meeting one of whose superiority in many lines I had heard so much. How well I remember that bright morning in July on which we first met on our way to the breakfast table. I can hear now the frank, cheery voice with which she greeted me, and see her large dark eyes, so full of animation and kindly interest, which a moment after sparkled with fun as she recalled an old joke familiar to my friends, and it seemed to her also. I was put at my ease at once, and from that moment onward felt the wonderful fascination of a manner so peculiarly her own. It was a frank, whole-souled, sincere manner, with a certain indescribable piquancy and sprightliness blending with the earnestness which made her very individual and very charming. For the next 2 months we were a good deal together. I think it was a very happy summer to her. You were building the house in Dorset for a summer home, and the planning for this and watching its progress was a pleasant occupation, and she was such an enthusiastic lover of nature that the out-of-door life she led was a constant enjoyment. She would spend hours rambling in the woods, collecting ferns, mosses, trailing vines, and every little bit of blossom and greenery that met her eye, and nothing pretty escaped it, and there was always an added freshness and brightness in her face when she came home laden with these treasures, and eager to exhibit them. "Oh, you don't go crazy over such things as I do," she would say, as she held them up for our admiration. She filled her room with these woodland beauties, and pressed quantities of them to carry to her city home. In that beautiful valley among the green mountains, some of whose near summits rise to the height of 3,000 feet, her enthusiasm for fine scenery had full scope. She would watch with delight the sunset glow as it spread and deepened along those mountain peaks, suffusing them with a glory which we likened to that of the New Jerusalem. And as we sat and watched this glory slowly fade, tint by tint, into the gray twilight, her talk would be of heaven and holiness and of Christ. Whatever she felt intensely, and she threw her whole heart and soul into all she said or did. This was one great secret of the power of her personal presence. She felt so keenly herself, she made others feel. Those summer days were long and bright and beautiful, but none too long for her. She was one of the most industrious persons I have ever known, and her writing, reading, and sewing, and the care of her children, over the formation of whose characters she watched closely and wisely, occupied every moment of her time, except when she was out of doors, trying by exercise in the open air to secure a good night's sleep, not an easy thing for her to do in those days. Early in August we were joined by Miss Hannah Lyman of Vassar College, a mutual friend and a most delightful addition to our little party. We knew Mrs. Prentiss spent a part of every day in writing, but she said nothing of the nature of her work. Do you remember coming into the parlor one morning, where Miss Lyman and I were sitting by ourselves, and telling us that she was writing a story, but had become so discouraged she threatened to throw it aside as not worth finishing? "I like it myself," you added. "It really seems to me one of the best things she has ever written, and I am trying to get her to read it to you and see what you think of it." Of course both Miss Lyman and myself were eager to hear it, and promised to tell her frankly how we liked it. The next morning she came to our room with a little green box in her hand, saying, with her merry laugh, "Now you've got to do penance for your sins, you two wicked women." And sitting down by the window while we took our sewing, she began to read us in manuscript the work which was destined to touch and strengthen so many hearts, which, to use the words of another, has become a part of the soul history of many thousands of Christian women, young and old, at home and abroad. It was a rare treat to listen to it, with comments from her interspersed, some of them droll and witty, others full of profound religious feeling. Now and then, as we queried if something was not improbable or unnatural, she would give us bits of history from her own experience or that of her friends, going to show that stranger things had occurred in real life. I need not say we insisted on its being finished, feeling sure it would do great good, although I must confess that I do not think either of us, much as we enjoyed it, was fully aware of its great merits. I was much impressed by her singleness of purpose, her one great desire so evidently being that her writing should help others to know and to love Christ and His truth, that she thought little or nothing of her own reputation. She went on with her work, occasionally reading to us what she had added. In those days she always spoke of it as her Katie book, no other title having been given to it. But one morning she came to the breakfast table with her face all lighted up. "I've got a name for my book," she exclaimed. "It came to me while I was lying awake last night. You know Wordsworth's Stepping Westward. I'm going to call it Stepping Heavenward. Don't you like it?" "I do." We all felt it was exactly the right name, and she added, "I think I will put in Wordsworth's poem as a preface." On the heart communings on sacred things that made that summer so memorable to me I cannot speak, and yet more than anything else, these gave a distinctive character to our intercourse. Her faith and love were so ardent and persuading, so much a part of herself, that no one could be with her without recognizing their power over her life. She was interested in everything about her, without a particle of cant, full of playful humor and bright fancies. But the love of Christ was the absorbing interest of her life. Almost a passion, might be called, so fervent and rapturous was her devotion to Him, so great her longing for communion with him, for a more complete conformity to his perfect will. As I have said, all her emotions were intense, and her religious affections had the same warmth and glow. Believing in Christ was to her not so much a duty as the deepest joy of her life, heightening all other joys, and she was not satisfied until her friends shared with her in this experience. She believed it to be attainable by all, founded on a complete submitting of the human to the divine will in all things, great and small. Truly of her it might be said, if of any human being, she hath loved much. To Mrs. Smith, New York, November 16, 1869. Your arrangements at Heidelberg seem to me to be as delightful as anything can be in a world where nothing is ideal. Be sure to let A bear her full share of the expense, and be a mother to her if you can. The gayest outside life has an undertone of sadness, and I do not doubt she will have hours of unrest which she will hardly know how to account for. I am afraid Heidelberg will be rather narrow bounds for your husband, and hope he may decide to go to Egypt in case his ear gets quite well. How fortunate that he is near a really good aurist. I'm always nervous about ear troubles. Fancy your having to shout your love to him. In a letter written about 2 weeks ago, Miss Lyman says, "How am I? Lounging for a corner in which to stop trying to live, and lie down and die," and adds that she is now too feeble to travel. I suppose she is liable to break down at any moment, but I do hope she won't be left to go abroad. I judge from what you say of Mr. H. that he is slipping off. I always look at people who are going to heaven with a sort of curiosity and envy. It is next best to seeing one who has just come thence. Get all the good out of him you can. There is none too much saintliness on earth. I wonder how you spend your time. Do sometime write the history of one day. What you said to that funny cook, and what she said to you. What you thought and what you did, and what you didn't think, and did. Friday the 19th. Thanksgiving has come and gone beautifully. It was a perfect day as to weather. Our congregation joined Dr. Murray's, and he gave us an excellent sermon. The 4 Stearnses came in to dinner and seemed to enjoy it. I suppose you all celebrated the day in Yankee fashion and got up those abominations, mince pies. When I told L. about Blank's 4th marriage, he said it reminded him of a place he had seen, where a man lay buried in the midst of a lot of women, the soul on the inscription of his gravestone being, "Our husband." Mrs. Blank says the tiffs between my Katie and her husband are exactly like those she had with hers, and Mrs. Blank said very much the same thing, after hearing which I gave up. Tell A. I had a call yesterday from Mrs. S., who came to town to spend Thanksgiving at her father's, and fell upon my neck and ate me up 3 several times. I tell you what it is. It's nice to have people love you, whether you deserve it or not, and this warm-hearted, enthusiastic creature really did me good. Dr. Skinner sent us an extraordinary book to read called God's Furnace. There is a good deal of egotism in it, and self-consciousness, and a good deal of genuine Christian experience. I read through it 4 times, and when I carried it back and was discussing it with him, he said he had too. It seems almost incredible that a holy, sanctified character could publish such a book, made up as it is of the author's own letters and journal and most sacred joys and sorrows. But perhaps when I get sanctified I shall go to printing mine. It really seems to be a way they have. The Hitchcocks sailed yesterday, and it must have cheered them to set forth on so very fine a day. Give my love to everybody, straight through from Hal up to your husband and Mr. H. Later. Of course my letters to A. are virtually to you, too, as far as you can be interested in the little details of which they are made up. Randolph showed George a letter about Katie, which he says beats anything we have heard yet, which is saying a good deal. One lady said Ernest was exactly like her husband, another that he was painfully so. Indeed, many sore hearts are making such confessions, so I begin to think that there is even more sorrowfulness and unrest in the world than I thought there was. You would get sick unto death of the book if I should tell a quarter of what we hear about it, good and bad. It quite refreshed me to hear that a young lady wanted to punch me. Craig's life is very touching. His delight in Christ and in close fellowship with him is beautiful, but it is painful to see that dying man wander about Europe alone, when he ought to have been breathing out his life in the arms he loved so well. How did poor Mrs. C. live through the week of suspense that followed the telegram announcing his illness? For one must love such a man very deeply, I think. Well, he doesn't care now where he died or when, and he has gone where he belongs. I miss you all ever so much, and George keeps up one constant howl for your husband. It is a mystery to me what any of you find in my letters. They do seem so flat to me. What fun it would be if you would all write me a round letter. I would write a rouser for it. Lots of love. The Reverend Wheelock Craig, whose life is referred to by Mrs. Prentiss in the preceding letter, was her husband's successor in the pastorate of the South Trinitarian Church, New Bedford. End of Chapter 9, Part 4. Chapter 9, Part 5 of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss, by George Prentiss. Chapter 9, Part 5. Recollections by Mrs. Henry B. Smith. The following recollections from the pen of Mrs. Smith may fitly close the present chapter. Northampton, January 2nd, 1879. My dear Dr. Prentiss, I have been trying this beautiful snowy day, which shuts us into our own thoughts, to recall some of my impressions of your dear wife, but I find it very difficult. There was such variety to her, and so much of her, and the things which were most characteristic are so hard to be described. I read Stepping Heavenward in manuscript before we went to Europe in 1869. I remember she used to say that I was Katie's aunt, because we talked her over with so much interest. She sent me a copy to Heidelberg, where I began at once translating it into German as my regular exercise. I was delighted to give my copy to Mrs. Professor K. in Leipzig as the American story, which I was willing to have her translate into German, as she had asked for one. There is no need of telling you about the enthusiasm which the book created. Women everywhere said, "It seems to be myself that I am reading about," and the feeling that they too, with all their imperfections, might be really stepping heavenward was one great secret of its inspiration. One little incident may interest you. My niece, Mrs. Professor Emerson, was driving alone toward Amherst, and took into her carriage a poor colored woman who was walking the same way. The woman soon said, "I have been thinking a good deal of you, Mrs. E., and of your little children, and I have been reading a book which I thought you would like." It was something about walking toward heaven. Was it Stepping Heavenward? Yes, that was it. How naturally, modestly, almost indifferently, she received the tributes which poured in upon her. Yet, though she cared little for praise, she cared much for love, and for the consciousness that she was a helper and comforter to others. On reading the book again this last summer, I was struck by seeing how true a transcript of herself, in more than one respect, was given in Katie. Why cannot I make a jacket for my baby without throwing into it the ardor of a soldier going into battle? How ardently she threw herself into everything she did. In friendship and love and religion, this outpouring of herself was most striking. Her earlier books she always read or submitted to me in manuscript, and she showed so little self-interest in them, and I so much, that they seemed a sort of common property. I think I had quite as much pleasure in their success and far more pride than herself. The Susie books I always considered quite as superior in their way as Stepping Heavenward. They are still peerless among books for little children. Henry and Bessie, too, contain some of the most beautiful religious teaching ever written. Fred and Maria and me she used to talk about almost as if I had written it, for no other reason than I had liked it so much. My sister says that her daughter Nettie read Little Susie through 12 times, getting up to read it before breakfast. She printed, before she could write, a little letter of thanks to your wife, who sent her the following pretty note in reply. New York, January 10th, 1854. My dear Nettie, what a nice little letter you wrote me. It pleased me very much. I shall keep it in my desk, and when I am an old woman I shall buy a pair of spectacles and sit down in the chimney corner and read it. When you learn to write with your own little fingers, I hope you will write me another letter. Your friend with love, Aunt Susan. She did nothing for effect, and made little or no effort merely to please. She was almost too careless of the impression which she made upon others, and on this account strangers sometimes thought her cold and unsympathetic. But touch her at the right point, and the right moment, and there was no measure to her interest and warmth. She hated all pretense and display, and the slightest symptom of them in others shut her up and kept her grave and silent, and this not from a severe or Pharisaic spirit, but because the atmosphere was so foreign to her that she could not live in it. I pity people that have any sham about them. When I am by, she said one day, I'm dreadfully afraid of young ladies, she said in another time. She could not adapt herself to the artificial and conventional. Yet with young ladies who loved what she loved, she was peculiarly free and playful and forth-giving, and such were among her dearest and most lovingly admiring friends. When we met there were no preliminaries. She plunged at once into the subject which was interesting to her. The book, the person, the case of sickness or trouble, the plan, the last shopping, the game, the garment, the new preparation for the table, in a way peculiarly her own. One could never be with her many minutes without hearing some bright fancy, some quick stroke of repartee, some ludicrous way of putting a thing. But whether she told of the grumbler who could find nothing to complain of in heaven, except that his halo didn't fit, or said in her quick way, when the plainness of a lady's dress was commended, why, I didn't suppose that anyone could go to heaven nowadays without an overskirt, or wrote her sparkling impromptu rhymes for our children's games. Her mirth was all in harmony with her earnest life. Her quick perceptions, her droll comparisons, her readiness of expression, united with her rare and tender sympathies, made her the most fascinating of companions to both young and old. Our little Saturday tear with our children, while our husbands were at Chi Alpha, were rare times. My children enjoyed Aunt Lizzie almost as much as I did. She was usually in her best mood at these times. When you and Henry came in, on your return from Chi Alpha, you looked in upon, or rather you completed, a happier circle than this impoverished earth could ever show us again. Her acquisitions were so rapid, and she made so little show of them, that one might have doubted their thoroughness, who had no occasion to test them. Her beautiful translation of Griselda was a surprise to many. I remember her eager enthusiasm while translating it. The writing of her books was almost an inspiration, so rapid, without copying, almost without alteration, running on in her clear, pure style, with here and there a radiant sparkle above the full depths. It sometimes seemed as if she were interested only in those whom she knew she could benefit. If so, it was from her ever-present consciousness of a consecrated life. She constantly sought for ways of showing her love to Christ, especially to his sick and suffering and sorrowing ones. Life with her was peculiarly intense and earnest. She looked upon it more as a discipline and a hard path, and yet no one had a quicker or more admiring eye for the flowers by the wayside. I always thought that her great forte was the study of character. She laid bare and dissected everybody, even her nearest friends and herself, to find what was in them, and what she found, reproduced in her books, was what gave them their peculiar charm of reality. The growth of the religious life in her heart was the one most interesting subject to her. I never could fully understand the deep sadness which was the groundwork of her nature. It certainly did not prevent the most intense enjoyment of her rich temporal and spiritual blessings, while it indicated depths which her friends did not fathom. It was partly constitutional, doubtless, and partly, I suppose, from her keener sensitiveness, her larger grasp, her stronger convictions, her more vivid vision, and more ardent desires. Even the glowing, almost seraphic love of Christ, which was the chief characteristic of her later life, was, in her words, but longing and seeking. She was an exile yearning for her home, stepping heavenward, and knowing better than the rest of us what it meant. These things come to me now, and yet how much I have omitted! Her industry so varied and untiring, her generosity, so many gifts of former days are around me now, her interest in my children, her delight in flowers and colors and all beautiful things, her ready sympathy, but it is an almost inexhaustible subject. She comes vividly before me now, seated on the floor in her room with her work around her, making something for such and such a person. What the void in your life must be, those who knew most of her manifold, exalted, inspiring life can but imagine. Nay, hope may whisper with the dead by bending forward where they are, but memory with a backward tread communes with them afar. The joys we lose are but forecast, and we shall find them all once more. We look behind us for the past, but lo, 'tis all before. End of Chapter 9, Part 5.
Chapter 10, Part I, of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss by George Prentiss. Chapter 10, Part I. On the Mount, 1870. A happy year. Madame Guyon. What sweetens the cup of earthly trials and the cup of earthly joy? Death of Mrs. Julia B. Cady. Her usefulness. Sickness and death of other friends. My cup runneth over. Letters. More love to thee, O Christ. In every earnest life there usually comes a time when it reaches its highest point, whether of power or of enjoyment, a time when it is in the bright consummate flower. The year 1870 formed such a period in the life of Mrs. Prentiss. None that went before or that followed after equalled it, as a whole, in rich, varied, and happy experiences. It was full of the genial, loving spirit which inspired the little Susie books and Stepping Heavenward. Full, too, of the playful humour which runs through Fred and Maria and me, and full, also, of the intense, overflowing delight in her God and Saviour that breathes in the golden hours. From its opening to its close she was, to borrow an expression from her Richmond journal, one great long sunbeam. Everywhere, in her home, with her friends, by sick and dying beds, in the house of mourning, in the crowded street, or among her flowers at Dorset, she seemed to be attired with constant brightness. Of course, there were not wanting hours of sadness and heart-sinking, nor was her consciousness of sin or her longing to be freed from it perhaps ever keener and more profound. But still the main current of her existence flowed on, untroubled, to the music of its own loving, grateful, and adoring thoughts. Often she would say that God was too good to her, that she was satisfied, and had nothing more to ask of life. Her cup of domestic bliss ran over, and as to her religious joy, it was at times too much for her frail body, and she begged that it might be transferred to other souls. Her letters give a vivid picture of her state of mind during this memorable year, and yet only a picture. The sweet reality was beyond the power of words. In the early part of this year, the correspondence of Madame Guyon and Fenelon fell into her hands, and was eagerly read by her. The perusal of this correspondence led, somewhat later, to a careful study of the select works, Autobiography, and spiritual letters of Madame Guyon, thus forming an important incident in her religious history. Heretofore she had known Madame Guyon chiefly through the Life, by Professor Upham, and the little treatise entitled A Short and Very Easy Method of Prayer, and both seem rather to have repelled her. In 1867 she wrote to a friend, "There is a book I would be glad to have you read, and which I think you would wish to own. Thoughts on Personal Religion by Gorgen. I never read a modern religious book that had in it so much that really edified me. I take for granted you have Thomas à Kempis. On that and on Fenelon I have feasted for years every day. I like strengthening food, and whatever deals a blow at this monster self. Madame Guyon I do not understand." But now she began to feel, as so many earnest seekers after holiness had felt before her, the strong attraction of this remarkable woman. While never becoming to her what Fenelon was, Madame Guyon for several years exerted a decided influence upon her views of the Christian life. Nor is there reason to think that this influence was not, on the whole, salutary. Notwithstanding her grave errors and the extravagances which marred her career, Madame Guyon was no doubt one of the holiest, as she was certainly one of the most gifted, women of her own or any other age. To Mrs. J. Elliott Condict, New York, January 2nd, 1870. It has been a real disappointment not to see you. How quickly we learn to lean on earthly things. I am afraid I prize Christian fellowship too much, and that I am behaving in a miserly way about all divine gifts, shutting myself up here in this room, which often seems like the gate of heaven, and luxuriating in it, instead of going about preaching the glad tidings to other souls. Yet work for Christ, when he gives it, is sweet too, and if answering your note is the little tiny bit he offers me at this moment, how glad I am. Though I am not, just now, in the furnace as you are, there is no knowing how soon I shall be, and I remember well enough how the furnace feels, to have deep sympathy with you in your trials. Sympathy, but not regret. I can't make myself be very sorry for Christ's disciples when he takes them in hand. He does it so tenderly, so wisely, so lovingly, and it can hardly be true, can it, that he is just as near and dear to me when my cup is as full of earthly blessings as it can hold, as he is to you whose cup he is emptying? I have always thought they knew and loved him best who knew him in his character of chastiser, but perhaps one never loses the memory of his revelations of himself in that form, and perhaps that tender memory saddens and hallows the day of prosperity. At any rate, you and I seem to be in full sympathy with each other. Your empty cup isn't empty, and my full one would be bitter if love to Christ did not sweeten it. It matters very little on what paths we are walking, since we find him in everyone. How ashamed we shall be when we get to heaven of our talk about our trials here. Why don't we sing songs instead? We know how, for he has put the songs into our mouths. I think I know something about the land of Beulah, but I don't quite live in it yet. And yet what is this joy if it isn't beatitude, if it is not a foretaste of that which is to come? It isn't joy in what he has done for me, a sinner, but adoring joy for what he is, though I do not begin to know what he is. It will take an eternity to learn that lesson. Do you really mean that Miss K is going to pray for me? How delightful! I am greedy for prayer. Nobody is rich enough to give me anything I so long for. Indeed, when my husband begged me to tell him what I wanted at Christmas, I couldn't think of a thing. But oh, what unutterable longing I have for more of Christ. Why should we not speak freely to each other of him? Don't apologize for it again. The wonder is that we have the heart to speak of anything else. Sometimes I am almost frightened at the expressions of love I pour out upon him, and wonder if I am really in earnest, if I really mean all I say. Is it even so with you? It is not foolish, is it? Perhaps he likes to hear our poor stammerings, when we cannot get our emotions and our thoughts into words. To Miss E. A. Warner, New York, January 7th, 1870. I find letters more and more unsatisfactory. How little I know of your real life, how little you know of mine. So much is going on all the time that I should run and tell you about if you lived here, but which it would take too long to write. I have very precious Christian friends within 6 months who take, or rather to whom I give, more time than I could or would spare for any ordinary friendship. One of them has spent 4 hours in my room with me at a time, and we had wonderful communings together. Then 2 dear friends have died. One of the 2, of whom you have heard me speak, was the most useful woman in our church. My husband and I both wept over her death. The other directed in dying that a copy of Stepping Heavenward should be given to each of her Sunday scholars. A lifelong fear of death was taken away, and she declared it pleasanter and easier to die than to live. Her last words, 5 minutes before she drew her last gentle breath, came with the upward dying look, "Wonderful love." You cannot think how sweet it is to be a pastor's wife, to feel the right to sympathize with those who mourn, to fly to them at once and join them in their prayers and tears. It would be pleasant to spend one's whole time among sufferers, and to keep testifying to them what Christ can and will become to them, if they will only let him. No, I never dialed or was transcendental. I don't think knowledge will come to us by intuition in heaven, though knowledge enough to get started there will, but I don't much care how it will be. I know we shall learn Christ there. I have read lately Professor Phelps on the Solitude of Christ. It is a suggestive little book, which I like much. Have you ever read the life of Mrs. Hawkes? It is interesting because she records so many of Cecil's wonderful remarks, such, e.g., as these: "A humble, kind silence often utters much." Tomorrow you and I shall walk together in a garden, when I hope to talk with you about everything but sadness. I am going to ask a favour of you, though I hate to put you to the trouble. In writing a telegram in great haste and sorrow, I accidentally used and cut into the lines you copied for me, "Sabbath hymn in sickness." It was a real loss, and if you ever feel a little stronger than usual, will you make me another copy? I so often want to comfort sick persons with it. I have half promised to write a serial for a magazine, the organ of the Young Men's Christian Association, though I know nothing of young men and hate to write serials. I wish I could hide in some hole. I get bright letters from A, who is having a very nice time. I write her every day, wretched letters, which she thinks delightful, fortunately. We have a quiet time this winter, but such nice things can't last, and I am afraid of this world anyhow. I know you pray for me, as I do for you and Miss L every day. I have 1,000 things to say that I shall have to put off till I see you. Goodbye, dearie. To Mrs. Condict, Sunday, March the 6th, 1870. I have had some really sweet days shut up with my dear little boy. He is better, and I am comparatively at leisure again, and so happy in meditating on the character of my Saviour, and in the sense of his nearness, that I ache, and have had to beg him to give me no more, but to carry this joy to you and to Miss K, and to 2 friends who, languishing on dying beds, need it so much. If I could shed tears, I should not have to tell you this, and indeed it is nothing new, but one must have vent in some way. And this reminds me to explain to you why to 3 dear Christian friends I now and then send verses. They are my tears of joy or sorrow, and when I feel most deeply, it is a relief to versify, and a pleasure to open my heart to those who feel as I do. I have been in print ever since I was 16 years old, and admiration is an old story. I care very little for it, but I do crave and value sympathy with those who love Christ. And it is such a new thing to open my heart thus. I have written any number of verses that no human being has ever seen, because they came from the very bottom of my heart. I wish I could put into words all the blessed thoughts I had last week about God's dear will. It was a week of such sweet content with the work He gave me to do. Naturally, I hate nursing, and losing the air makes me feel unwell. But what can't God do with us? I love dearly to have a master. I fancy that those who have strong wills are the ones who enjoy God's sovereignty most. I wonder if you realize what a very happy creature I am, and how much too good God is to me. I don't see how He can heap such mercies on a poor sinner, but that only shows how little I know Him. But then I am learning to know Him, and shall go on doing it for ever and ever, and so will you. I am not sure that it is best for us, once safe and secure on the rock of ages, to ask ourselves too closely what this and that experience may signify. Is it not better to be thinking of the rock, not of the feet that stand upon it? It seems to me that we ought to be unconscious of ourselves, and that the nearer we get to Christ, the more we shall be taken up with Him. We shall be like a sick man who, after he gets well, forgets all the old symptoms he used to think so much of, and stops feeling his pulse, and just enjoys his health, only pointing out his physician to all who are diseased. You will see that this is in answer to a portion of your letter, in which you say Miss K interprets to you certain experiences. If I am wrong, I am willing to be set right. Perhaps I have not said clearly what I meant to say. I certainly mean no criticism on you or her, but am only thinking aloud and querying. To Miss E. A. Warner, New York, March the 27th, 1870. You ask if I revel in the Pilgrim's Progress. Yes, I do. I think it an amazing book. It seems to me almost as much an inspiration as the Bible itself. I'm glad you like that hymn. I write in verse whenever I am deeply stirred, because, though as full of tears as other people, I cannot shed them. But I never showed any of those verses to anyone, not even my husband, till this winter. But if I were more with you, no doubt I should venture to let you run over some of them, at least those my dear husband has seen and likes. I have felt about hymns just as you say you do, as if I loved them more than the Bible. But I have got over that. I prayed myself out of it, not loving hymns the less, but the Bible more. I wonder if you sing. I can't remember. If you do, I will send you, sometime, a hymn to sing for my sake, called More Love to Thee, O Christ. Only to think, our silver wedding comes next month, and the Smiths away. I have been interrupted by callers, and must have been in the parlour several hours. You can't think what a sweet, peaceful winter this has been, nor how good the children are. My cup has just run over, and at times I am too happy to be comfortable, if you know what that means. Not having a strong body, I suppose you do. Mrs. B. has been in a very critical state of late, but she is rallying, and I may, perhaps, have the privilege of seeing her again. I have had some precious times with her in her sick room. Last Friday, a week ago, she prayed with me in the sweetest temper of mind, and came with me when I took leave to the head of the stairs, full of love and smiles. To a young friend, April the 5th, 1870. I wish that hymn for the sick room were mine, but it is not. I will enclose one that is, which my dear husband has kindly had printed. Perhaps you will like to sing it to the tune of Nearer, my God, to Thee. There is not much in it, but you can put everything into it as you make it your prayer. I can't help feeling that every soul I meet, of whom I can ask, What think you of Christ? And get the glad answer, He is the chiefest among 10,000, the one altogether lovely, is a blessing as well as a comfort to mine, and whenever you can and do say it, you will become more dear to me. Your God and Saviour won you as an easy victory, but he had to fight for me. It seems to me now that he ought to have all there is of me, which to be sure isn't much, and I hope he is taking it. His ways with me have been perfectly beautiful and infinite in long suffering and patience. April the 11th. Your note has reawakened a question I have often had occasion to ask myself before. Why do my friends speak of my letters as giving more pleasure or profit than anything that goes to them from me in print? Is human nature so selfish? Must everybody have everything to himself? It might seem so at first blush, but I think there are two sides to this question. May it not be possible that God sends a message directly from one heart to another, as he does not to the many? Does he not speak through the living voice and the pen that is that voice, as he does not do in the less unconstrained form of print? At any rate, I love to believe that he directs every word and look and tone. Inspires rather, I should say. I should like you to offer a special prayer for us on Saturday. That day completes 25 years of married life to us. And though it has its shades as well as its lights, I do not think I can do better for you than ask that you may have such years. For who the backward scene hath scanned, but bless the Father's guiding hand? I can more truly thank him for his chastisements than for his worldly indulgences. The latter urge from, the former drive to him. I am saying a great thing in a feeble way, and you may multiply it by 10,000, and it will still be weak. The hymn, More Love to Thee, O Christ, belongs, probably, as far back as the year 1856. Like most of her hymns, it is simply a prayer put into the form of verse. She wrote it so hastily that the last stanza was left incomplete, one line having been added in pencil when it was printed. She did not show it, not even to her husband, until many years after it was written, and she wondered not a little that, when published, it met with so much favour. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part II, of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss, by George Prentiss. Chapter 10, Part II. Her silver wedding. I have lived, I have loved. No joy can put her out of sympathy with the trials of friends. A glance backward. Last interview with a dying friend. More love and more likeness to Christ. Funeral of a little baby. Letters to Christian friends. If 1870 was the crowning year in Mrs. Prentiss's life, the 16th of April was that year's most precious jewel. As the time drew nigh, a glow of tender, grateful recollection suffused her countenance. Her eyes are homes of silent prayer. She talked of the past, like one lost in wonder, while the light and beauty of the vanished years appeared still to rest upon her spirit. The day itself, which had been kept from the knowledge of most of her friends, was full of sweet content, rehearsing, as it were, all the days of her married life, and at its close the measure of her earthly joy seemed to be perfect and entire, wanting nothing. To Mrs. Leonard, New York, April the 16th, 1845 to 1870. Do you know that it is just 25 years since we first met? How gladly would I spend the day of our silver wedding with you. You will see that I am near in spirit, at all events. My thoughts have been busy the past week, with reviewing the years through which I have travelled hand in hand with my dear husband, years full of sin, full of suffering, full of joy, brimful of the loving kindness and tender mercy that smote often and smote surely. Your last letter only confirms what I already knew, but am never tired of hearing repeated, the faithfulness of God to those whom he afflicts. When we once find out what he is to an aching, empty heart, we want to make everybody see just what we see, and, until we try in vain, think we can. I had very peculiar feelings in relation to you when your dear husband was for a time parted from you. I knew God would never afflict you so if he had not something beautiful and blissful to give in place of what he took. And what can we ask for that compares for one instant with the almost constant felt presence of our Saviour's sympathy and support? Our human nature would like to have the earthly and the divine friendship at once, but if we must choose between the twain, surely you and I would choose Christ without one moment's hesitation. I hope you mention my name every day to him as I do yours, as I love to do. I enclose and want you, when by yourself, to sing for my sake a little hymn that I am sure is the language of your heart. My dear husband had a few copies struck off to give friends. Write soon and often. Oh, that you lived here or at Dorset. Goodbye, with warmest love, now 25 years old. To Mrs. Condict, New York, April the 20th, 1870. Last Saturday was the 25th anniversary of our marriage, and a very happy day to us both. My dear husband wrote me a letter that made me tremble, lest he should get such hold of me as no human being must have. I have a very curious feeling about life, a satisfied one, and as if it could not possibly give me much more than I now have. I have lived, I have loved. People often say they have so much to live for. I can't feel so, though I am not only willing, but glad to live while my husband and children need me. And yet, to have this problem solved and to be forever with the Lord. I want to see you. I can no longer see my dear Mrs. B. She is too ill, and that makes me miss you the more. I hope that little manuscript of mine did not task your sympathies. I don't want you to pity me, but to magnify him who took such pains with me and is carrying on just such work in thousands of hearts and lives. What goodness! What condescension! The least we can do who have suffered much is to love much. I have been studying the Bible on the subject of giving personal testimony, and think it makes this a plain duty. There is nothing like the influence of one living soul on another. Then why should we not naturally speak to everybody who will listen of what fills our thoughts, our Saviour, his beauty, his goodness, his faithfulness, his wisdom? I don't believe a full heart can help running over. To a young friend, April the 21st, 1870. I was right sorry to lose your Saturday's call. It was a happy day to me, but I can conceive of no enjoyment of any sort that will put me out of sympathy with the trials of friends. Old and young are bringing troubles, great and small, for me to hear. I have often blessed by sorrows that drew others' grief so near. I thought I was saying a very ordinary thing when I spoke of thanking God for his long years of discipline, but very likely life did not look to me at your age as it does now. I was rather startled the other day to find it written in German in my own hand. I cannot say the will is there, referring to a hymn which says, Der Will ist da, die Kraft ist klein, doch wird dir nicht zuwider sein. I suppose there was some great struggle going on when this foolish heart said that, just as if God did not invariably do for us the very best that can be done. You speak of having your love to Jesus intensified by interviews with me. It can hardly be otherwise when those meet together who love him, and it is a rule that works both ways, acts and reacts. I should be thankful if no human being could ever meet me, even in a chance way, and not go away clasping him the closer, and if I could meet no one who did not so stir and move me. It is my constant prayer. I have such insatiable longings to know and love him better, that I go about hungering and thirsting for the fellowship of those who feel so too. When I meet them, I call them my benedictions. Next best to being with Christ himself, I love to be with those who have his spirit and are yearning for more of his likeness. You speak of putting deep and dark chasms between yourself and Christ. He lets us do this that we may learn our nothingness, our weakness, and turn disgusted from ourselves to him. May I venture to assure you that the chasms occur less and less frequently as one presses on, till finally they turn into mountains of light. Get and keep a will for God, and everything that will is ready for will come. This is about 1/10 part of what I might say. To Miss E. A. Warner, New York, April the 25th, 1870. I wish I could describe to you my last interview with Mrs. B. She had altered so in 2 weeks in which I had not seen her, that I should not have known her. She spoke with difficulty, but by getting close to her mouth I could hear all she said. She went back to the first time she met me, told me her heart then knitted itself to mine, and how she had loved me ever since, etc., etc. I then asked her if she had any parting counsel to give me. No, not a word. Someone came in and wet her lips, gave her a sprig of citronatus, and passed out. I crushed it and let her smell the bruised leaves, saying, "You are just like these crushed leaves." She smiled and replied, "Well, I haven't had one pain too many, not one, but the agony has been dreadful. I won't talk about that. I just want to see your sunny face." I asked if she was rejoicing in the hope of meeting lost friends and the saints in heaven. She said, with an expressive look, "Oh no, I haven't got so far as that. I've only got as far as Christ." "For all that," I said, "you'll see my father and mother there." "Why, so I shall," with another bright smile, but her lips were growing white with pain, and I came away. Did I tell you it was our silver wedding day on the 16th? We had a very happy day, and if I could see you, I should like to tell you all about it, but it is too long a story to tell in writing. I don't see but I've had everything this life can give, and have a curious feeling as if I had got to a stopping place. I heard yesterday that 2 of M's teachers had said they had looked at her with perfect awe on account of her goodness. I really never knew her to do anything wrong. To a young friend, New York, May the 1st, 1870. I could write forever on the subject of Christian charity, but I must say that in this case you refer to, I think you accuse yourself unduly. We are not to part company with our common sense, because we want to clasp hands with the love that thinketh no evil, and we cannot help seeing that there are few, if any, on earth without beams in their eyes, and foibles and sins in their lives. The fact that your friend repented and confessed his sin entitled him to your forgiving love, but not to the ignoring of the fact that he was guilty. Temptations come sometimes in swarms, like bees, and running away does no good, and fighting only exasperates them. The only help must come from him who understands and can control the whole swarm. You ask for my prayers, and I ask for yours. I long ago formed the habit of praying at night individually if possible, for all who had come to me through the day, or whom I had visited. But you contrived to get a much larger share than that. I love to think of your future holiness and usefulness as even in the very least linked to my prayers. Oh, I ought to know how to pray a great deal better than I do, for 40 years ago, save one, I this day publicly dedicated myself to Christ. I write to you because I like to do so, recognizing no difference between writing and talking. When no better work comes to me, I am glad to give the little pleasure I can in notes and letters. He who knows how poor we are, how little we have to give, does not disdain even a note like this, since it is written in love to him and to one of his own dear ones. May the 23rd. Your last letter was like a fragrant breath of country air, redolent of flowers, and all that makes rural scenes so sweet. But better still, it was fragrant with love to him who is the bond between us, in whose name and for whose sake we are friends. I wish I loved him better and were more like him. Perhaps that is about as far as we get in this world, for no matter how far we advance, we are never satisfied. There is always something ahead. I doubt if anyone ever said, even in a whisper and to himself, "Now I love my Saviour as much as a human soul can." You speak of my having given you counsels. Have I had the presumption to do that? 2/3 of the time I feel as if I wanted somebody to counsel me. The only thing I really know that you do not is what it is to be beaten with persistent, ceaseless stripes, year after year, year after year, with scarcely breathing time between. I don't know whether this is most an argument against me or for God. On the whole, it is most for him, who was so good and kind as never to spare me for my writhing and groaning. Truly, as I value this discipline, I want you to give yourself to him so unreservedly that you will not need such sharp treatment. I am not going to keep writing and getting you into debt. All I ask is if you ever feel a little under the weather and want a specially loving or cheering word, to give me the chance to speak or write it. A chapter might be written about Mrs. Prentiss's love for little children, the enthusiasm with which she studied all their artless ways, her delight in their beauty, and the reverence with which she regarded the mystery of their infant being. Her faith in their real, complete humanity, their susceptibility to spiritual influences, and, when called from earth, their blessed immortality in and through Christ, was very vivid, and it was untroubled by any of those distressing doubts or misgivings that are engendered by the materialistic spirit and science of the age. Contempt for them shocked her as an offence against the Holy Child Jesus, their King and Saviour. Her very look and manner as she took a young infant, especially a sick or dying infant, in her arms, and gave it a loving kiss, seemed to say, "Sweet baby, little as thou art a human whole, thou hast a little human heart, thou hast a deathless soul." The following letter to a Christian mother, dated May the 13th, will show her feeling on this subject. This morning we attended the funeral of a little baby, 8 months old. My husband, in his remarks, said that though born and ever continuing to be a sufferer, it was never saddened by this fellowship with Christ, and that he believed it was a partaker of his holiness, and glad through his indwelling, even though unconscious of it. During the last days of its life, after each paroxysm of coughing, it would look first at its mother, then at its father for sympathy, and then look upward, with a face radiant beyond description. I can't tell you how it touched me to think that I had in that baby a little Christian sister, not merely redeemed, but sanctified from its birth, and I know it will touch and strengthen you to hear of it. I felt a reverence for that tiny, lifeless form that I cannot put into words, and indeed, Why should it be harder for God to enter into the soul of an infant than into our unlikeliest ones? I see more and more that if we have within us the mind of Christ, we must bear the burden of other griefs than our own. He did not merely pity suffering humanity, he bore our griefs, and in all our afflictions he was afflicted. To Mrs. Condict, June the 6th, 1870. If you can get hold of the April number of the Bibliotheca Sacra, read an article in it called Psychology in the Life, Work and Teachings of Jesus. I think it very striking and very true. Praying for Dr. this morning, I had such a peaceful feeling that he was safe. Do you feel so about him? I had a very different experience about another man who has been to see me since I began this letter, and who said I was the first happy person he ever met. May God lay that to his heart. Rummaging among dusty things in the attic this forenoon with great repugnance, I found such a beautiful letter from my husband, written for my solace in Switzerland when he was in Paris. He wrote me every day, sometimes twice a day, during the 2 months of our enforced separation, that even the drudgery of getting my hands soiled and my back broken was sweetened. That's the way God keeps on spoiling us, one good thing after another, till we are ashamed. Well, let us step onward, hand in hand. I wonder which of us will outrun the other and step in first. I am so glad I'm willing to live. In the course of this spring, The Percys was published. The story first came out as a serial in the New York Observer. It was translated into French under the title La Famille Percy. In 1876, a German version appeared under the title Die Familie Percy. It was also republished in London. End of Chapter 10, Part II. Chapter 10, Part III, of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss, by George Prentiss. Chapter 10, Part III. Lines on going to Dorset. A cloud over her. Faber's life. Loving friends for one's own sake and loving them for Christ's sake. The Bible and the Christian life. Dorset society and occupations. Counsels to a young friend in trouble. Don't stop praying for your life. Cure for the heart sickness caused by a sight of human imperfections. Fenelon's teaching about humiliation and being patient with ourselves. The following lines, found among her papers after her death, show in what spirit she went to Dorset. Once more I change my home, once more begin life in this rural stillness and repose. But I have brought with me my heart of sin, and sin nor quiet nor cessation knows. Ah, when I make the final blessed change, I shall leave that behind, shall throw aside earth's soiled and soiling garments, and shall range through purer regions like a youthful bride. Thrice welcome be that day. Do thou meanwhile, my soul, sit ready, unencumbered wait. The Master bides thy coming, and his smile shall bid thee welcome at the golden gate. Dorset, June the 15th, 1870. To Mrs. Condict, Dorset, June the 18th, 1870. I would love to have you here with me in this dear little den of mine, and see the mountains from my window. My husband has gone back to town, and my only society is that of the children, so you would be most welcome if you should come in either smiling or sighing. I have had a cloud over me of late. Do you know about Mr. Prentiss's appointment by General Assembly to a professorship at Chicago? His going would involve not only our tearing ourselves out of the heart of our beloved church, but of my losing you and Miss Kay, and of our all losing this dear little home. Of course, he does not want to go, and I am shocked at the thought of his leaving the ministry, but, on the other hand, there is a right and a wrong to the question, and we ought to want to do whatever God chooses. The thought of giving up this home makes me know better how to sympathize with you if you have to part with yours. I do think it is good for us to be emptied from vessel to vessel, and there is something awful in the thought of having our own way with leanness in the soul. I am greatly pained in reading Faber's Life and Letters at the shocking way in which he speaks of Mary, calling her his mamma, and praying to her and to Joseph, and nobody knows who not. It seems almost incredible that this is the man who wrote those beautiful, strengthening hymns. It sets one to praying, "Hold thou me up, and I shall be safe." I should have forgotten the lines of mine you quote if you had not copied them. God give to you and to me 1,000-fold more of the Spirit they breathe, and make us wholly, wholly his own. My repugnance to go to Chicago makes me feel that perhaps that is just the wrench I need. Well, good-bye. At the longest, we have not long to stay in this sphere of discipline and correction. To Mr. G.S.P., Dorset, July the 13th, 1870. I had just come home from a delicious little tramp through our own woods when your letter came, and now, if you knew what was good for you, you would drop in and take tea and spend the evening with us. I should like you to see our house and our mountains, and our cup that runs over till we are ashamed. Had I not known you wouldn't come, I should have given you a chance, especially as my husband was gone and I was rather lonely, though to be sure he always writes me every day. On the way up here I was glad of time to think out certain things I had been waiting for leisure to attend to. One had some connection with you, as well as one or two other friends. I had long felt that there was a real, though subtle, difference between human and, shall I say, divine affection, but did not see just what it was. Turning it over in my mind that day, it suddenly came to me as this: human friendship may be entirely selfish, giving only to receive in return, or may be partially so, yet still selfish. But the love that grows out of the love of Christ, and that delights in his image wherever it is seen, claims no response, loves because it is its very nature to do so, because it cannot help it, and this without regard to what its object gives. I dare not pretend that I have fully reached this state, but I have entered this land, and know that it is one to be desired as a home, an abiding place. I have thought painfully of the narrow quarters and the hot nights endured by so many in New York during this unusually warm weather, especially of Mrs. G., with 3 restless children in bed with her, and her poor lonely heart. I cannot but believe that Christ has real purposes of mercy to her soul. I feel interested in Mr. H.'s summer work in a hard field. In place of aversion to young men, I am beginning to realize how true work for Christ one may do by praying persistently for them, especially those consecrated to the ministry of his gospel. I do hope Christ will have the whole of you, and that you will have the whole of him. When you write, let me know how you like my beloved Fenelon. Still, you may not like him. Some Christians never get to feeding on these mystical writers, and get on without them. To Mrs. Condict, Dorset, July the 18th, 1870. I was greatly struck with these words yesterday. As for God, his way is perfect. Think of reading the Bible through 4 times in 1 year, and nobody knows how many times since, and never resting on these words. Somehow they charmed me, and these words have been ringing in my ears. Earth looks so little and so low. while conscious that when I can get ferns and flowers, it does not look so little or so low as it does when I can't. My cook, who is a Romanist, has been prevented from going to her own church 7 miles off by the weather ever since we came here, and last Sunday said she meant to go to ours. Mr. P. preached on God's character as our physician, and she was delighted. I think it was hearing one of his little letters to the children that made her realize that he was a Christian man whom she might safely hear. At any rate, I feel greatly pleased and comforted that she could appreciate such a subject. I fear you are suffering from the weather. We never knew anything like it here. We do not suffer, but wake up every morning bathed in a breeze that refreshes for the day. I mean, we do not suffer while we keep still. I am astonished at God's goodness in giving us this place, not his goodness itself, but towards us. If Mrs. Brimsmaid left much of such material as the extract you sent me, I wonder Dr. B. did not write her memoir. The more I read of what Christ said about faith, the more impressed I am. Just now I am on the last chapters in the Gospel of John, and feel as if I had never read them before. They are just wonderful. We have to read the Bible to understand the Christian life, and we must penetrate far into that life in order to understand the Bible. How beautifully the one interprets the other! I want you to let me know, without telling her that I asked you, if Miss K. could make me a visit if it were not for the expense. To Miss E. A. Warner, Dorset, July the 20th, 1870. Did you ever use a fountain pen? I have had one given me, and like it so much that I sent for one for my husband and one for Mr. Pratt. When one wants to write in one's lap or out of doors, it is delightful. Mrs. Field came over from East Dorset on Sunday to have her baby baptized. They had him there in the church through the whole morning service, and he was as quiet as any of us. The next day Mrs. F. came down and spent the morning with me, sweeter, more thoughtful than ever, if changed at all. Dr. and Mrs. Humphrey, of Philadelphia, are passing the summer here at the tavern, and we spend most of our evenings there, or they come here. Mrs. H. is a very superior woman, and though I was determined not to like her, because I have so many people on hand already, I found I could not help it. She is as furious about mosses and lichens and all such things as I am, and the other day took home a bushel basket of them. She is an earnest Christian and has passed through deep waters. I ought to have reversed the order of those clauses. Excuse this rather hasty letter. I feared you might fancy your book lost. If you are alive, let me know it. Also if you are dead. To a young friend, Dorset, August the 8th, 1870. I dare not answer your letter, just received, in my own strength, but must pray over it long. It is a great thing to learn how far our doubts and despondencies are the direct result of physical causes, and another great thing is, when we cannot trace any such connection, to bear patiently and quietly what God permits, if he does not authorize. I have no more doubt that you love him and that he loves you than that I love him and that he loves me. You have been daily in my prayers. Temptations and conflict are inseparable from the Christian life. No strange thing has happened to you. Let me comfort you with the assurance that you will be taught more and more by God's Spirit how to resist, and that true strength and holy manhood will spring up from this painful soil. Try to take heart. There is more than one footprint on the sands of time to prove that some forlorn and shipwrecked brother has traversed them before you and come off conqueror through the beloved. Don't stop praying for your life. Be as cold and emotionless as you please. God will accept your naked faith when it has no glow or warmth in it, and in his own time the loving, glad heart will come back to you. I deeply feel for and with you, and have no doubt that a week among these mountains would do more towards uniting you to Christ than a mile of letters would. You can't complain of any folly to which I could not plead guilty. I have put my Saviour's patience to every possible test, and how I love him when I think what he will put up with. You ask if I ever feel that religion is a sham. No, never. I know it is a reality. If you ask if I am ever staggered by the inconsistencies of professing Christians, I say yes. I am often made heartsick by them, but heartsickness always makes me run to Christ, and one good look at him pacifies me. This is in fact my panacea for every ill, and as to my own sinfulness, that would certainly overwhelm me if I spent much time in looking at it. But it is a monster whose face I do not love to see. I turn from its hideousness to the beauty of his face who sins not, and the sight of yon lovely man ravishes me. But at your age I did this only by fits and starts, and suffered as you do. So I know how to feel for you, and what to ask for you. God purposely sickens us of man and of self, that we may learn to look long at Jesus. And this brings me to what you say about Fenelon's going too far, when he says we may judge of the depth of our humility by our delight in humiliation, etc. No, he does not go a bit too far. Paul says, I will glory in my infirmities. I take pleasure in infirmities, in reproaches, in necessities, in persecution, in distresses for Christ's sake. For when I am weak, then am I strong. I think this is a great attainment, but that his disciples may reach it, though only through a humbling, painful process. Then, as to God's glory, we say man's chief end is to glorify God and enjoy him forever. Now, can we enjoy him till we do glorify him? Can we enjoy him while living for ourselves, while indulging in sin, while prayerless and cold and dead? Does not God directly seek our highest happiness when he strips us of vainglory and self-love, embitters the poisonous draught of mere human felicity, and makes us fall down before him, lost in the sense of his beauty and desirableness? The connection between glorifying and enjoying him is, to my mind, perfect, one following as the necessary sequence of the other, and facts bear me out in this. He who has let self go and lives only for the honour of God is the free, the happy man. He is no longer a slave, but has the liberty of the sons of God, for he who honours me, I will honour. Satan has befogged you on this point. He dreads to see you ripen into a saintly, devoted, useful man. He hopes to overwhelm and ruin you, but he will not prevail. You have solemnly given yourself to the Lord. You have chosen the work of winning and feeding souls as your life work, and you cannot, must not go back. These conflicts are the lot of those who are training to be the Lord's true yoke fellows. Christ's sweetest consolations lie behind crosses, and he reserves his best things for those who have the courage to press forward, fighting for them. I entreat you to turn your eyes away from self, from man, and look to Christ. Let me assure you, as a fellow traveller, that I have been on the road and know it well, and that by and by there won't be such a dust on it. You will meet with hindrances and trials, but will fight quietly through, and no human ear hear the din of battle, no human eye perceive fainting, or halting, or fall. May God bless you, and become to you an ever-present, joyful reality. Indeed he will. Only wait patiently. In glancing over this, I see that I have here and there repeated myself. Do excuse it. I believe it is owing to the way the flies harass and distract me. August the 17th. I feel truly grateful to God if I have been of any comfort to you. I know only too well the shock of seeing professors of even sinless perfection guilty of what I consider sinful sin, and my whole soul was so staggered that for some days I could not pray, but could only say, "O God, if there be any God, come to my rescue." But God loves better than he knows us, and foresaw every infidelity before he called us to himself. Nothing in us takes him, therefore, by surprise. Fenelon teaches what no other writer does, to be patient with ourselves, and I think as you penetrate into the Christian life, you will agree with him on every point as I do. August the 19th. I have had a couple of rather sickish days since writing the above, but am all right again now. Hot weather does not agree with me. I used to reproach myself for religious stupidity when not well, but see now that God is my kind Father, not my hard taskmaster, expecting me to be full of life and zeal when physically exhausted. It takes long to learn such lessons. One has to penetrate deeply into the heart of Christ to begin to know its tenderness and sympathy and forbearance. You cannot imagine how Miss K. has luxuriated in her visit, nor how good she thinks we all are. She holds views to which I cannot quite respond, but I do not condemn or reject them. She is a modest, praying, devoted woman, not disposed to obtrude, much less to urge her opinions, full of Christian charity and forbearance, and I am truly thankful that she prays for me and mine. In fact, she loves to pray so, that when she gets hold of a new case, she acts as one does who has found a treasure. I wish you were looking out with me on the beautiful array of mountains to be seen from every window of our house and breathing this delicious air. September the 25th. We expect now to go home on Friday next, though if I had known how early the foliage was going to turn this year, I should have planned to stay a week longer to see it in all its glory. It is looking very beautiful even now, and our eyes have a perpetual feast. We have had a charming summer, but one does not want to play all the time, and I hope God has work of some sort for me to do at home during the winter. Meanwhile, I wish I could send you a photograph of the little den where I am now writing, and the rustic adornings which make it sui generis, and the bit of woods to be seen from its windows that, taking the lead of all other Dorset woods, have put on floral colours, just because they are ours, and know we want them looking their best before we go away. But this wish must yield to fate, like many another, and as I have come to the end of my paper, I will love and leave you. End of Chapter 10, Part 3. Chapter 10, Part 4, Of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss, by George Prentiss. Chapter 10, Part 4. The story Lizzie told, Country and City, The Law of Christian Progress, Letters to a Friend bereft of 3 children, Sudden Death of Another Friend, Go on, step faster, Fenelon and his influence upon her religious life, Lines on her indebtedness to him. The story Lizzie told was published about this time. It had already appeared in the Riverside magazine. The occasion of the story was a passage in a letter from London written by a friend, which described in a very graphic and touching way the yearly exhibition of the Society for the Promotion of Window Gardening among the Poor. The exhibition was held at the Dean's Close at Westminster, and the Earl of Shaftesbury gave the prizes. No one of Mrs. Prentiss's smaller works, perhaps, has been so much admired as the story Lizzie told. It was written at Dorset in the course of a single day, if not at a single sitting, and so real was the scene to her imagination that, On reading it in the evening to her husband, she had to stop again and again from the violence of her emotion. "What a little fool I am!" she would say, after a fresh burst of tears. To Mrs. Leonard, New York, October the 16th, 1870. Your letter came in the midst of the wear and tear of A's return to us. We were kept in suspense about her from Monday, when she was due, till Friday, when she came, and it is years since I have got so excited and wrought up. They had a dreadful passage, but she was not sick at all. Professor Smith is looking better than I ever saw him, and we are all most happy in being together once more. I can truly re-echo your wish that you lived halfway between us and Dorset, for then we should see you once a year at least. I miss you and long to see you. How true it is that each friend has a place of his own that no one else can fill. I do not doubt that the 13th of October was a silvery wedding day to your dear husband. His loss has made Christ dearer to you, and so has made your union more perfect. I suppose you were never so much one as you are now. We have had a delightful summer, not really suffering from the heat, though of course we felt it more or less. All our nights were cool. I cannot tell you how Mr. P. and myself enjoy our country home. It seems as if we had slipped into our proper nook. But if we are going to do any more brain work, we must be where there is stimulus, such as we find here. What a mixed-up letter! I have almost forgotten how to write, in adorning my house and sowing my seeds and the like. To Mrs. Frederick Field, New York, October the 19th, 1870. I deeply appreciate the Christian kindness that prompted you to write me in the midst of your sorrow. I was prepared for the sad news by a dream only last night. I fancied myself seeing your dear little boy lying very restlessly on his bed, and proposing to carry him about in my arms to relieve him. He made no objection, and I walked up and down with him a long, long time, when some one of the family took him from me. Instantly his face was illumined by a wondrous smile of delight that he was to leave the arms of a stranger to go to those familiar to him. Such a smile that when I awoke this morning I said to myself, Eddie Field has gone to the arms of his Saviour, and gone gladly. You can imagine how your letter, an hour or two later, touched me. But you have better consolation than dreams can give, in the belief that your child will develop, without spot or wrinkle or any such thing, into the perfect likeness of Christ, and in your own submission to the unerring will of God. I sometimes think that patient sufferers suffer most. They make less outcry than others, but the grief that has little vent wears sorely. Grace does not steel the faithful heart, that it should feel no ill. And you have many a pang yet before you. It must be so very hard to see twin children part company, to have their paths diverge so soon. But the shadow of death will not always rest on your home. You will emerge from its obscurity into such a light as they who have never sorrowed cannot know. We never know, or begin to know, the great heart that loves us best, till we throw ourselves upon it in the hour of our despair. Friends say and do all they can for us, but they do not know what we suffer or what we need. But Christ, who formed, has penetrated the depths of the mother's heart. He pours in the wine and the oil that no human hand possesses, and, as one whom his mother comforteth, so will he comfort you. I have lived to see that God never was so good to me as when he seemed most severe. Thus I trust and believe it will be with you and your husband. Meanwhile, while the peaceable fruits are growing and ripening, may God help you through the grievous time that must pass, a grievous time in which you will have my warm sympathy. I know only too well all about it. I know my griefs, but then my consolations, my joys, and my immortal hopes I know. Joys unknown to the prosperous, hopes that spring from seed long buried in the dust. I shall read your books with great interest, I am sure, and who knows how God means to prepare you for future usefulness along the path of pain? Every branch that beareth fruit, he purgeth it, that it may bring forth more fruit. What an epitaph your boy's own words would be. It is beautiful to be dead. To the same, New York, November the 30th, 1870. I thank you so much for your letter about your precious children. I remember them well, all three, and do not wonder that the death of your firstborn, coming upon the very footsteps of sorrow, has so nearly crushed you. But what beautiful consolations God gave you by his dying bed! All safe at God's right hand. What more can the fondest mother's heart ask than such safety as this? I am sure that there will come to you, sooner or later, the sense of Christ's love in these repeated sorrows, that in your present bewildered, amazed state you can hardly realize. Let me tell you that I have tried his heart in a long storm, not so very different from yours, and that I know something of its depths. I will enclose you some lines that may give you a moment's light. Please not to let them go out of your hands, for no one, not even my husband, has ever seen them. I am going to send my last book to your lonely little boy. You will not feel like reading it now, but perhaps the 33rd chapter and some that follow may not jar upon you as the earlier part would. To go back again to the subject of Christ's love for us, of which I never tire, I want to make you feel that his sufferers are his happiest, most favoured disciples. What they learn about him, his pitifulness, his unwillingness to hurt us, his haste to bind up the very wounds he has inflicted, endear him so that at last they burst out into songs of thanksgiving, that his donation of bliss included in it such donation of pain. Perhaps I have already said to you, for I am fond of saying it, the love of Jesus, what it is, only his sufferers know. You ask if your heart will ever be lightsome again, never again with the lightsomeness that had never known sorrow, but light even to gaiety with the new and higher love born of tribulation. Just as far as a heavenly is superior even to maternal love, will be the elevation and beauty of your new joy, a joy worth all it costs. I know what sorrow means, I know it well, but I know too what it is to pass out of that prison house into a peace that passes all understanding, and thousands can say the same. So, my dear suffering sister, look on and look up. Lay hold on Christ with both your poor empty hands. Let him do with you what seemeth him good. Though he slay you, still trust in him. And I dare in his name to promise you a sweeter, better life than you could have known had he left you to drink of the full, dangerous cups of unmingled prosperity. I feel such real and living sympathy with you that I would love to spend weeks by your side, trying to bind up your broken heart. But for the gospel of Christ, to hear of such bereavements as yours would appall, would madden one. Yet what a halo surrounds that word but. To Miss E. A. Warner, New York, December the 14th, 1870. I have not behaved according to my wont and visited the sick even by way of a letter, and by this time I hope you are quite well again and do not need ghostly counsels. I have felt very badly about Miss Lyman's dying at Vassar, but since Mrs. S.'s visit and learning how beloved she is there, have changed my mind. What does it matter, after all, from what point of time or space we go home? How we shall smile after we get there, that we ever gave it one moment's thought. You ask what I am doing. Well, I am taking a vacation, and not writing anything to speak of, yet just as busy as ever. Not one moment in which to dawdle, though I dare say I seem to the folks here at home to be sitting round doing nothing. I must give you a picture of one day, and you must photograph one of yours, as we have done before. Got up at 7 and went through the usual forms, had prayers and breakfast, and started off to school with M. Came home and had a nice quiet time reading, etc. At 11 went to my meeting, which was a tearful one, as one of our members, who knelt with us only a week before, was this day to be buried out of our sight. She was at church on Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. to present her baby in baptism, and at 2:30 the following morning was in heaven. We all went together to the funeral after the meeting, and gathered round the coffin with the feeling that she belonged to us. When I got home, I found a dispatch from Miss W. saying they should be here right away. I had let one of my women go out of town to a sick sister, so I must turn chambermaid and make the bed, dust, clear out closet, cupboard, and bureau forthwith. This done, they arrived, which took the time till 7:30, when I excused myself and went to an evening meeting, knowing it would be devoted to special prayer for the husband and children of her who had gone. Got home half an hour behind time, and found a young man awaiting me who was converted last June, as he hopes, while reading Stepping Heavenward. I had just got seated by him when our doctor was announced. He had lost his only grandchild and had come to talk about it. He stayed till 9:30, when I went back to my young friend, who stayed till 10:30, and gave a very interesting history, which I have not had time to put on paper. He writes me since, however, about his Christian life that it gets sweeter and sweeter, and I know you will be glad for me that I have this joy. Saturday morning. I was interrupted there, had visitors, had to go to a fair, company again, so that I had not time to eat the food I needed, went to see a poor sick girl, had more visitors, and at last, at 11 p.m., scrambled into bed. Now I am finishing this, and if nobody hinders, I'm going to mail it, and then go after a block of ice cream for that sick girl. Isn't it nice? We can get it now done up in little boxes, just about as much as an invalid can eat at one time. Then I'm going to see a poor afflicted soul that can't get any light on her sorrow. Here comes my dear old man to read his sermon, so goodbye. To a young friend, December the 20th, 1870. I have been led, during the last month or two, to a new love of the Holy Spirit, or perhaps to more consciousness of the silent, blessed work He is doing in and for us, and for those whose souls lie as a heavy and yet a sweet burden upon our own. And joining with you in your prayers, seeking also for myself what I sought for you, I found myself almost startled by such a response as I cannot describe. It was not joy, but a deep solemnity which enfolded me as with a garment, and if ever I pass out of it, which I never want to do, I hope it will be with a heart more than ever consecrated and set apart for Christ's service. The more I reflect and the more I pray, the more life narrows down to one point. What am I being for Christ? What am I doing for Him? Why do I tell you this? Because the voice of a fellow traveller always stimulates his brother pilgrim. What one finds and speaks of and rejoices over sets the other upon determining to find too. God has been very good to you as well as to me, but we ought to whisper to each other now and then, "Go on, step faster, step surer, lay hold on the rock of ages with both hands." You never need be afraid to speak such words to me. I want to be pushed on and pulled on and coaxed on. The allusion to her beloved Fenelon in several of the preceding letters renders this a suitable place to say a word about him and his influence upon her religious character. "Fenelon I lean on," she wrote. Her delight in his writings dated back more than a quarter of a century, and continued unabated to the end of her days. She regarded him with a sort of personal affection and reverence. Her copy of Spiritual Progress, composed largely of selections from his works, is crowded with pencil marks expressive of her sympathy and approval. Not even her imitation of Christ, Sacra Privata, Pilgrim's Progress, Saints' Everlasting Rest, or Leighton on the First Epistle of Peter, contain so many. These pencil marks are sometimes very emphatic, underscoring or enclosing now a single word, now a phrase, anon a whole sentence or paragraph. And it requires but little skill to decipher, in these rude hieroglyphics, the secret history of her soul for a third of a century, one side at least of this history, what she sought with the greatest eagerness, what she most loved and most hated, her spiritual aims, struggles, trials, joys, and hopes, may here be read between the lines. And a beautiful testimony they give to the moral depth, purity, and nobleness of her piety. The story is not indeed complete. Her religious life had other elements, not found, or only partially found, in Fenelon, elements centering directly in Christ and his gospel, and which had their inspiration in her daily food and her New Testament. What attracted her to Fenelon was not the doctrine of salvation as taught by him. She found it better taught in Bunyan and Leighton. It was his marvellous knowledge of the human heart, his keen insight into the proper workings of nature and grace, his deep spiritual wisdom, and the sweet mystic tone of his piety. And then the two great principles pervading his writings, that of pure love to God and that of self-crucifixion as the way to perfect love, fell in with some of her own favourite views of the Christian life. In the study of Fenelon, as of Madame Guyon, her aim was a purely practical one. It was not to establish or verify a theory, but to get aid and comfort in her daily course heavenward. What Fenelon was to her in this respect, she has herself recorded in the following lines, found, after her death, written on a blank page of her spiritual progress. O wise and thoughtful words, O counsel sweet, guide in my wanderings, spurs unto my feet. How often you have met me on the way, and turned me from the path that led astray. Teaching that fault and folly, sin and fall, need not the weary pilgrim's heart appall, yea more, instructing how to snatch the sting from timid conscience, how to stretch the wing, from the low plain, the level dead of sin, and mount immortal, mystic joys to win. 1 hour with Jesus, how its peace outweighs the ravishment of earthly love and praise. How dear afar, emptied of self to lie low at his feet and catch perchance his eye. Alike content when he may give or take, the sweet, the bitter, welcome for his sake. End of chapter 10, part 4. Chapter 11, part 1, of More Love to Thee. The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee. The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss by George Prentiss. Chapter 11, Part 1. In Her Home. The letters in the preceding chapters give a glimpse, here and there, of Mrs. Prentiss's home, but relate chiefly to the religious side of her character. What was her manner of life among her children? How were her temper and habits as a mother affected by the ardour and intensity of her Christian feeling? A partial answer to these questions is contained in letters written to her eldest daughter, while the latter was absent in Europe. These letters show the natural side of her character, and although far from reflecting all its light and beauty, no words could do that, they depict some of its most interesting traits. They are frankness itself, and betray not the least respect of persons, but if she speaks her mind in them without much let or hindrance, it is always done in the pleasantest way. In the portions selected for publication, the aim has been to let her be seen, so far as possible, just as she appeared in her daily home life, both in town and country. 1. Home life in New York. New York, October the 22nd, 1869. I have promised to walk to school with M this morning, and while I am waiting for her to get ready, will begin my letter to you. We got home from seeing you off all tired out, and I lay on the sofa all the time till I went to bed, except while eating my dinner, and I think Papa did pretty much the same. The moment we had done dinner, H. and Jane appeared, carrying your bureau drawer between them, and we had a great time over the presents you were thoughtful enough to leave behind you. My little sack makes me look like 500 angels instead of one, and I'm ever so glad of it, and the children were all delighted with their things. Well, I have escorted M to school, come home and read the Advance and Hearth and Home, and it is now 11 o'clock, and the doorbell has only rung twice. Papa says you are out of sight of land, and as it is a warm day and we are comfortable, we hope you are. But it is dreadful to have to wait so long before hearing. 23rd. Papa says this must be mailed by 9 o'clock, so I have hurried up from breakfast to finish it. Mr. and Mrs. S. spent most of last evening with us. They shouted over my ferrotypes. Mr. also called and expressed as much surprise at your having gone to Europe as if the sky had fallen. I read my sea journal to the children last evening, and though it is very flat and meagre in itself, H., to whom it was all brand new, thought it ought to be published forthwith. No time for another word, but love to all the S's, big and little, high and low, great and small. Your affectionate Mammy. October the 28th. I can hardly believe that it is only a week today that we saw you and your big steamer disappear from view. H. said last night that it seemed to him 100 years ago, and we all said Amen. So how do you suppose it will seem 10 months hence? I hope you do not find the time so long. I take turns waiting upon the children to school, which they are very strict about, and they enjoy their teachers amazingly. I received this morning a very beautiful and touching letter from a young lady in England about the Susie books. They are associated in her mind and those of her family with a little Pearlie, whose cunning little photograph she enclosed, who taught herself to read in a fortnight from one of them, and was read to from it on her dying bed, and after she became speechless, she made signs to have her head wet, as Susie's was. I never received such a letter among all I have had. Randolph sent me 12 copies of Stepping Heavenward, and I have had my hands full packing and sending them. M is reading aloud to H a charming story called Alone in London. I am sure I could not read it aloud without crying. The following is the letter from England. To the author of Little Susie. I feel as if I had a perfect right to call you my dear friend, so much have I thought of you this last year and a half. Bear with me while I tell you why. A year ago last Christmas we were a large family, father, mother, and 8 children, of whom I, who address you, am the eldest. The youngest was, of course, the pet, our bright little darling, rather more than 5. That Christmas morning, of course, there were gifts for all, and among the treasures in the smallest stocking was a copy of Little Susie's 6 Teachers, for which I desire to thank you now. Many times I have tried to do so, but I could not. The trouble which came upon us was too great and awful in its suddenness. Little Pearl, so first called in the days of a fragile babyhood, Dora Margaret was her real name, taught herself to read from her Little Susie during the first fortnight she had it, and she would sit for hours, literally, amusing and interesting herself by it. She talked constantly of the 6 teachers, and a word about them was enough to quell any rising naughtiness. "Pearlie, what would Mr. Hawke say?" or "Don't grieve, Mrs. Love," was always sufficient. Do you know what it is to have one the youngest in a large family? My darling was 17 years younger than I. I left school when she was born to take the oversight of the nursery, which dear mamma's illness and always delicate health prevented her from doing. I had nursed her in her illnesses, dressed her, made the little frocks, now laid so sadly by, and to all the rest of us she had been more like a child than a sister. Friends used to say, "It is a wonder that child is not spoiled," but they could never say she was. Merry, full of life and fun she always was, quick and intelligent, full of droll sayings which recur to us now with such a pain. From Christmas to the end of February we often remarked to one another how good that child was, laughing and playing from morning to night, yet never unruly or wild. That February we had illness in the house. Jessie, the next youngest, had diphtheria, but she recovered, and we trusted all danger was past, when one Monday evening, the last in the month, our darling seemed ill. The next day we recognised the symptoms we had seen in Jessie, and the doctor was called in. Tuesday and Wednesday he came and gave no hint of danger, but on Wednesday night we perceived a change, and on Thursday came the sentence, "No hope." Oh, friend, dear friend, how can I tell you of the long hours when we could not help our darling, of the dark night when, forbidden the room from the malignity of the case, we went to bed to coax mamma to do so, of the grey February dawn when there came the words, "Our darling is quite well now, quite well, for ever taken from the evil to come." The Sunday night before, she came into the parlour with Susie under her arm and petitioned for someone to read the teachers' meeting. "Why, you read it twice this afternoon," said one. "Yes, I know, but it's so nice," was the reply. "Pearlie will be 6 in September," said the gentle mother. "We must have a teachers' meeting for her, I think." "But perhaps I shan't ever be 6," said the little one. "Oh, Pearlie, why do you say so?" "Well, people don't all be 6, you know," affirmed our darling with solemn eyes and 2 dimples in the rosy cheeks that were hid forever from us before the next Sabbath day. On the Wednesday we borrowed from a little friend the other books of the series, thinking they might afford some amusement for the weary hours of illness, and Annie, my next sister, read 4 of the birthdays to her, and then wished to stop, fearing she might be too fatigued. "No, read one more," was the request, and "That will do, I'm 5, read the last tomorrow," she said, when it was complied with. Ah me, with how many tears we took up that book again. That Wednesday she sat up in bed, a glass of medicine in her hand. "Mamma," she said, "Miss Joy has gone quite away, and only left Mr. Payne. She can't come back till my throat is well. But Mrs. Love is here, is she not?" Oh, yes, and the dear, heavy eyes turned from one to another. In the night, when she lay dying, came intervals of consciousness. In one of these she took her handkerchief and gave it to papa, who watched by her, asking him to wet it and put it on her head. When he told us, we recollected the incident when Susie in the favourite book was ill, and can you understand how our hearts felt very tender toward you, and we say you must be thanked? I should weary you if I told you all the incidents that presented themselves of how sweet and good she was in her illness, how in the agony of those last hours, when no fear of infection could restrain the passionate kisses papa was showering on her, the dear voice said with a stop and an effort between each word, "Don't kiss me on my mouth, papa. You may catch it." How everything she asked for was prefaced by "please." How self was always last in her thoughts. "I am keeping you awake, you darling. Don't stand there, you'll be so tired. Sit down, or go downstairs if you like. I will send you a photograph of little Pearlie. It is the best we have, but was taken when she was only 2 years old. She was very small for her age, and had been very delicate until the last year of her life. In writing thus to thank you, I am not only doing an act of justice to yourself, but fulfilling wishes now rendered binding. Often and often my dear mamma said, "How I wish we knew the lady who wrote little Susie." Her health, always delicate, never recovered from the shock of Pearlie's death, and suddenly, on the morning of the 1st of May, the angel of death darkened our dwelling with the shadow of his wings. Not long did he linger, only 2 hours, and our mother had left us. She was with her treasure and the Saviour, who said so lovingly on earth, "Come unto me." But words cannot express such trouble as that. We have not realized it yet. Forgive me if my letter is abrupt and confused. I have only desired to tell you simply the simple tale, if by any chance it should make you thank God more earnestly for the great gift he has given you, a holy gift indeed. For can you think the lessons from Susie, so useful and so loved on earth, can be suddenly forgotten when the glories of heavens opened on our darling's view? I cannot myself. I think perhaps our Father's home may be more like our human ones, where his love reigns, than our wild hearts allow themselves to imagine, and I think the two, on whose behalf I thank you now, may one day know you and thank you themselves. Dear Aunt Susan, believe me to be your unknown yet grateful friend, Lizzie Wraith L. Mrs. Prentiss at once answered this letter, and not long after received another from Miss L., dated January the 9th, 1870, breathing the same grateful feeling, and full of interesting details. The following is an extract from it. I was so surprised, dear unknown friend, to receive your kind letter so soon. Indeed, I hardly expected a reply at all. When I wrote to you, I did not know that I was addressing a daughter of the Edward Payson, whose name is fragrant even on this side of the Atlantic. Had I known it, I think I should not have ventured to write, so I am glad I did not. If you should be able to write again, and have a carte de visite to spare, may I beg it, that I may form some idea of the friend, old enough to be my mother? Are you little and slight, like my real mother, I wonder, or stately and tall? I will send you a photograph of the monument which the ladies of Papa's church and congregation have erected to dear Mamma in our beautiful cemetery, where the snowdrops will be already peeping, and where roses bloom for 10 months out of the 12. November the 3rd. Here beginneth letter number 3. We heard of your arrival at Southampton by a telegram last evening. We long to get a letter. Before I forget it, let me tell you that Alice H. and Julia W. have both got babbies. We are getting nicely settled for the winter. The children are all behaving beautifully. Saturday the 6th. Well, I have just been to see Mrs. F. and found her a bright, frank young thing, fresh and simple and very pleasing. The complexion is like M's, and the lower part of her face is shaped like hers. Dark eyebrows, light hair, splendid teeth, and I suppose would be called very pretty by you girls. Take her altogether, I liked her very much. We hear next to nothing from stepping heavenward, and begin to think it is going to fall dead. Monday the 14th. Your Southampton letter has just come, and we are delighted to hear that you had such a pleasant voyage, and found so many agreeable people on board. Yesterday afternoon was devoted to hearing a deeply interesting description from Dr. Hatfield, followed by Mr. Dodge, of the reunion of the two assemblies at Pittsburgh. Dr. H. made us all laugh by saying that as the new school entered the church where they were to be received and united to the old school, the latter rose and sang, "Return ye ransomed sinners home." Oh, I don't know, but it was just the other way. It makes no great difference. for as Dr. H. remarked, we're all ransomed sinners. November the 30th. Mr. Abbott dined here on Sunday. He came in again in the evening, and it would have done you good to hear what he said about the children. They are all well and happy, and give me very little trouble. I do not feel so well on the late dinner, and have awful dreams. I was passing the seas, after writing the above, and she called me in to see her new parlours. They are beautiful, a great deal of bright, rich colouring, and various articles of furniture of his own designing. Thursday. You and M. will be shocked to hear that Julia W. died last night. As Mr. W. was at church on Sunday, we supposed all danger was over. We heard it through a telegram sent to your father. December the 4th, 1869. I need not tell you that we all remember that this is your birthday, dear child, and that the remembrance brings you very near. I wish I could send you, for a birthday present, all that I have, this morning, asked God to give you. You may depend upon it that while some people may get along through life at a certain distance from Him, you are not one of that sort. You may find a feverish joy, but never abiding peace out of Him. Remember this whenever you feel the oppression of that vague sense of unrest, of which, I doubt not, you have a great deal underneath a careless outside. This is the thirst of the soul for the only fountain at which it is worth while to drink. You never will be really happy till Christ becomes your dearest and most intimate friend. 7th. We have had a tremendous fall of snow, and Cullier says M. ought to wait an hour before starting for school, but she is not willing, and I am going with her to see that she is not buried alive. Good-bye again, dearie. We'll begin a new letter right away. December the 9th. We went to see Mrs. W. this afternoon. Julia had typhoid fever, which ran 21 days, and was delirious a good deal of the time. She got ready to die before her confinement, though she said she expected to live. After she became so very ill, Mrs. W. heard her praying for something, for Christ's sake, for the sake of Christ's sufferings, and once asked her what it was she was asking for so earnestly. "Oh, to get well for Edward's sake and the baby's," she replied. A few days before her death, she called Mrs. W. to come close to her, and said, "I am going to die. I did not think so when baby was born, dear little thing, but now it is impressed upon me that I am." Mrs. W. said they hoped not, but added, "Yet suppose you should die, what then?" "Oh, I have prayed day and night to be reconciled, and I am, perfectly so. God will take care of Edward and of my baby. Perhaps it is better so than to run the risk." She did not finish the sentence. "The baby looks like her. Mrs. W. told her you had gone to Europe with M., and she expressed great pleasure, but if she had known where she was going, and to what, all she would have done would have been to give thanks for Christ's sake. I do not blame her, however, for clinging to life. It was natural she should. 10th. We went last evening to hear Father Hyacinth lecture on Charité at the Academy of Music. I did not expect to understand a word, but was agreeably disappointed, as he spoke very distinctly. Still, I did not enjoy hearing as well as I did reading it this morning, for I lost some of the best things in a really fine address. It was a brilliant scene, the very elite of intellectual society gathered around one modest, unpretentious little man. Dr. and Mrs. Crosby were in the box with us, and she, fortunately, had an opera glass with her, so that we had a chance to study his really good face. The only book I expect to write this winter is to you. I am dreadfully lazy since you left, and don't do anything but haze about. There is a good deal of lively talk at the table. The children are waked up by going to school, and there is some rivalry among them, each maintaining that his and hers is the best. December the 15th. We have cards for a soirée musicale at Mrs. Blank's, which is to be a great smash-up. She called here today and wept and wailed over and kissed me. I've been to see how Mrs. C is. She is a little worse today, and he and her father scarcely leave her. He wrung my hand all to pieces, poor man. Her illness is exciting great sympathy in our church, and nobody seems willing to let her go. Dr. Adams spent last evening here. He is splendid company. I really wish he would come once a week. Everybody is asking if I meant in Katie to describe myself. I have no doubt that if I should catch an old toad, put on to her a short gown and petticoat and one of my caps, everybody would walk up to her and say, "Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Prentiss? You look more like yourself than common. I recognise the picture you have drawn of yourself in stepping heavenward, and in the purses," etc., 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 ad nauseum. The next book I write, I'll make my heroine black, and everybody will say, "Oh, here you are again, black to the life." December the 18th. You and M will not be surprised to hear that Mrs. C's sufferings are over. She died this morning. Papa and I are greatly shaken. With much hesitation, I decided to go over there to see her mother, and the welcome I got from her and from Mr. C are things to remember for a lifetime. I will never hesitate again to fly to people in trouble. If you were here, I would tell you all about my visit, but I can't write it down. It seems so sad, just as they had got into their lovely new home. Sad for him, I mean. As for her, I can only wish her joy that she is not weeping here below as he is. I stayed till it was time for church, and when I entered it, I was met by many a tearful face. Papa announced her death from the pulpit, and is going this afternoon to throw aside the sermon he intended to preach, and extemporize on "The First Sunday in Heaven." The children are going in, this noon, to sing. As to the mission festival, that is to be virtually given up. The children are merely to walk in, receive their presents, and go silently out. It is a beautiful day to go to heaven in. Mrs. C did not know she was going to die, but that is of no consequence. Only 1 week ago yesterday she was at the industrial school, unusually bright and well, they all say. Well, I see everything double, and had better stop writing. Monday the 20th. Your nice letter was in the letter box as I started for school with H. I called to Papa to let him know it was there and went off, begrudging him the pleasure of reading it before I did. When I got home, there was no Papa and no letter to be found. I looked in every room, on his desk and on mine, posted down to the letter box and into the parlour, in vain. At last he came rushing home with it, having carried it to market, lest I should get and read it alone. So we sat down and enjoyed it together. I take out your picture now and then, when, lo, a big lump in my throat. Notwithstanding which I am glad we let you go. We enjoy your enjoyment, and think it will make the old nest pleasanter to have been vacated for a while. Papa and I agreed before we got up this morning that the only fault we had to find with God was that he was too good to us. I can't get over the welcome I got from Mr. C yesterday. He said I seemed like a mother to him, which made me feel very old on the one hand and very happy on the other. If I were you, I wouldn't marry anybody but a minister. It gives one such lots of people to love and care for. Old Mrs. B is failing, and lies there as peaceful and contented as a little baby. I never got sweeter smiles from anybody. I have got each of the servants a pretty dress for Christmas. I feel that I owe them a good deal for giving me such a peaceful, untroubled home. December the 23rd. It rained very hard all day yesterday, till just about the time of the funeral, 3:30, when the church was well filled, the mission school occupying seats by themselves, and the teachers by themselves. I thought as I listened to the address that it would reconcile me to seeing you there lying in your coffin, if such a record stood against your name. Papa read, at the close, a sort of prophetic poem of Mrs. C's, which she wrote a year or more ago, of which I should like to send you all a copy. It is so good in every sense. He wants me to send you a few hasty lines I scribbled off on Sunday noon, with which he closed his sermon that afternoon, and repeated again at the funeral, but it is not worth the ink. After the service, the mission children went up to look at the remains, and passed out, then the rest of the congregation. One of the mission children fainted and fell, and was carried out in Mr. L.'s arms. After the rest dispersed, Papa took me in, and there we saw a most touching sight. A dozen poor women and children weeping about the coffin, offering a tribute to her memory, sweeter than the opulent display of flowers did. Evening. The interment took place today at Wood Lawn. Mr. C. wished me to go, and I did. On the way home, a gentlemanly-looking man stepped up to your father, and taking his hand said, "I never saw you till today, but I love you. Yes, there is no other word." Wasn't that nice of him? December the 24th. Papa went in last evening for half an hour to see and his bride at their great reception, drank 2 glasses of coffee sangaree, and brought me news that overcame me quite, namely that was delighted with my book. Nesbit & Co. sent me a copy of their reprint of it. They have got it up beautifully with 6 coloured illustrations, most of them very good. Little Ernest is as cunning as he can be, and the old grandpa is perfect. Katie, however, has her hair in a waterfall in the year 1835, and even after wears long dresses, and always has on a Sontag or something like one. She goes to see Dr. Cabot in a red sack and a red hat, and has a muff in her lap. Mrs. was here the other day to say that I had drawn her husband's portrait exactly in Dr. Eliot. I have been out with M all the morning, doing up our last shopping. We came home half frozen and had lunch together, when lo, a magnificent basket of flowers from Mrs. D. and some candy from the party. Papa and G. came home, and we all fell to making ourselves sick. I have bought lots of candy and little fancy cakes to put in the children's stockings. I know it is very improper, but one can't be good always. Dr. P. is sick with pneumonia. Mrs. P. has just sent me a basket of fresh eggs and an illustrated edition of Longfellow's Building of the Ship. 25th. I wish you a Merry Christmas, darling, and wonder what you are all doing to celebrate this day. We have had great times over our presents. We got a note from Mr. Abbott saying that a friend of his in Boston had given away 14 Katies, all he could get, and that the bookseller said he could have sold the last copy 30 times over. Neither Papa nor I feel quite up to the mark today. We probably got a little cold at Mrs. C.'s grave, as the wind blew furiously, and the hymn and prayer and benediction took quite a time. 26th. Dr. P. is worse. Papa has been to see him since church, and Dr. B., who was there, said that Dr. Murray quoted from Katie in his sermon today, and then, pausing long enough to attract everybody's attention, he said he wished each of them to procure and read it. I hope you and Mrs. Smith won't get sick hearing about it. I assure you I don't tell you half I might. Evening. Mr. C. has been here this evening to show us a poem by his wife, just come out in the January number of the Sabbath at Home, in which she asks the new year what it has in store for her, and says, if it is death, it is only going home the sooner. Neither he nor anyone had seen it or heard of it, and it came to them with overwhelming power and consolation as the last utterance of her Christian faith. December the 30th, 1869. Your letter came yesterday morning, after breakfast, and was read to an admiring audience of Prentiss's by Papa, who occasionally called for counsel as to this word and that. We like the plan made for the winter, and hope it will suit all round. You had such a grand birthday that I don't see what there was left for Christmas, and hope you got nothing but a leather button. My purses end today, and I am shocked at the wretched way in which I ended them. I wish you would buy a copy of Grisildus for me. Why don't you tell what you are reading? I got for M A Sisters Buy Ours by Jean Ingelow, and find it a delightful book. Such lots of quiet humour, and so much good sense and good feeling. You girls would enjoy reading it aloud together. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 1, continued, of More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. More Love to Thee, The Life and Letters of Elizabeth Prentiss by George Prentiss. Chapter 11, Part 1, continued. January the 3rd, 1870. You will want to hear all about New Year's Day, and where shall I begin unless at the end thereof, when your and Mrs. Smith's letters came, and which caused Papa ungraciously to leave me to entertain, while he greedily devoured them and his dinner. In spite of rain, we had a steady flow of visitors. I will enclose a list for your delectation, for, as reading a cookbook sort of feeds one, reading familiar names sort of comforts one. Mr. was softer and more languishing than ever, and appeared like a man who had been fed on honey off the tips of a canary bird's feather. Papa and I agreed, talking it over last evening, that it is a bad plan for husbands and wives not to live and die together, as the one who is left is apt to cut up. He hinted that I was so fond of admiration that he was afraid I should if he died. On questioning him as to what he meant by this abominable speech, he said he meant to pay me a compliment, that he thought me very susceptible when people loved me, and very fond of being loved, which I am by him. All other men I hate. My cousin G. dined with us on Friday, and took me to the meeting held annually at Dr. Adams' church. I like him ever so much, though he is a man. G. has brought me in some dandelions from the churchyard. We have not had one day of severe cold yet, and there is a great deal of sickness about in consequence. Friday. I spent a part of last evening in writing an article about Mrs. C.'s poem for the Sabbath at Home, and have a little fit of indigestion as my reward. Have been to see my sick woman with jelly and consolation, and from there to Mrs. D., who gave me a beautiful account of Mrs. Comming's last days, and of her readiness and gladness to go. I was at the meeting at Dr. Rogers' yesterday afternoon, and heard old Dr. Ting for the first time, and he spoke beautifully. Well, Chi Alpha is over. We had a very large attendance, and the oysters were burnt. It is dreadfully trying when Maria never once failed before to have them so extra nice. Dr. Hall came and told me he had been sending copies of Fred and Maria and me to friends in Ireland. Martha and Jane and M and H were all standing in a row together when the parsons come out to tea, and one of them marched up to the row, saying to Papa, "Are these your children?" when Martha and Jane made a precipitate retreat into the pantry. Good night, darling. Lots of love to Mrs. Smith and all of them. Your affectionate Mamma. 11th. Yours came today, and Papa and I had a brief duel with hairpins and penknives as to which should read it aloud to the other, and I beat. I should have enjoyed Eigensinn, I am sure. You know I have read it in German. The children all three are lovely, and what with them and Papa and other things, my cup is running over tremendously. I have just heard that a poor woman I have been to see a few times died this morning. I always came away from her crestfallen, thinking I was the biggest poke in a sick room there ever was, but she sent me a dying message that quite comforted me. She had once lived in plenty, but was fearfully destitute, and I fear she and her family suffered for want of common necessaries. Thursday. I had an early and a long call from one of our church, who wanted to tell me, among other things, that her husband scolded her for bumping her head in the night. She wept, and I condoled. She went away at last smiling. Then I went to the sewing circle, and idled about till 1. Then I had several calls. Then Papa and I went out to make a lot of calls. Then came a note from a sick lady, whom I shall go to see in spite of my horror of strangers. Papa got a letter from Prof. Smith, which gave us great pleasure. Z was here yesterday. I asked her to stay to lunch, bribing her with a cup of tea, and so she stayed, and we had a real nice time. When she went away, I told her I was dead in love with her. Friday evening. The children have all gone to bed. M and G have been reading all the evening. M busy on Miss Alcott's Little Women, and G shaking his sides over old numbers of The Riverside. Papa says our house ought to have a sign put out, "Souls cured here," because so many people come to tell their troubles. People used to do just so to my mother, and I suppose always do to parsons' wives, if they'll let 'em. Monday. Papa preached delightfully yesterday. Mr. B. took a pew, and Mr. I don't know who took another. Your letter came this morning, and was full of interesting things. I hope Mrs. S. will send me her own and Jean Ingelow's verses. What fun to get into a correspondence with her! I have had an interesting time today. Dr. Skinner lent me some months ago a little book called God's Furnace. I didn't like it at first, but read it through several times and liked it better and better each time. And today Mrs. brought the author to spend a few hours. She lives out of town, and we 3 black-eyed women had a remarkable time together. There is certainly such a thing as a heaven below, only it doesn't last as the real heaven will. We had Mr. C. to tea last night. After tea he read us 3 poems of his wife, and Papa was weak enough to go and read him some verses of mine, which he ought not to have done till I am dead and gone. Then he played and sang with the children, and we had prayers, and I read scraps to him and Papa from Faber's All for Jesus, and Craig's Memoir. M. is lying on the sofa studying, Papa is in his study, the boys are hazing about. It snows a little and melts as it falls, and so, with love to all, both great and small, I am your loving elderly lady with grey puffs. February the 8th, 1870. We are having a tremendous snowstorm for a wonder. I started out this morning with G, and when we got to the Fifth Avenue clock, he found he should be late unless he ran, and I was glad to let him go and turn back to meet M, who had heavy books besides her umbrella. The wind blew furiously. My umbrella broke and flew off in a tangent, and when I got it, it turned wrong side out, and I came near ascending as in a balloon. M soon came in sight, and I convoyed her safely to school. Mrs. told a friend of ours that Mr. and Mrs. Prentiss really enjoyed Mrs. C.'s death, and they seemed destitute of natural affection, and that as for Mrs. P., it was plain she had never suffered in any way. Considering the tears we both shed over Mrs. C. and some other little items in our past history, we must set Mrs. down as wiser than the ancients. Sunday evening. Yesterday Lizzie B. came to say that her mother was in a gully and wanted me to come and pull her out. I went and found her greatly depressed, and felt sure it was all physical and not a case for special spiritual pulling. So I coaxed her, laughed at her, and cheered her all I could. She said she had been a solemn pig for a week, in allusion to some pictures Dr. P. had drawn for her and for me, illustrating the solemn pig and the jolly pig. Mr. Randolph has sent up a letter from a man in Nice whose wife wants to translate Katie into French. I sent word they might translate it into Hottentot for all me. Good night, my dear. I am sound asleep. Your affectionate mother, Prentiss. Tuesday. On Sunday, Papa preached a sermon in behalf of the mission, asking for $35,000 to build a chapel, for which Mr. Cady had made a plan. I got greatly stirred up, as I hope everybody did. Mr. Dodge will give 1/4 of the sum needed. It is Washington's birthday, and the children are all at home from school and are at the dining room table drawing maps. Mr. and Mrs. G called, but I was out seeing a poor woman whose romance of love and sorrow I should like to tell you about if it would not fill a book. She says Bishop S. has supported her and her 3 children for 7 months out of his own pocket. Saturday, February the 26th. Your 2 last letters, together with Mrs. Smith's, were all in the box as I was starting with M for her music. My children pulled in opposite directions, but I pushed on, and Papa saved the letters to read to me when I got back. He reads them awfully, and will puzzle over a word long enough for me to have leisure to go crazy and recover my sanity. However, nobody shall make fun of him save myself, so look out. The boys have gone skating today for the 3rd time this winter. There has been so little cold weather. Sunday evening. I did not mean to plague you with stepping heavenward any more, but we have had a scene today which will amuse you and Mrs. Smith. Just before service began, an aristocratic-looking lady, seated in front of Mrs. B, began to talk to her, whereupon Mrs. B turned round and announced to the congregation that I was the subject of it by pointing me out, and then getting up and bringing her to our pew. Once there, she seized me by the hand and said, "I am Mrs. I have just read your book and been carried away with it. I knew your husband 33 years ago and have come here to see you both," etc., etc. Finding she could get nothing out of me, she fell upon M and asked her if I was her sister, which M declared I was not. After church, I invited her to step into the parsonage, and she stepped in for an hour and told this story. She had had the book lent her, and yesterday, lunching at Mrs. A's, asked her if she had read it, and finding she had not, made her promise to get it. She then asked who this E. Prentiss was, and Lady present enlightened her. "What, my sister's beloved Miss Payson, and married to George Prentiss, my old friend? I'll go there to church tomorrow and see for myself." So it turns out that she was a Miss of Mississippi, that your father gallanted her to Louisville when she was going there to be married at 16 years of age, that she was living in Richmond at the time I was teaching there, her sister boarding in the house with me. Such talking, such life and enthusiasm you never saw in a woman of 48. "Well," she winds up at last, "I've found 2 treasures, and you needn't think I'm going to let you go. I'll go home and tell Mr. all about it." Papa and I have called each other 2 treasures ever since she went away. The whole scene worked him up and did him good, for he always loves to have his southern friends drum him up and talk to him of your Uncle Sergeant and Aunt Anna. Mr. is one of our millionaires, and she married him a year ago after 13 years of widowhood. She says she still has 200 Negroes who won't go away and won't work, and she has them to support. She talked very rationally about the war, and says not a soul at the South would have slavery back if they could. I called at Mrs. B.'s yesterday. At exactly the right moment, she said, for 5 surgeons had just decided that the operation had been a failure and that she must die. Her husband looked as white as this paper, and the girls were in great distress, but Mrs. B. looked perfectly radiant. Saturday, March the 5th. Yesterday I went to make a ghostly call on Mrs. B, and kept her and the girls screaming with laughter for an hour, which did me lots of good, and I hope did not hurt them. I have written the 403rd page of my serial today, and hope it will be the last. It will soon be time to think of the spring shopping. I don't know what any of us need, and never notice what people are wearing, unless I notice by going forth on a tour of observation. Sunday evening. After church this afternoon, Mrs. N. and Mrs. V. came in to tell us about the death of that servant of theirs, whom they nursed in their own house, who has been dying for 7 months of cancer. She died a most fearless, happy death, and I wish I knew I should be as patient in my last illness as they represent her as being. Your letters to the children came yesterday afternoon, to their great delight. In an evil moment I told the boys that I had seen it stated, in some paper, that benzol would make paper transparent, and afterwards evaporate and leave the paper uninjured. They drove me raving distracted with questions about it, so that I had to be put in a straitjacket. The ingenuity and persistence of these questions, asked by each in separate interviews, was beyond description. Tuesday. For once I have been caught napping and have not mailed my weekly letter, but you will be expecting some irregularity about the time of your flight to Berlin. I called at Mrs. M.'s today, and ran on at such a rate that Mrs. Woolsey, who was there, gave me $10 for poor folks, and said she wished I'd stay all day. Afterwards I went downtown to get Stepping Heavenward for Mr. C, and as he wanted me to write something in it, have just written this: Mr. C, from Mrs. Prentiss, in loving memory of one who did outrun us and stepped into heaven first. Mr. Bates showed me a half-column notice of it in the Liberal Christian, of all places, by very far the warmest and best of all that have appeared. Papa is at Dr. McClintock's funeral. I declare, if it isn't snowing again, and the sun is shining. Now comes a letter from Uncle Charles, saying that your Uncle H. has lost that splendid little girl of his, the only girl he ever had, and the child of his heart of hearts. Mrs. W. says she never saw Papa and myself look so well, but some gentleman told Mr. Brace, who told his wife, who told me, that I was killing myself with long walks. I cannot answer your questions about Mr. Blank's call. So much is all the time going on that one event speedily effaces the impression of another. March the 12th. Julia Willis spent the evening here not long ago, and made me laugh well. She took me on Friday to see Fanny Fern, who hugged and kissed me, and whom it was rather pleasant to see after nearly, if not quite, 30 years' separation. She says nobody but a Payson could have written Stepping Heavenward, which is absurd. March the 17th. I went to the sewing circle and helped tuck a quilt, had a talk with Mrs. W., got home at 1:15 and ate 2 apples, and have been since then reading the secret correspondence of Madame Guyon and Fenelon in Old French. Saturday the 19th. Have just seen M. to the conservatory. Met Dr. Skinner on the way home, who said he had been reading Stepping Heavenward, and he hoped he should step all the faster for it. Z. has often invited us to come and see her new home, and as the 16th comes on a Saturday, we are talking a little of all going up to lunch with her. Evening. It has been such a nice warm day. I had a pleasant call from Mrs. Dr. She asked me if I did not get the theology of Stepping Heavenward out of my father's Thoughts, but as I have not read them for 30 years, I doubt if I did, and as I am older than my father was when he uttered those thoughts, I have a right to a theology of my own. Monday. Yesterday, in the afternoon, we had the Sunday school anniversary, which went off very well. Mr. C. came to tea. After it and prayers, we sat round the table, and I read scraps from Madame Guyon and Fenelon, and we talked them over. Papa was greatly pleased at the latter's saying he often stopped in the midst of his devotions to play. Quand je suis seul, j'ai joué quelquefois comme un petit enfant, même en faisant oraison. Il m'arrive quelquefois de sauter et de rire toute seule comme une folle dans ma chambre. Avant-hier, étant dans la sacristie et répondant à une personne qui me questionnait pour ne la point scandaliser sur la question, je m'embarrassai et je fis une espèce de mensonge. Cela me donne quelque répugnance à dire la messe, mais je ne l'essaie pas de la dire. I do not advise you to stop to play in the midst of your prayers, or to tell une espèce de mensonge till you are as much of a saint as he was. Saturday, 26th. Your letter and Mrs. Smith's came together this afternoon. It was pleasant to hear from Papa's old friends at Hull, and he will be delighted when he comes home from Chi Alpha, where he is now. Lizzie B. called this afternoon. She wanted to open out her poor sick heart to me. She quoted me several things she says I wrote her a few weeks ago, but I have not the faintest recollection of writing them. That shows what a harum-scarum life I lead. March the 31st. We spent Tuesday evening at the Skinners. We had a charming visit. No one there but Mrs. Sampson and her sister, and Dr. S. wide awake and full of enthusiasm. We did not get to bed till midnight. Mrs. came this morning and begged me to lend her some money, as she had got behindhand. I let her have $5, though I do not feel sure that I shall see it again, and she wept a little weep and went away. A lady told Cousin C. she had heard I was so shy that once having promised to go to a lunch party, my courage failed at the last moment, so that I could not go. I shall expect to learn next that my hair is red. Monday, April the 4th. Your presents came Saturday while I was out. We are all delighted with them, but I was most so, for 2 such darling little vases were surely never before seen. M. had Maggie to spend Saturday afternoon and take tea. She asked me if I did not make a distinction between talent and genius, which Papa thought very smart of her. I read aloud to them all the evening one of the German stories by Julius Horn. Mr. and Mrs. C. came in after church, and I asked them to stay to tea, which they did. After it was over, and we had had prayers, we had a little sing, Mrs. C. playing, and among other things sang a little hymn of mine, which I wrote I know not when, but which Papa liked well enough to have printed. If copies come today as promised, I will enclose 1 or 2. After the singing, Papa and I took turns, as we could snatch a chance from each other, in reading to them from favourite books, which they enjoyed very much. April the 9th. We called on Mrs. H. M. Field yesterday, and I never saw, or rather heard, her so brilliant. In the evening I read aloud to the children a real, live, wide-awake Sunday school book called Old Stories in a New Dress, Bible Stories, headed thus: The Handsome Rebel, The Young Volunteer, The Ingenious Mechanics. April the 16th. I cannot go to bed, my dear chicken, till I have told you what a charming day we have had. To go back to yesterday, my headache entirely disappeared by the time the Skinners got here, and we had a pleasant, cosy evening with them, and at the end made Dr. Skinner pray over us. Everything went off nicely. The children enjoyed the trip tremendously and hated to come away. We picked a lot of fil avant la mer, and they came home in good condition. Mr. Woolsey and Z gave me a little silver figure holding a cup on blue velvet, which is ever so pretty. We got home at 6:30. Later in the evening, President Hopkins called to offer his congratulations, And now I am tired, I can tell you. It is outrageous for you and the Smiths to be away. I don't see how you can have the heart. You ought to come by dispatch, as telegrams. 17th. Dr. Hopkins preached a splendid sermon for us this morning, and came in after it for a call. He asked me last night if I felt conceited about my book, so I said to him, I like to give people as good as they send. Don't you feel a little conceited after that sermon? On which he gave me a good shaking. 18th. I have been writing notes of thanksgiving, each of which dear Papa reads through rose-coloured spectacles and says, You do beat all. I have enjoyed writing them instead of finding it a bore. We shall be curious to hear how you celebrated our wedding day. Well, goodbye, old child. I shall begin another letter today, as like as not. Monday, April the 25th. Friday morning, in the midst of my plans for helping Aunt E's shop, came a message from Mrs. B. that she wanted to see me. I had not expected to see her again, and of course was glad to go. She had altered so that I should not have known her, and it was hard to hear what she had to say, she is so feeble. She went back to the first time she saw me, told me what I had on, and how her heart was knitted to me. She then spoke of her approaching death, said she had no ecstasies, no revelations, but had been in perfect peace, suffering agonies of pain, yet not one pain too many. I asked her if she had any parting counsel to give me. No, not a word. I only wanted to see your sunny face once more, and tell you what a comfort you have been to me in this sickness. This all came at intervals, she was so weak. She afterwards said, I feel as if I never was acquainted with Christ till now. I tell my sons to become intimately acquainted with him. I asked her if she took pleasure in thinking of meeting friends in heaven. With a sweet, somewhat comical smile, she said, No, I haven't got so far as that. I think only of meeting Christ. For all that, I said, you will soon see my father and mother and other kindred souls. Her face lighted up again. Why, so I shall. Her lips were growing white with pain while this bright smile was on them, and I came away, though I should gladly have listened to her by the hour. Everything was so natural, sound, and heavenly. Shopping after it did not prove particularly congenial, but we must shop as well as die. April the 29th. Your first Dresden letter has just come. Yes, it was long enough, though you did not tell us how the cat did. You speak as if you were going to Paris, but Papa is positive you are not. Yesterday was a lovely day, though very hot. Dr. Adams came and drove Papa to the park. Late in the afternoon, I went to see Mrs. G., the woman whose husband is in jail. She is usually all in a muss, but this time was as nice as could be, the floor clean and everything in order. The baby, a year old, had learnt to walk since I was last there, and came and planted herself in front of me, and stared at me out of two great bright eyes most of the time. I had a nice visit, as Mrs. G. seems to be making a good use of her troubles. After I got home, Dr. and Mrs. C. arrived, and we had dinner and a tremendous thunder shower, after which he went out to make 11 calls. He was pleased to say that he wanted his wife to see the lovely family picture we make. It is a glum, cold, lowering morning, but the C.'s are going to see the Frenches at West Point and Miss Lyman at Vassar. Monday. I went to Miss C.'s, the dressmaker, again today, and found her much out of health and about reducing her business and moving. One of the old sisters had been reading Stepping Heavenward and almost ate me up. I got a pleasant word about it last night from Mrs. General Upton, who has just died at Nassau. I have seen Mrs. B. today. She did not open her eyes, but besought me to pray for her release. She can't last long. The boys are off rolling hoop again, and Em is out walking with Ida. Papa informed me last night that I had got a very pretty bonnet. The bonnets now consist of a little fuss and a good many flowers. Papa has gone to Dorset and has had a splendid day for his journey. Thursday, May the 12th. Yesterday Miss came to tell me about the killing of her brother on the railroad and to cry her very heart out on my shoulder. In the midst of it came a note from Lizzie B. saying her mother had just dropped away. I called there early this morning. We then went to the park with your uncle and aunt, after which they left and I rushed out to get cap and collar to wear at Mrs. 's dinner. I got back in time to go to the funeral at 4 p.m. Dr. Murray made an excellent appreciative address. Papa then read extracts from a paper of mine, things she had said. The prayer followed, and then her sons sang a hymn. I came home tired and laid me down to rest. At 6:30 it popped into my head that I was not dressed, and I did it speedily. We supposed we were only to meet the Reverend Dr. and Mrs. of Brooklyn, but lo, a lot of people in full dress. We had a regular state dinner, course after course. Dr. sat next to me and made himself very agreeable, except when he said I was the most subtle satirist he ever met. I did run him a little. Mrs. is a picture. She had a way of looking at me through her eyeglass till she put me out of countenance, and then smiling in a sweet, satisfied manner, and laying down her glass. We came home as soon as the gentlemen left the table, and got here just as the clock was striking 12. Friday. We began this day by going at 10 a.m. to the funeral of Mrs. W.'s poor little baby, and the first words Papa read, "It is better to go to the house of mourning than to the house of feasting," etc., explained his and my state of mind after last night's dissipation. He made a very touching address. Later in the day we went out to see Miss as we had promised to do. We went through the park, lingered there a while, and then went on and made a long call. When we rose to come away, she said she never let people go away without lunch, and made us go down to the following: buns, 3 kinds of cake, pies, doughnuts, cheese, lemonade, apples, oranges, pineapples, a soup tureen of strawberries, a quart of cream, 2 custard puddings, 1 hot and 1 cold, homemade wine, cold corned beef, cold roast beef, and for aught I know 40 other things. We came away awfully tired, and Papa complained of want of appetite at dinner. Goodbye, dearie. I forgot to tell you the boys have got a dog. He came of his own accord and has made them very happy. We haven't let Papa see him, you may depend. Wednesday, May the 18th. Papa is packing his trunk for Philadelphia, and I am sitting at my new library table to write on my letter. I went yesterday to see that lady who has fits. She had one in the morning that lasted over an hour and a half. She is a very bright, animated creature, and does not look older than you. Thursday. Papa got off yesterday at 11 for the General Assembly, and I went to Mrs. D.'s and stayed 4 hours. She sent for Mr. S.'s baby, who does not creep, but walks in the quaintest little way. I shall write a note to Mr. S., who feels anxious at it not creeping, fearing its limbs will not be strong, to tell him that I hitched along exactly so. Now let me give you the history of this busy day. We got up early, and Miss F. called with M.'s 2 dresses. After prayers and breakfast, I wrote to Papa, went to school with H., and marketed. Came home and found a letter from Cincinnati, urging for 2 hymns right away for a new hymn book. They had several of mine already. I said, "Go to, let us make a hymn," Prof. Smith in his review, and made and sent them. Then I wrote to Mr. S. and to Mrs. Charles W. Then Mrs. C. came and stayed till nearly 4, when she left, and I went down to 22nd Street to call on a lady at the water cure. Then I went to see Mrs. C., the wife of the Reverend Mr. C. I think I told you she had lost her little Florence, I do not remember ever seeing a person so broken down by grief. She seemed absolutely heartbroken. I could not get away till 5, and then I took 2 stages and got home as soon as I could, knowing the children would be famishing. So now count up my various professions: chaplain, marketer, hymnist, consoler of Mr. S., Mrs. W., Mrs. C., and let me add, of Dr. B., who came and made a long call. I am now going to lie down and read till I get rested, for my brain has been on the steady stretch for 13 hours, one thing stepping on the heels of another. May the 23rd. If your eyes were bright enough, you might have seen me and my cousin George P. tearing down Broadway this afternoon, as if mad dogs were after us. He wanted me to have a fountain pen, and the only way to accomplish it was to take me down to the place where they are sold, below the Astor House. I wanted to walk, and so did he, but he had got to be on a boat for Norwich at 5 p.m. and pack up between while. However, he concluded to risk it, hence the way we raced was a caution. I have just written him a long letter in rhyme with my new pen, and now begin one in prose to you. I have just got a letter from an anonymous admirer of Stepping Heavenward, enclosing $10 to give away. I wish it was 1,000. The children are in tribulation about their kitten, who committed suicide by knocking the ironing board onto herself. H. made a diagram of the position of the board that I might fully comprehend the situation, and then showed me how the corpse lay. They were not willing to part with the remains, and buried them in the yard. Saturday. I went to Yonkers with M. and H. to spend the day with Mrs. B. Her children are sweet and interesting as ever, but little Maggie, now 3 years old, is the queen of the house. She is a perfect specimen of what a child should be: gladsome, well, bright, and engaging. Her cheeks are rosy and shining, and she keeps up an incessant chatter. They are all wild about her, from papa and mamma down to the youngest child. End of chapter 11, part 1, continued.